To wrap up 2024, I've put together a compilation of some of my best emulation and modding tutorials for this year. These are the full videos in one package. Thank you very much for the support this year, and I hope you'll stick around for what I have planned in 2025. Enjoy it! In this video, I'll show you how to play the Gran Turismo games on PC. That is the main games from Gran Turismo 1 through 6 and the PSP game. For that, we're gonna be using the best emulators for each console: Duckstation, PCSX2, PPSSPP, and RPCS3. This is the ultimate guide for playing your favorite Gran Turismo games on PC. Let's start with the PlayStation 1 games. The emulator we're gonna be using is Duckstation. This is one of the best PS1 emulators for a PC. I'll put the link of the website on the description of the video, and right here on the main page, you're gonna click here on Windows. This will work for both Windows 10 and 11, and Duckstation requires VC++ in order for it to work. And if you don't know if you already have that installed on your PC, Duckstation will tell you that when you try to run it. If that's the case, you're gonna click here on Download VC++, get the software installed, and then proceed with the installation here. The Duckstation file will come as a zipped file, so you're gonna have to extract this one. You can use either WinRAR or 7-zip. I would personally recommend using 7-zip. I'll put the link of that on the description of the video. And right here, you're gonna click on the file with the right button. Select 7-zip or WinRAR, depending on what you have, and you can select either extract here or extract to Duckstation. If you click on extract here, all the files are gonna show up right here, but if you click on extract to Duckstation, then the files will come inside a folder. So that's gonna be up to you. In my case, since they are already here, I'm just gonna click on extract, and then you're gonna have the necessary files here. You can go ahead and delete the original zip file. We're not gonna need this anymore. And before we start with the installation, first, I want you to create a new file here on this folder. So you're gonna click anywhere on this folder with the right button, and then you're gonna select New, and select Text Document. And the name of this file has to be Portable, exactly like this. Now press Enter. We're doing this because when we run the installation, all the necessary folders and files are going to be installed here on the same folder. Otherwise, they would go to the Documents folder, which can be a little confusing. So now we can proceed with the installation. So double click here on Duckstation QTX64, like this, and now you're gonna see that all of these files have showed up, right? Now, on the setup wizard, the first option is to select the language and the theme of this emulator, and this is available in multiple languages right here. I'm just gonna keep mine on English, and you can also change the theme as well here. If you click on each one, it's gonna show you how they look like here. In my case, I'm just gonna keep mine on Dark Fusion Gray, and also you can enable automatic updates as well. So every time you boot the emulator, it's gonna check if there's a new version available. I'm just gonna keep mine enabled here. Now click on Next. Here we have to select the BIOS folder, and this file is needed in order for this emulator to work. And this BIOS is copyright protected. They even say here that for legal reasons, you must obtain a BIOS from an actual PS1 unit that you own. And the default location of the folder of this BIOS file is right here, this BIOS folder that was already created by the emulator. So this is where I'm gonna be dropping my BIOS file. It's gonna look very similar to this file right here, this .bin file. This is one of the BIOS files that you can find out there. There are multiple, and all of them pretty much work all the same here on this emulator. But when you drop that on the folder, you're gonna click here on NTSC Japan. This BIOS file that I have is Japanese, so when I click here, it's going to list this file. But if the one that you got is either from US or European, if you just click here, they're gonna show up as such. And when you have that selected, we are good to go now. So click on Next. Now we're gonna select the folder where you want the emulator to scan for games. This can be anywhere on your PC, and they list here the available formats for this emulator. And if you still own your PS1 games, you can also put them on your CD drive of your computer, and they will work on the emulator as well. You don't necessarily need to dump your copy into these formats on your PC. In my case, what I like to do here is create a new folder on the emulator here called Games. And this is where I'm gonna be dropping my games files here. So just click on Add. It should open the emulator folder by default. So now I'm just gonna select the games folder, click on Select Folder, And when you do that, it's gonna ask you if you want the emulator to scan for this folder recursively. This means that if you have a folder inside the games folder, the emulator will find the games inside there as well. For example, inside the games folder, if I were to create a new folder called, let's say, Japanese games, and if I were to put games in here, the emulator would also find them. So I'm just gonna click here on yes and do that. And you can also add multiple folders too. It does not have to be a single one, so it can be in many locations on your PC. When you're done, click on next. And now we have to configure the controllers, and this emulator has a automatic mapping function. This means that if you have your controller plugged in and you click here, the emulator will do the configuration of that controller for the emulator automatically. So if you don't have yours connected, go ahead and do that right now. And you can select the controller type right here. There are many that you can select from. I'm just gonna keep mine on analog controller. Now you're gonna click here on automatic mapping, and the emulator will find all the devices that are available to work on this emulator. In my case, I'm using a Xbox controller here, so I'm gonna select STL0, and just like that, it's ready to go here. You can also use your keyboard or mouse as well. They also work for this, and you can do the same for a controller port too if you have that as well. There is a more detailed configuration for the controllers inside the emulator. I'm gonna show you that. So now, click here on next, and we finish the setup of the emulator. Go ahead and click on finish, and the emulator is gonna show up like this. This will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. The controller setup that I talked about is right here on settings, and then click here on controllers, and then you can select either controller port 1 or 2 if you have that enabled. If you have your PS1 game disc, you just have to insert it on your PC, and then click here on system and then start disk. With this finished, we're gonna add the games now, and I want you to go back to the Duckstation folder where you drop the files, right? And here on that games folder that we created before, this is where we're gonna be dropping the game files. One of the best and most common formats of PS1 games on PC is this one here, the .bin. This is the one that has the actual game files, and it's usually accompanied by this .q as well. It's basically a file with a bunch of information about the game that the emulator can read, and it can display the game correctly on the emulator UI. So I have here with me Gran Turismo 1 and the 2 discs of Gran Turismo 2, the arcade mode and the simulation mode. So with these files in place, you're gonna go back to the emulator, and if you had it open while dropping the game files, you just have to click here on scan for new games, and just like that, all the games will appear here. If you shut down the emulator and reopen, it also works as well. The emulator will detect it if the games are in the correct folder. Now we're gonna configure the emulator for the best settings for each game, and the settings are pretty much the same, so we only have to do this one time here on the emulator. So you're gonna click here on settings. First, you're gonna click here on BIOS. This window will show up, and right here on the BIOS tab, you have the option to enable the fast boot on this emulator. This will skip the PlayStation screen and go straight into the game. So this is a good one to have if you want to jump straight into the menu. And there is no harm in activating this option. It's not going to introduce bugs or anything like that. It's safe to use, right? Now let's go to the console tab right here. And under CPU emulation, you're gonna click here on enable clock speed control. You should see a warning here telling that this option may be dangerous or anything, but go ahead and click on OK. And right here on this slider, you're gonna increase this one all the way to something around 280%. This is gonna overclock the CPU of the emulator, not your actual CPU of your PC. And this is required for the next option here on the bottom, CD-ROM emulation. You're gonna change here the read speed up to 10x and the seek speed up to infinite instantaneous. These options here will drastically reduce the loading times of both games. But in order for them to work properly, we have to overclock the emulator's CPU. And the loading times are gonna be really fast now. Now let's go here to the graphics tab. And right here on renderer, if it's available for you, go ahead and select Vulkan right here. This is the best one for emulation, but if your GPU is outdated and Vulkan doesn't show up, you're gonna select either Direct 3D 11 or 12. They are pretty good as well, but I think Vulkan is the absolute best one right here. And on the bottom, where it says Adapter, you're gonna select your video card that you normally use for games, in case you have a dual GPU setup. On the bottom here, where it says Rendering, we can increase the internal resolution of the game. By doing so, it will make your game look much better, but it's gonna demand more of your PC. So you can start by increasing this to 2x the resolution and just keep increasing this one until your computer can handle, of course, and until you're satisfied with how the image is looking. Now here on aspect ratio, you're going to change this one to 16:9. The original game works in the 4:3 aspect ratio, right? But this emulator has a widescreen patch right here that is going to unlock the screen ratio so that it can be played on actual 16:9. And you do that by simply clicking here on this option, widescreen rendering. And it's usually pretty good right here. You're gonna see a few bugs with the texture not popping in correctly and all, but most of the time it looks pretty good with this one enabled. Also enable this one here, the PGXP geometry correction, and keep both options here enabled like it was before. And with that, we're pretty much done here. There's also a post-processing option here that you can introduce some filters. And there's a good one here to add. I would personally recommend using CRT Lotus. This will, like the name say, introduce a CRT effect into the game. And if you are going to use this one, I would also recommend going here to Graphics and enable the downsampling option here to Box. And you can increase this one to 1x or 2x, because by doing so, the game will look very similar as if you were playing on a CRT television. So you can play with that a little bit. And we are done here, so go ahead and click on close. Duckstation also has built-in cheats, and they are very easy to activate. First, you have to start your game. I'm gonna go with Gran Turismo 2 here. Double click the game, and as soon as it starts, you're gonna click here on System, then select Cheats here. It's going to ask if you want to enable for the game or all games. I'm gonna choose for this game only here. And then you're gonna click on System again, click on Cheats one more time. But now you're gonna click on Cheat Manager here. And just like that, it will list the cheats available for this game. And there are many cheats for Gran Turismo 2 here. I'm just gonna point out that cheats like 60 FPS here, you will also need to increase the CPU overclock a little bit more in order for it to work properly. I know that in Gran Turismo 2 specifically, a good percentage here to get 60 FPS is something around 280%, at least on my PC here. That's when the frame rate gets really stable with this cheat enabled. And it's also a good idea as well that after you activate the cheats, you restart the game here, just so that they are loaded up correctly in game. That's it for the PS1 Gran Turismo games. Now let's move over to the PlayStation 2. First step is grabbing the emulator itself. It's available here on the website. I'll put the link on the description of the video. And right here on the main page, you want to click here on Latest Nightly. The nightly version will have all the latest fixes and improvements. This guide is for Windows PC, so you're going to click here on Download and grab the latest version available. It will come as a zipped file, so you're gonna need either WinRAR or 7-zip to extract it. I would personally recommend you using 7-zip, link will be on the description. And right here on the file, click on it with the right button, select either 7-zip or WinRAR, depending on what you have, and then click on Extract here. It will generate all of these files right here. You can go ahead and delete the original zip file. You're not gonna need this anymore. And this emulator is still generating all the important files on the documents of your PC, which can be a little confusing, but there is a way that we can make them appear in here. First off, you want to make sure that you have file name extensions enabled, and you can do that by clicking here on View, and then click here, File Name Extensions, so we can see the actual file type of each one of them. Now you're gonna click anywhere on the folder with the right button. Select here New, and then click on Text Document. And this file, you're gonna erase everything from here. And this is gonna be called portable.ini. Exactly like this. Now press Enter. You see this window, click on Yes. Now when we start the actual installation here, all the files are gonna be in place. So double click on this qt.exe file. this window will show up, and then all the files here. On the setup wizard, you have the option to change the language of the emulator. There are several here available, and you can also change the theme as well. If you select each one of them, you'll see a preview of what they look like. I'm just gonna keep mine on dark fusion gray. Now click on next. And here you can select the folder where the emulator is going to scan for the BIOS files, which by default should be this one right here. And the BIOS is required for you to play games on this emulator, and they are copyright protected. Ideally, you should get them by dumping these files from your PS2. So when you have it with you, you're gonna drop it here inside the BIOS folder. It's going to look like something very similar to this. Now back on the installation wizard, you're gonna click here on refresh list and your BIOS should appear here. Now you just have to click on it once and we can proceed here. Click on next. Now we have to select the folder where we want the emulator to scan for games. This can be anywhere on your PC, and you don't necessarily need to make a rip of your PS2 game discs to your PC. The emulator can read the game through your DVD drive, but that's for when the setup is complete. What I like to do here is on the emulator folder, I like creating a new folder here called Games, like this. Now back on the installation, you're gonna click here on Add, and it should open the emulator folder by default. So now I just click on the Games folder once, then click on Select Folder. Now it's gonna give you the option to scan for game files that are inside a folder on the original folder. For example, here in my case, I'm going to choose the Games folder as the original folder, right? But if I were to create a new folder here, something like Japanese games, and if I put games inside this one, the emulator can also find them. That's what this feature is for. So in my case, I'm gonna go ahead and click on yes. And you can also select multiple folders, by the way. It doesn't have to be a single one. You just have to click here on add and keep adding them here until you're finished. And when you're done, click here on next. Now we have to set up the controller. And this emulator has an automatic mapping function, which means that if you have your controller plugged in, it's going to do the configuration for you in just one click. Anything that uses direct input or X input, mainly being the PlayStation and Xbox controllers, or any third-party controller, that you can make it be recognized as PlayStation or Xbox controllers. You can also use your keyboard and mouse as well. So if you don't have your controller plugged in right now, go ahead and do that. And when it's on, click here on automatic mapping and it should appear right here. In my case, I'm using a Xbox controller, so it's showing up as SDL0X input. I'm just gonna click on this one and it's pretty much configured already. There is also a more detailed configuration inside the emulator under the settings, so you don't have to do this right now. It can be done later. When you're done, click here on next and we're done with the setup installation here. Click on finish. Now with this out of the way, I want you to go to the folder where you dropped all the files. And as you probably have guessed already, we're gonna be dropping the game files here on the games folder that we created. The most common format for this emulator is having the games right here as a .iso. And ideally, to get them, you should dump your copy of your game into your PC. So with the files in place, you're gonna go back to the emulator. If you had it open while dropping the files, you're gonna click here on Scan for new games, and they will appear here. You can also close the emulator and restart. They will also show up as well. Now we're gonna tweak the emulator settings for the best graphics and performance, and the settings are pretty much the same for both games, but there is one section that we have to go into each game individually to enable them, but that's a little bit later. Now we're gonna do the general settings. So you're gonna click here on settings and first click here on BIOS. This window will show up, and right here on BIOS, make sure that the fast boot option is enabled here. This will skip the PlayStation 2 intro screen and go straight into the game. So we're gonna be saving time by using this one, but you can also disable if you wanna see that every time you start the game, but there is no harm in activating this option here. It's not going to introduce any bugs or anything like that. Next, click here on Emulation, And under System Settings, you're gonna click here on Enable C-DVD Precaching. This will massively reduce the loading times of the game, and it is safe to use on both Gran Turismo 3 and 4. And right here on the bottom, there is an option to reduce the input lag of the emulator. By default, it's set to 2 frames, but if you click here on Optimal Frame Pacing, it's going to reduce that to 0 frames. And the difference is quite noticeable in-game, but do note that this option will require more of your CPU and GPU. So if you have slowdowns or frame dropping while playing the game, come back here and deactivate this option. Now click on the Graphics tab, and right here on the top where it says Renderer, the best render for this emulator is this one here, Vulkan. If you have it enabled here, click on that, but if your GPU is outdated, it's not going to show up. If that's the case for you, the second best renders in my opinion are Direct3D 11 or 12. Pretty much as soon as you click on it, you're gonna see very little loading times, in my opinion. Here on Adapter, you wanna click on it and select your main GPU if you have a multiple GPU setup, that is. Right here on Display, the first option, Aspect Ratio, you're gonna change this one to Widescreen 16:9. Both games do support widescreen display, but we are also going to be using the custom patches of this emulator that will unlock the aspect ratio even on 4:3 so that it fits a monitor with 16:9. We're gonna do that after we are done here. So now click here on rendering, and there's an option here to increase the internal resolution of this emulator. By doing so, it will make the game look much better, but it's gonna demand more of your computer. So I would recommend that you start with something like 1.5 resolution and just keep increasing this one until the image is looking good and until, of course, your computer can handle that. Now here on anisotropic filtering, change this one to 16x. This will make the game look much better and it has minimal impact on performance. Also on blending accuracy, change this one to high. This is required for both games to render things correctly in game, but it uses a bit more of your CPU. So if you notice that the usage is a little too high, come back here and change this back to basic. And with that, we are done here, so go ahead and click on close. But now we're gonna do the individual configurations for each game, like I said. And to do that, you're gonna right click the game starting with Gran Turismo 3 and then select here, Properties. This window will show up, which is very similar to the one that we were before. In fact, it's pretty much the same, but we now have the patches option here enabled. And this is where we're gonna enable the enhancements I talked about before. For Gran Turismo 3, we have one that deactivates the interlacing. We can adjust the trigger sensitivity and also change the metric units from miles to kilometers per hour. So now we're gonna do the same for Gran Turismo 4. Right click the game, select properties, and GT4 has way more patches available here. So the good ones are, of course, widescreen, adjust the trigger sensitivity. You can also import the Gran Turismo 3 chase camera and the GT5 as well, if that's what you want to do. There's a couple here to give us a analog HUD or digital for all the camera views, reduce vibration as well, and disable the dynamic race text. We have the description of what they do right here on the bottom. This patch to auto boot the game in 480p is a really good one to use, especially if you are upscaling the resolution of the game. Because if you upscale without it, the image won't look that good because it's from a 480i resolution. So this one is a must to use right here. When you're done, click on close and we're ready to go. And to start the game, you just have to double click on it. I'm gonna start with GT4 here. Because we activated the fast boot and C-DVD thing, the game loads much faster now. That's it for the PS2 games. Now let's move over to the PSP. We're gonna start by grabbing the best PSP emulator for PC. The link will be on the description and right here on the main page. Click here on download, and this tutorial is for Windows, so this is what I'm gonna use here. And I would recommend just getting the zip file portable version because it has all the files needed in one folder, good to go. So go ahead and click on this one and download it to your PC. It will come as a zipped file, so first we have to extract this one using either WinRAR or 7-zip. Just gonna click here on extract here, and you can go ahead and delete the original zip file. We're not gonna need this anymore. And to start it, you just have to double click here on PPSSPP, Windows 64, and it will start. The first step is selecting the folder where you want the emulator to scan for new games, and for that, you're gonna click here on Browse, and just select the folder where your games will be. In my case, I'm just gonna use the main PPSSPP folder, like this, and it will do the change for me. And since I selected the main PSP folder for that, this is where I'm gonna be dropping the game file right here. And the most common and one of the best formats for this emulator is having the game as a .iso. The emulator will play that just fine, and ideally to get this, you should dump your copy of your game into your PC, and with the game file in place, you're gonna go back to the emulator, and you're simply just gonna click here on this little arrow, and it's going to scan the folder, and the game will appear here. But first we have to configure the emulator, of course, and to do that, just click here on Settings. It will bring these options right here, and the first one under Graphics, here where it says Backend, you're gonna click on this one, and if it's available for you, go ahead and select Vulkan here. This is the best video render for this emulator, but if your GPU is outdated and Vulkan doesn't show up, you're gonna select Direct 3D 11. This is also a pretty good one, but Vulkan is the best one in my opinion. And if you select it, you're gonna have to restart the emulator to make the changes. Go ahead and do that, and it will take us back here. Now, right on the bottom, rendering resolution, you can increase the resolution where the emulator is going to start a game. You can go all the way to 10x PSP if your GPU can support that. Even if you don't have a 4K monitor, the emulator will render the game at 4K, but it's going to be fit to the resolution that you have, so the image will look really good. But it will use a lot more of your GPU, so if you have frame drops, come back here and just decrease the resolution. I'm just gonna select 4x 1080p. The games look really good on this one. Right here, still on rendering, change the anti-aliasing here to 8x. Now let's scroll down here at bottom, and on the texture scaling section, you can change the upscale type here. I think XBRZ looks good enough, but some people don't like it. So the bicubic option is also really good. I also like playing games with this one, and I think on Gran Turismo, this one looks really good as well. And if you change this one, you can also increase the upscale level as well. And I think anything beyond 3x is a little too much. It alters the image quite a lot, and I don't really like it how it looks, in my opinion, that is of course. So for this one, I would just recommend sticking to 2x here. Now here on texture filtering, you can change the anisotropic filtering to 16x if that's not selected already. This one will make the game look much better, and it has minimal impact on performance. And by changing this one, also change the texture filtering here to auto max quality. And that's pretty much it for the graphics. Now let's configure the controller by clicking here on Controls and then click on Control Mapping. And this emulator has a automatic mapping function. So if you don't have your controller plugged in, the controller you're gonna use, go ahead and do that right now. And when you do that, you're gonna click here on Auto Configure. By doing so, it's going to list the devices that are available for the automatic mapping. In my case, I'm using a Xbox controller, so it already shows up in here. And if you just click on it, it will do all the configuration for me in just one click. And now we're pretty much ready here, so just click on back to go to the menu, back again, and you're ready to start the game. And you simply just have to click here on the game icon, in this case of Gran Turismo, and the game will start as it should. The first step is grabbing the emulator itself, and it's available here on this website. I'll put the link of it on the description of this video. And right here on the main page, you just want to click here on the download button. And this tutorial is for Windows 10 and 11, but RPCS3 is also available for Linux and Mac OS. So go ahead and click here on the download button. It will come as a zipped file, so you're gonna have to extract it, and you can use either WinRAR or 7-zip for that. I would personally recommend using 7-zip. I'll put the link of that on the description of the video as well. And right here on this file, you just have to click on it with the right button, select WinRAR or 7-zip, and then click on extract here. It will generate all of these files. You can go ahead and delete the original zip file. We're not gonna need this anymore. And to start the installation, you just have to double click here on rpcs3.exe. and this window will show up. And there are a few settings here. I would not recommend using the dark theme yet. We can configure this later, and just go ahead and click here on do not show again. And I have read the quick start guide, so we can click on continue. So go ahead and click here, and just like that, the emulator will appear here. The first thing we have to do here is install the PS3 firmware, and we can get that on the official PlayStation website. This is the place right here. I'll also put the link on the description of this video. And right here, you want to scroll down a little bit to this page and go to where it says how to update PS3 system software. And you're going to click here on update using a computer. It will unlock this next section. And right here, you just have to click on download PS3 update to get the firmware. But if the download doesn't start when you click here, then you have to click on this button with the right button on your mouse, and then you're gonna click on copy link address, and you're gonna paste the link on your browser, and then you're gonna press enter, and the download should start that way. So go ahead and download the firmware. I dropped the firmware file on the same location as the emulator itself. It is this file right here, ps3update.pup. Now you wanna open the emulator once again, and you're gonna click here on file, and then click on install firmware. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you just have to double click on PS3 update to install the firmware. In case this file is not showing up here, then you have to come here to the bottom right side of the screen and then click on PS3 update file, and then you're gonna select all files. This way it's going to list everything on this folder, including the firmware file. So go ahead and double click on that, and it will install the firmware. This shouldn't take long right here. When this window show up, click on OK, then just wait until this is finished. Now with this out of the way, I want you to go to the folder where you dropped all the emulator files here, and you're gonna notice this folder here called games. This folder is already there with you. You don't have to create it, and this is where you're gonna be dropping the game files. One of the best formats on RPCS3 is having the game files inside a folder like this, and inside you have the actual game files that are going to look very similar to this one. And to get them, ideally, you should dump your copy of your game into your PC. So now, with the files in place, you're gonna go back to the emulator. You're gonna click here on File, and then Add Games. It should open the emulated folder by default. So now you're gonna click here on the Games folder, and then click here on Select Folder. And just like that, the games will appear here. You can also shut down the emulator and reopen. If the game files are inside the games folder and on a write format, the emulator will list them here. Both games are on the vanilla format here. We don't have the patches yet. And there is an easy way to update your games on RPCS3. Using this tool right here, Rusty PSN. The link will be on the description as well. And right here, you want to click on whatever it is, the latest version available. And under assets, the file you have to download is this one here, Rusty PSN Windows.zip. This is the one you're gonna need. So go ahead and click on this one to download to your computer. I downloaded the file to the same RPCS3 folder we have been using. This is a zip file, so we're gonna have to extract this with either WinRAR or 7-zip. Inside this, we only have a single file, the rustypsn.ex. So I'm gonna drag this file from the zip folder like this. And before we start rustypsn, I'm gonna create a new folder here on RPCS3. Right click on it, select new folder. I'm gonna call it updates, because this is where I'm gonna be downloading all the updates I'm gonna get. So now you're gonna double click on rustypsn, gonna open as such, and you're gonna click here on this little gear, and now we can change the download location of the updates. I'm gonna use that one folder that I just created, so click here on pick folder, navigate to the RPCS3 folder, and then I just have to click on updates once, then click on select folder like this. Now just click on save settings. Now, to get the patches, we're gonna need the game's serial code. And this is something that we can get on the emulator itself. It is this code right here. And to copy that, you're gonna right click the game. I'm gonna start with Gran Turismo 5. Then right here on the bottom, click on copy info and then copy serial. Now go back to Rusty PSN and you're simply gonna paste the code right here and then click on search for updates. Now we have all the updates listed here. Click on this little arrow so you can see each one of them. And on Gran Turismo 5, however, if you update this game beyond version 2.0, it will become much more demanding on your CPU, and as such, you'll lose performance. If you have a CPU with something like 8 cores and 16 threads, you can still play the game at around 50 FPS or something, but anything below that, I think the performance hit will be quite big. So just to be sure, you can update and download all of these patches here only up to version 2.0. So that's what I'm gonna do here. Start at 1.05, all the way here, click on each one of them, only up to 1.13, like this. Now that it's finished, we're gonna do the same for GT6, but before that, make sure you click here on Clear Results to get rid of that. Now go back to the emulator, right click on Gran Turismo 6, copy info, and then copy serial. Go back to Rusty, paste the code here, and search for updates, and there you go. And Gran Turismo 6 not only has the same issue as 5 with the game become more demanding on your CPU if you update it too much, but it's actually worse here. Not only the game will become much more heavy to run, but it's also going to introduce a lot of graphical issues. Mostly a screen tearing and also the reflections being broken on the cars and on the tracks themselves. And those issues will happen even if you have a really good CPU. This is a problem with the emulator and with the game right now. And to get around that, you should only update the game to version 1.05 right here. So you're gonna download all the patches before that, 1.02, 03, 04, and 05, just to keep things better. Now, when you're done downloading, you can go ahead and close Rusty PSN. And to install then, right here on the emulator, you're gonna click here on File, and then Install Packages. It should open the emulator folder by default, so in my case, I'm gonna double click on the updates file I created before, and I'm gonna start with Gran Turismo 5. It's this folder right here with the serial code, and inside all the updates. You can just select everything with your mouse, just click and hold with the left button. Make sure you select them from the top to below, so they are listed correctly. Now click here on Open. Then it's gonna list all the updates here. Make sure that they are in order, by the way, otherwise you're gonna get a very common error that most people get. And then click here on Install. Wait for it to finish and the game will be updated. There you go, GT5 is patched. Now we're gonna do the same for 6. File, Install Packages. Go to the GT6 Updates folder, this one right here. Then select everything, click on Open, and there you go. All the updates are in order, we're good to go. Click on Install. Now it's ready. Click on OK. Now we're going to tweak the emulator settings to give us the best performance in both GT5 and 6. Before anything else, we have to enable the debug configuration of this emulator. And to do that, first of all, right here where it says config, you're gonna click on this one once. This window is gonna open right here, and then you can go ahead and close this down. Now, you're gonna shut down the emulator, make sure that it's closed. And right here on the emulator folder, you're gonna look for this folder here called GUI configs. Double click on this one, and inside here, you should have this file with you, current settings. You should be able to open this with the default notepad from Windows or your favorite notepad software that you have on your computer. In case it does not open when you double click on it, then you're gonna have to click with the right button, and then you're gonna click here on Open With, and then you're gonna select Notepad. If Notepad doesn't show up in here, click here on Choose Another App and select it from here. Now, double click on Current Settings. This window here will show up, and the setting we have to change is right here on the top where it says Meta. It's this one here, Show Debug Tab equals False. You're going to erase this false right here, get rid of that, and then you're gonna write True. That's all you gotta do here. Make sure you save your changes by clicking here on File and then Save, or you can press Ctrl S on your keyboard, and there you go. Now, go back to the emulator folder, double click on the executable like this, and now we're back here. Now we can tweak the actual settings. I'm gonna start with Gran Turismo 5. So right click on the game, and then select here Create Custom Configuration. This window will show up, and right here on the CPU tab, the first option is this one here, SPU block size. Change this one from safe to mega. There's also a issue that could happen with you in this game, that the game crashes when you buy a used car. If that's happening to you frequently, we can fix that by changing the SPU decoder right here to recompiler ASMJIT. But you should only change this one if this issue is happening a lot and it's bothering you, because this will hinder the performance of the game a little bit. You can change this option here and just buy the card you want, and then you save the game. You can come back here and then switch back to recompiler LLVM. And another issue is the audio cutting out in gameplay. If that's happening a lot, you can fix that by changing the SPU X-float accuracy here from approximate to accurate. But again, this will affect the performance of the game too. So only change this one if this is really happening and you want to get fixed of that. Otherwise, keep this one on approximate X-float. This is the best one. Now let's switch over to the GPU tab right here. And on the first option, renderer, make sure that you have Vulkan selected here. This is the best renderer for this emulator. But if this doesn't show up for you, that means your GPU does not support it. In this case, you're gonna have to play the game using OpenGL, in which the game works, but the performance will be much worse. And in some cases, the game doesn't even render properly. You only get a black screen whenever you start the game. So OpenGL is only if you want to play the game and you don't have Vulkan. Otherwise, make sure you select it here. A little below here, we have these options. The first one is an isotropic filter. You can change this one from auto to 16x. This will make the game look much better, and it has minimal impact on performance. Now, right here on the resolution settings, this game has a funny thing going on. The game is less demanding on your GPU if you play this at 1080p resolution instead of the default 720p. But if you play this at 1080p, it's going to introduce a white dots issue in-game. They don't appear on the races themselves, only at the menus and the replay and also the pre-race screen as well. But some people do not have this white dots issue, and you could be one of them. Right now, it's a matter of luck because there's no explanation on why this is happening. So this is gonna be up to you. If you don't mind the white dots, keep this one at 1080p, or you can just stick it to the default 720p. You can also increase the resolution scale right here to go all the way to 4K if your GPU can support that is, but I would not recommend changing the scale right here because it will make the game crash more often. Now let's go to the advanced tab right here. And on this page, you're gonna enable the accurate RSX reservation access and change the RSX FIFO accuracy from fast to atomic. Now click on the debug tab that we enabled before, and right here you just have to enable the disable Z-code occlusion queries. You can also go here to the emulator section and you can disable the Shroud Trophy pop-ups, PPU compilation hint, and shader compilation. These will disable the notifications in-game, and they can be annoying because they happen quite so often, especially the PPU compilation. So if you don't want any distractions, this is how you disable them. And this is it for Gran Turismo 5, so click on Apply and then Save Custom Configuration. Now we're going to tweak Gran Turismo 6. So once again, right-click on the game and then select Create Custom Configuration. On this window, in the CPU tab, change the SPU block size from Safe to Mega. Now go to the GPU tab, make sure that the render is set to Vulkan, but if your GPU is outdated, you're only gonna have OpenGL, in which the performance is worse, right, like I explained. So keeping this one at Vulkan. You can change the anisotropic filter from auto to 16x, minimal impact on performance. And also do not change the anti-aliasing, by the way, keep this one at auto. And also every other configuration here. And this game does not have the white dot issues here. But if you're going to increase the resolution, keep the default at 720p and use the slider here under resolution scale. But of course, this will demand a lot more of your GPU, and this game is already demanding enough, so it's probably a good idea to just keep it at 100% here. And also, if you updated your game beyond version 1.05, it is recommended that you click here on Write Color Buffers, because this will help reduce the graphical issues that this game has, but only if you update it beyond that. Now moving on, go to the Advanced tab. Click here to enable accurate RSX reservation. If you updated the game beyond version 1.05, you also have to click here on read color buffers. But if you don't click on this one, and then change the RSX FIFO accuracy to atomic. Now go to the debug tab right here, and you're going to enable the disable Z-code occlusion queries and also the force CPU bleed emulation. And just like GT5, you can come in here on the emulator tab and disable the trophy pop-ups, PPU compilation, and shader compilation to get rid of any notifications you're gonna get in game. That's it for GT6, so go ahead and click on apply, and then save. Now we're going to configure your controller. So go ahead and click here on pads, and this emulator has a automatic mapping function. So if you don't have your controller plugged in, the one you're going to use in-game, go ahead and do that right now. And to configure it, you're just gonna click here on X input under handlers, and it's going to list all the devices available on this emulator. In my case, I'm using a Xbox controller. So if I click here on X input, it's going to do the configuration for me already. You can also play both games with a keyboard as well. If that's what you want to do, this emulator also supports that. And finally, when you're done tweaking things here, click here on save, and we are finally ready to start the games. I'm gonna start with Gran Turismo 5 right here. So just double click on the game. I'm going to ask if you want to install the update. Click on no. Not sure why it shows up. And when you start both games on the first time, it's going to compile these PPU modules right here. And this can take a little while depending on how strong your CPU is, especially on Gran Turismo 6. That one can take several minutes before it's finished, but you only have to do this one time. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to play God of War 3 and Ascension on PC with the best settings. Both games are very demanding on the emulator, especially on the CPU. But with these settings, I was getting 45 to 60 FPS on God of War 3, even on sections where there's a lot going on. But on Ascension, the performance was worse, averaging from 30 FPS and high, but stable overall. These settings will also minimize the potential crashes that could happen, so you can get the best experience. This is a new version of my original tutorial video with a few improvements, so without wasting any time, let's get started. We'll begin by downloading RPCS3, the PS3 emulator. I'll put the link down below, and here on the main page, you just have to click here on the download button, and then you download the emulator for the operational system you're using. In my case, I'm using Windows, so I'm gonna click on this one and then place it on the folder of your preference on your PC. It will come as a zipped file, so you have to extract it with either WinRAR or 7-zip. In my case, I'm using 7-zip, so I'm just gonna extract the file here, and you can go ahead and delete the original one. We're not gonna need that anymore. And to begin, you just have to double click here on rpcs3.exe to start the installation. And here there's a few options if you want to create a desktop shortcut and stuff. I would not recommend using the dark theme yet, so I'm gonna turn this off. And then just click here on do not show again, and I have read the quick start guide, and then just select here on continue. And there you go, we have our PCS3 on our computer. First, we have to install the PS3 firmware on the emulator, and we can get that on the official Sony website. This is the place right here. The link will be down below, and on this page you want to scroll down here to the bottom a little bit, and where it says how to update PS3 system software, you want to click here on update using a computer, and then you just click on download PS3 update and place the file on the same emulator folder. If for some reason the download doesn't start when you click on it, then you have to click on it with the right button on your mouse and then select copy link address, and then paste the link on your browser and press enter. Then the download will start. Now back on the emulator folder, I already downloaded my firmware here. It is this file, the PS3 update. Now you want to go to the emulator, and right here click on file and click on install firmware. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you just have to double click here on the PS3 update, and it will install the firmware on our PCS3. Click here and do not show again, and then click OK. And now it will install these PPU modules, but this shouldn't take long. And while you wait for it to finish, this will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. I would really appreciate it. As for getting the games, you can either dump your copies to your PC or get them from the internet. And I can't show you here on the video or even mention it how to do it because this is against YouTube's policy. And when you get the games, you can place them right here on this games folder on the emulator folder like this. This will be the default folder that the emulator is going to scan for the games. If you had your emulator open while doing all of this, go ahead and close it down, reopen, and the games should appear right here. If they don't show up for whatever reason, click here on File, and then click on Add Games, and then just select the games folder here again. Very simple, right? Now, these are the vanilla versions of the game. We don't have the patches yet. And we can get them using a little tool that is very simple to use. Using this tool right here, Rusty PSN, the link will be down below as well. So here on this page, you just want to click here on the latest release available. It is version 3.7, and then just scroll down here to the bottom, and you have to download this file right here, the Rusty PSN EG Windows.zip. Download this file if you are using Windows like I am. You can place it on the same emulator folder. Now back on the RPCS3 folder, the file is right here, the Rusty PSN that is, so you just have to extract the single .ex file that is inside of it with either WinRAR or 7-zip here. And then now you just have to double click here on the Rusty PSN.exe and the tool will open. Before you start downloading the patches, I want you to click here on this little gear so you can change the download location for the patches. In my case, I like to create a new folder on the emulator folder here called updates, just so that I can keep things organized, you know? And now go back to Rusty PSN and then select pick folder and then select that one updates folder that we just created. Remember, this is optional. This is up to you how you want to download this, but I like doing it like this. So now click here on save settings. With Rusty PSN already configured, to download the updates, we're gonna need the game serial code, and we can get them on the emulator right here. So I'm gonna start with God of War 3. Right here on the game, click on it with the right button, then the option from the bottom, copy info, click here on copy serial. Now go back to Rusty PSN and copy the serial right here. And click on search for updates, and it's going to list all the updates available for the game. There's only one update for God of War 3, so that's all we're gonna need. So just click here on download file. This one shouldn't take long, and there you go, it's ready. Now we're gonna do the same thing for God of War Ascension. Click on the game with the right button, the option from the bottom, copy info, copy serial. Go back to Rusty PSN, delete the code from God of War 3, paste this one. Search for updates. Now, God of War Ascension has several updates, but the only one we're gonna need is 1.04. Do not update this game beyond this version, because it's mostly content for the game multiplayer mode, and if you update the game with everything, it can cause a freeze on the emulator. So 1.04 is the only one we're gonna need. So click on download file, wait until it is finished, and there you go, it's ready. You can now close Rusty PSN. Now here back on the emulator, click here on File, and then click on Install Packages RPCS. Now go to the emulator folder and select that updates folder we created before. This one right here. It's going to list the updates for God of War 3 and Ascension. This one is God of War 3, so let's start with this one. Simply just select this one, click on Open. It's going to ask if you want to install. Click on Yes, and there you go. God of War 3 is updated. Now do the same thing for God of War Ascension. Install packages, updates. There you go. And open. Yes to install. And there you go. Both games are updated, but Ascension only up to 1.04. That's what we're gonna need. Now we're going to enable the community patches for both of these games, and they're required for getting more performance out of them. Let's start with God of War 3. So click on it with the right button and select this option here, Manage Game Patches. Here, we're going to select the patches from version 1.03, which is what we have here. And basically, the options you want to have enabled here are Disable Color Grading, Disable Layered Fog. These two will make the game look a little worse, but it's going to give you 10 to 15 FPS increase on gameplay, so it's absolutely worth it. Also, Disable MLAA, Disable Motion Blur if you feel like it, and Disable SPU MLAA. You can also enable to skip any buttons with X and Intro, and also unlock FPS as well, so we can get 60. And there you go. So hit apply, and then save. And now we're going to do the same thing for God of War Ascension. Click on it with the right button, manage game patches, and we're going to select from 1.04 right here. Basically, the only option for performance is disable MLA, but you can once again disable motion blur, skip the intro, and unlock FPS. Click on apply and then save. Now we're going to configure the emulator settings for both of these games, and this is probably the most important part of this tutorial for getting the best performance out of these games right now. So starting with God of War 3, click again with the right button and select here, create custom configuration from global settings. This window will show up, and on the CPU tab, the first option is SPU X float accuracy. Change this one to relaxed, and the SPU block size, change this one to mega. Now click on the GPU tab, and right here make sure that the render is set to Vulkan. If it's not available for you, you can leave it as OpenGL, but preferably set this to Vulkan. Here on the frame limit, set this to 60, otherwise if at some point in the game the FPS goes any higher than that, it will speed up the rest of the game. Keep the default resolution at recommended, but if you plan on upscaling the resolution, you're gonna use this slide right here. But if you do so, if you upscale the resolution to anything higher than 720p, you have to change the scale threshold right here to 160 by 160. You can use the keys on the keyboard. Keep it precise like this. Otherwise, if you're going to play this at 720p, keep this one at the default as well. Now on additional settings, enable right color buffers and texture streaming. Now click on the advanced tab and change the RSX FIFO accuracy to atomic, and the driver wake up delay, at first you're gonna change this one to 50. This option is required from preventing the crashes from happening at the game, but even after you set this to 50, if the game is still crashing, you can go back here and set this to 100. If the game's still crashing, you can increase by 50 again and keep it on 150 and so on. But in my case, when I set mine to 50, I didn't have any crashes or anything like that. But if it does happen, you already know what to do. Now we have to configure God of War Ascension, so click on it with the right button and same option, create custom configuration. On the CPU tab, the only option you have to change is SPU block size. Change this to mega. Now click on the GPU tab, make sure that the render is set to Vulkan if it's available. Set the frame limit to 60, and on this option, Z-Cure accuracy, change this to relaxed fastest. And on additional settings, enable right color buffers. Now click on advanced tab. Here on the core, enable accurate RSX reservation access. Here on the bottom where it says sleep timers accuracy, change this one to as host. Finally, the RSX FIFO accuracy, change this one to atomic. That's pretty much it. Now click on apply and then save custom configuration. And lastly, we have to configure the controller. So click here on pads, and if you already have your controller plugged in, it's going to show up right here which one you're using. If you don't have it, go ahead and plug it in. In my case, I'm using a Xbox controller, so I just have to click here on X input, and it's already going to do the auto mapping for me for all the buttons. And there we go, you can start playing the games. So I'm gonna start with God of War 3. So just double click the game. I'm going to ask if you want to install the digital manual. That's not necessary, right? That's optional, up to you. And when you boot this for the first time, it's going to build this SPU cache and also some modules as well. So just wait until it is finished and you can start playing. I have many videos like this on the channel covering how to install and play games on PC with the best settings for performance and graphics. So if you like what you saw, don't forget to subscribe, hit the like button, and as always, I'll see you soon. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to play Uncharted 1 Drake's Fortune on PC with the best settings. This is a new version of my original tutorial video that includes more details about the setup process and fixes some mistakes that I've made, and is updated for RPCS3 now in 2024. Without wasting any time, let's get started. We'll begin by downloading RPCS3, the PS3 emulator. I'll put the link down below. And here on the main page, you just have to click here on the download button, and then you download the emulator for the operational system you're using. In my case, I'm using Windows, so I'm gonna click on this one and then place it on the folder of your preference on your PC. It will come as a zipped file, so you have to extract it with either WinRAR or 7-zip. In my case, I'm using 7-zip, so I'm just gonna extract the file here, and you can go ahead and delete the original one. We're not gonna need that anymore. And to begin, you just have to double click here on RPCS3.exe to start the installation. And here there's a few options if you want to create a desktop shortcut and stuff. I would not recommend using the dark theme yet, so I'm gonna turn this off. And then just click here on do not show again, and I have read the quick start guide, and then just select here on continue. And there you go, we have our PCS3 on our computer. First, we have to install the PS3 firmware on the emulator, and we can get that on the official Sony website. This is the place right here, the link will be down below, and on this page, you want to scroll down here to the bottom a little bit, and where it says how to update PS3 system software, you want to click here on update using a computer, and then you just click on download PS3 update and place the file on the same emulator folder. If for some reason the download doesn't start when you click on it, then you have to click on it with the right button on your mouse and then select copy link address and then paste the link on your browser and press enter. Then the download will start. Now back on the emulator folder, I already downloaded my firmware here. It is this file, the PS3 update. Now you want to go to the emulator and right here click on file and click on install firmware. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you just have to double click here on the PS3 update and it will install the firmware on our PCS3. Click here and do not show again and then click OK. And now it will install these PPU modules, but this shouldn't take long. And while you wait for it to finish, this will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. I would really appreciate it. Now back on the emulator folder, there is this folder here called games that was already created when you installed the emulator. And this is the folder where you're gonna be placing the game files. And you can do this by dumping your own copy of the game or finding it online. But this is something that I can't show here on the video or even mention it because it's against YouTube's policy. Now let's go back to the emulator right here. And the game is already showing up for me, but if it doesn't for you, click here on the File tab and then Add Games. And from here, you just select the folder where the game is installed and it should open up for you like this. But this is the vanilla version of the game. We don't have the patches. So this is what we're going to do now. Using this tool right here, Rusty PSN, the link will be down below as well. So here on this page, you just want to click here on the latest release available. It is version 3.7, and then just scroll down here to the bottom, and you have to download this file right here, the Rusty PSN EG Windows.zip. Download this file if you are using Windows like I am. You can place it on the same emulator folder. Now back on the RPCS3 folder, the file is right here, the Rusty PSN that is, so you just have to extract the single .exe file that is inside of it with either WinRAR or 7-zip here. And then now you just have to double click here on the Rusty PSN.exe and the tool will open. Before you start downloading the patches, I want you to click here on this little gear so you can change the download location for the patches. In my case, I like to create a new folder on the emulator folder here called updates, just so that I can keep things organized, you know? And now go back to Rusty PSN and then select pick folder and then select that one updates folder that we just created. Remember, this is optional. This is up to you how you want to download this, but I like doing it like this. So now click here on save settings. And for downloading the patches for Uncharted 1, we're gonna need the game serial code. And we can get that on the emulator itself. So go back to it, right here on the game, click on it with the right button. And then on this option here from the bottom, copy info, select this option right here, copy serial. Now, go back to Rusty PSN and just press Ctrl V here. And then select search for updates. And there you go. It is now listing all the updates available for Uncharted 1, which is basically just one, right? And then you just want to go ahead here and click on download file. One is pretty quick, right? Now go back to the emulator, and again on the File tab, click on it, and then click on Install Packages RAPs EDATs, and select the folder where we just downloaded the patch. Right here, the emulator folder, and then the Updates folder, Uncharted 1, this is the serial code, and there you go. The PKG file for the update, just highlight it, and click on Open. It's going to ask if you want to install this package. Of course we do. Click on Yes, and there you go. The game is patched. And now, for the second step for this game, right-click on it again, and then select this option right here, Manage Game Patch. I already did this before, but if nothing shows up for you, it's going to ask you if you want to download the latest updates available, so you just click on Yes, and it's going to list the game like this. So click right here, and then select the patched version, version 1.10. The only options you want to have enabled here are Debug Menu, Disable Depth of Field, and Disable Motion Blur. Just click here on Apply, and then Save. And now, for the third step, once again, click on the game with the right button, and then select this option right here, Create Custom Configuration. On the GPU tab, make sure that the renderer is set to Vulkan, and on output scaling, I like turning on the sharpening strength right here to the Fidelity FX Super Resolution, something between like, 70 to 80 or maybe 85 should be okay. I'm gonna put mine here on 80. And on additional settings, turn on right color buffers and VSync. Also set the frame limit to 60 FPS, otherwise the cutscenes will play with double speed. On the Advanced tab, enable the first option, Debug Console Mode. On the RSX FIFO accuracy, change it from fast to atomic, and change the driver wake up delay to 250. You can use the keys on the keyboard for that, for the more precise thing. And on V-blank frequency, change this to 120 Hz. This is required for getting the game on 60 FPS. Now click on Apply, and then Save Custom Configuration. And if you haven't already, click here on Paths and configure your controller. If you click here on Handlers, it's gonna list all the controllers available. And in my case, I'm using a Xbox controller, so all I have to do is click here on X Input, and it's going to do all the work here for me. And then click on Save, and now we have to change the dev mode, but we have to open the game for that. So go ahead and double click the game. Now with the game open, pick up your controller because we're going to open the dev menu. So with your controller, press the left stick and the start button right here to open the dev menu. And on the first option here on rendering, click on that with X, and you're going to mesh options, this one right here, and you're going to enable this option here, disable sunlight shadow buffer draw. Just press X or A if you're on a Xbox controller, and there you go. And if you want to get rid of the screen, press the left stick again and press triangle or the Y button if you're on a Xbox controller, like this. And there you go. Message will go away. You can start playing the game. But with these settings, you can play the game for something like 30 to 50 FPS. It fluctuates a lot depending on what's happening on screen and all. But it's definitely playable from start to finish. But in safe areas like this one, you're likely going to hit 60 sometimes with no problem, at the cost of quality as well. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to play Uncharted 2 and 3 on PC. This is a follow-up video to my Uncharted 1 tutorial, and Uncharted 2 and 3 requires more tweak on the settings to improve performance compared to most games. They are among the most demanding games of this emulator, but with the settings I'll show you, we're gonna minimize the potential crashes that could happen and stabilize the performance too. This video will include everything, so let's get going. We'll begin by downloading RPCS3, the PS3 emulator. I'll put the link down below, and here on the main page, you just have to click here on the download button, and then you download the emulator for the operational system you're using. In my case, I'm using Windows, so I'm gonna click on this one, and then place it on the folder of your preference on your PC. These are the recommended and minimal specs of the emulator. And it's ideal that your PC has at least the recommended specs here. especially on the CPU. This emulator is very demanding on that. The emulator will come in a zipped file, so you're gonna need either WinRAR or 7-zip to extract it, and I would personally recommend using 7-zip. I'll put the link of that on the description of the video, and when you install that right here on the file, you're gonna click on it with the right button and then select 7-zip here and click on extract here. And you can go ahead and delete the original one. We're not gonna need that anymore. And to begin, you just have to double click here on RPCS3.exe to start the installation. And here there's a few options if you want to create a desktop shortcut and stuff. I would not recommend using the dark theme yet, so I'm gonna turn this off. And then just click here on do not show again, and I have read the quick start guide, and then just select here on continue. And there you go, we have our PCS3 on our computer. First, we have to install the PS3 firmware on the emulator, and we can get that on the official Sony website. This is the place right here. The link will be down below, and on this page you want to scroll down here to the bottom a little bit, and where it says how to update PS3 system software, you want to click here on update using a computer, and then you just click on download PS3 update and place the file on the same emulator folder. If for some reason the download doesn't start when you click on it, then you have to click on it with the right button on your mouse and then select copy link address, and then paste the link on your browser and press enter. Then the download will start. Now back on the emulator folder, I already downloaded my firmware here. It is this file, the PS3 update. Now you want to go to the emulator, and right here click on file and click on install firmware. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you just have to double click here on the PS3 update, and it will install the firmware on our PCS3. Click here and do not show again, and then click OK. And now it will install these PPU modules, but this shouldn't take long. And while you wait for it to finish, this will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. I would really appreciate it. Now, with the emulator up and running, I want you to go back to the folder where you drop all the files here. And on the emulator folder, you're gonna notice this folder here called games that was already created by the emulator when we installed everything here. And this is the folder that we're gonna be placing the games. And the best way you can place the games right here is have them inside a folder like this, one folder for each game. And inside you have the actual game files that are very similar to this one. And to get the game files, ideally you should dump your copy of your game into your PC, or you could get them from the internet. But this is something that I can't do here on the video because it's against YouTube's guideline, and it can't get my video deleted if I were to do that. Now with the files in place, if you had your emulator open here, you're just gonna click here on file and then click on add games right here. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you just have to highlight the games folder here and then click here on select folder, and just like that the games will appear here. You can also restart the emulator, that will work as well. Both games are on the vanilla version, and it's very crucial that you update both games right here, not only to get more performance but also more stability as well. And there is an easy way to update your games on this emulator. Using this tool right here, Rusty PSN, the link will be down below as well. So here on this page, you just want to click here on the latest release available. It is version 3.7, and then just scroll down here to the bottom, and you have to download this file right here, the Rusty PSN EG Windows.zip. Download this file if you are using Windows like I am. You can place it on the same emulator folder. Now back on the RPCS3 folder, the file is right here, the Rusty PSN that is, so you just have to extract the single .exe file that is inside of it with either WinRAR or 7-zip here. And then now you just have to double click here on the Rusty PSN.exe and the tool will open. Before you start downloading the patches, I want you to click here on this little gear so you can change the download location for the patches. In my case, I like to create a new folder on the emulator folder here called updates, just so that I can keep things organized, you know? And now go back to Rusty PSN and then select pick folder, and then select that one updates folder that we just created. Remember, this is optional, this is up to you how you want to download this, but I like doing it like this. So now click here on Save Settings. So to locate the updates, we're gonna need the game's serial code, and we can get that on the emulator here. It's this code right here for both games. I'm gonna start with Uncharted 2, and you can just right-click the game, select the option from the bottom, copy info, and then click on Copy Serial. Now go back to Rusty PSN, and you're simply going to paste this code right here, and then click on Search for Updates. And it's going to list all the updates available for Uncharted 2. So just go ahead and click here on Download All and wait for the Rusty PSN to get everything. Now we have to do the same thing for Uncharted 3, but before you get the code, make sure you click here on Clear Results. Get rid of that. Now go back to the emulator, right-click the game, copy info, copy serial. Back on Rusty PSN, paste the code right here and click for Search for Updates. And there you go, there's only one for the third game. Now we are ready to install them on the emulator, so go back to it, click here on File, and then click on Install Packages. Now in the emulator folder, you're gonna double click on the Updates folder or navigate to the folder where you downloaded the patches to. And inside a couple of folders with the serial code of each game, I'm gonna start with Uncharted 2 right here. And here you can just select everything with your mouse. Just click and hold the left button, highlight everything, and click on Open. The updates will be listed here. Go ahead and click on Install, and there you go. Now do the same thing for Uncharted 3. File, Install Packages, the folder with the serial code of the game, and a single update. You can just double click on this one, click on Yes to install, and there you go. Now both games are fully updated. Now we are going to enable the custom patches for each game, and they are very important for the performance and stability of each game. I'm gonna start with Uncharted 2 first. So you're gonna right click on the game and then select here Manage Game Patches. This window will show up, and at first it's going to ask you to download the latest update. Go ahead and click on Yes, and there you go, and the name of the game will appear here. Now you can just click on this little arrow. Make sure you select this one right here, that is the game with the updates, and inside all the custom patches for this game. There are two patches here that improve the performance of the game. They are the Disable Mesh Streaming and Enable GPU Lighting. These two, you have to make sure that they are enabled. But you can go ahead and enable the other ones if you feel like it. For example, this one for bug fix on the quit to menu crash here. I like to disable the motion blur as well, and the SSAO, and also the velocity motion blur too. And also here one patch to unlock the FPS of a game. There's two, one for 60, and this one fully unlocks the FPS. This is the best one because it's the newest, so go ahead, click on this one. Also to skip the intro as well if you just want to go straight into the menu of the game, and also the disable SPU post-processing. This should only be used if you're planning to increase the resolution of the game to make it look better. It will require more of your GPU, of course, but if you're going to do that anyway, make sure that this one is enabled. Otherwise, do not enable this option here. Finally, when you're done, go ahead and click here on Apply and then Save. The same thing has to be done for Uncharted 3 as well. So on the game, right click on it and then select Manage Game Patches again. This one has more options to improve the performance, and they are the Depth Border Fix, Depth Buffer Viewport, Disable Inbuilt MLAA, Disable Mesh Trimming, Enable GPU Lighting, and also the Performance WCB. I would also recommend to disable the depth of field, motion blur, and SSAO. They are not known to improve performance or the stability of the game, but in my case, I definitely notice a small performance gain here when I disable these options. And you can also enable the remaining patches as well if you want to, like disable bloom here, skip the intro, and also unlock the FPS. Now, when you are done with this, click on Apply and then Save. Now let's tweak the emulator settings for each game. This part is very important for the performance and stability of both games. I'm gonna start with 2 and then move on to the third game. So once again, click on the game with the right button, but this time click here on Create Custom Configuration. This window will pop up. We don't have to change anything on CPU, so go to the GPU tab here. And right here where it says Render, make sure that you have Vulkan enabled here. But if your GPU is outdated, you're only gonna have OpenGL available. in which the performance will be much worse on this render, and sometimes you can't even play the game because you get a black screen when you start it. And on frame limit, you can leave it on auto because the emulator will try to run the game at the highest FPS your computer can handle, and there are no troubles in playing this game at 60 FPS or higher, but of course that's gonna depend on how strong your CPU is. Here on anisotropic filter, also make sure that this one is set to auto, do not change this option. And if you want to increase the game resolution, keep the default here at 720p and increase the resolution scale. But remember that if you're going to increase this one, you must have enabled that option back on the custom patches. I'm just gonna keep mine at 100%, this game is already demanding as it is. And also, if you do change the resolution scale, you have to change the threshold here to 160 by 160 exactly. You can use the keys on your keyboard to be more precise, right? But this is only if you are going to change the resolution here. And on additional settings, click on right color buffers, multi-thread RSX, and asynchronous texture streaming. Now click on the Advanced tab and you're going to enable accurate RSX reservation access. On GPU, read color buffers, and here on RSX FIFO accuracy, change it from fast to atomic. That's it for Uncharted 2. Click here on apply and then save custom configuration. Now let's tweak the Uncharted 3 settings. Right click on the game, create custom configuration. And the settings are similar to Uncharted 2, but there's a couple of new ones here. Again, head to the GPU tab, make sure you select Vulkan right here. Under frame limit, change it from auto to off. This will give us better frame pacing and it will also improve the performance at some parts in the game. And here on anisotropic filter, you can change it to 16x. This will make the game look better and it has minimal impact on performance. And the resolution can be increased here. Keep the default at 720p and use the resolution scale. You don't have to use the scale threshold in here as long as you have the MLAA patch enabled before on the custom patches. But this game is also very demanding. I think it's even more than Uncharted 2 actually, so I'm just gonna keep mine at 100%. And on additional settings, the same as before. Right color buffers, multi-thread RSX, and asynchronous texture streaming. Now click on the Advanced tab and select Accurate RSX reservation access. On GPU, read color buffers and handle RSX memory tealing. And RSX FIFO accuracy, set this one to atomic as well. And we are done. Click on apply and then save custom configuration. Now we have to configure the controller, so make sure that you have your controller plugged in on your PC now and click here on pads because this emulator has an automatic mapping function. So with your controller plugged in here on handlers, select keyboard and it's going to list all the devices available on this emulator. So you just have to select the controller you're using. In my case, I have a Xbox controller. So if I click here on X input, it's going to do the mapping for me. You can also play with a keyboard as well. If that's what you want to do, this is also supported here. Very simple, right? So go ahead and click here on save when you're done and we are finally ready to start the game. I'm gonna go with Uncharted 2 here and you just have to double click the game with your mouse. And when you start it for the first time, it's going to compile these PPU modules here, but this shouldn't take long. It's going to depend on how strong your CPU is, and you only have to do this one time. And to go full screen, you can either double click your screen or press Alt and Enter on your keyboard. Today I'm gonna show you how to install Metal Gear Solid 4 on PC with the best settings for stability and performance now in 2024. This game requires extra patches to make it more stable, the so-called Canary patches from RPCS3. This will prevent crashes from happening, and the settings have been updated to work with the recent firmware update from last month. I've been getting 45 to 60 FPS in this game with the CPU that I have, which is considered A tier on the RPCS3 CPU ranking data. I'll put the link of this on the description of the video so you can compare it to yours, and the crashes that usually happen at the beginning of the game have been gone now after using these settings. So subscribe to the channel, leave a like on this video, and let's get started. We'll begin by downloading the PS3 emulator itself, RPCS3. I'll put the link of this on the description of the video. So right here on the main page, you want to click here on the download button and then just select the operational system you're using. In my case, I have Windows 10. So you just gotta click here on download and place it on the folder of your preference. In my case, I created a folder on my desktop called Metal Gear 4, and right here I have the zip file of the emulator. So first you have to extract the contents of it with either WinRAR or 7-zip. That's up to you. In my case, I have 7-zip, so I'm just gonna click on extract here, and there you go. I'm also gonna delete the original file. We're not gonna need this anymore. And to start, you just have to double click here on this RPCS3.exe file. And this window will show up, and there's a few options here if you want to create a desktop or start menu shortcut. That's up to you. Just click here on do not show again, and I have read the quick start guide. I would also recommend turning off the dark theme and use the default one. So now I just click here on continue, and there you go. The emulator is now installed. First, we have to install the PS3 firmware that we can get on the official Sony website. So head over to this website right here. The link will be on the description, and you just gotta scroll down here to the bottom a little bit, and right here it says how to update PS3 system software update. Click here on update using a computer. Now I just have to click on download PS3 update and place the file on the same folder where the emulator is. If for some reason you click on this and nothing happens, click on it with the right button and then select here the option copy link address. And then right here on your browser, you just gotta paste the link as such, and then just press enter and the download should start. Now on your emulator folder, you should have the PS3 update.pub file right here with you. So now go back to the emulator and right here click on file and then install firmware. Click on this one, it should open the same folder of the emulator right here. So just select the PS3 data file. You can just double click on it as such. Go ahead and click here on don't show again and then press OK. Now it's going to compile these PPU modules, but it shouldn't take long. With this part finished, now you're going to need the game files. And I can't show you here on the video where to go or even mention it because it's against YouTube's policy. And when you have the game files with you, you're gonna place them here on this games folder inside the emulator. This folder should already be created by default when you install it, the emulator. So in my case, I'm gonna place the files right here. And to install the game, you're gonna need both the PKG and the RAP files. Now go back to the emulator and click here again on File, and then select the option Install Packages. Click on it, it should open the emulator folder once again. So now you're gonna double click on the games folder, and you're gonna highlight both the PKG and the RAP with your mouse like this. Just click and hold the button to highlight both of them, and then select the Open option. Now it's installing the game, and this shouldn't take long right here. And there you go, it finished installing the game. There's some options here if you want to use them. I'm just gonna go ahead and click OK, and the game should appear right here. Now we're gonna configure the emulator settings for stability and performance, and we're gonna start by adding the Canary patches into the game. We're gonna head over here to the emulator wiki page for Metal Gear Solid 4. Now scroll down here on the bottom where it says Canary patches here, and click on expand. And this wall of text will show up, and I want you to copy everything from here. So scroll down to the bottom here, and then just click and hold the left button on your mouse like this, and then just copy everything here all the way to the top right here, all the way up to where it says anchors here. So now with everything selected, click on the right button and then select copy or press Ctrl C. Now go back to the emulator folder here, and you should have a folder here called patches already created. So double click on it like this, and here click on it with the right button, and then select the new tab, and then text document. Click on it, and the name of the file should be, actually it has to be, imported _ patch, and then press enter. Now with this created, double click on it to open, and before pasting all of that stuff we copied, first I want you to type here on the top version column space 1.2, exactly like this. Now press enter 2 times and you can now paste all of that we've got. It has to look exactly like this in order for the emulator to read the Canary patches. Now obviously save this by clicking here on the file and then selecting save, or press Ctrl S on your keyboard and you can close this down. Now we have to rename the file extension, and make sure that you have this option here enabled under the View tab right here, the file name extensions, so you can see what's really going on here. So now click on the file again with the right button and then select the rename option. And right here on text, you're gonna erase this and replace it with YML, exactly like this. Now press enter and this option will show up if you really want to change it. File extension, click on yes, and there you go. Now we have imported the Canary patches into the emulator. So open the emulator once again. If you had the emulator open while doing all of this, close it down just to make sure that it has updated with this stuff. Now double click here again on it, and first right click on the game here like this and select the Manage Game Patches option. Click on it. If you open for the first time, it's going to ask you if you want to update. Click on yes so that everything else shows up. And here where it says all versions, click on the little arrow here and you're going to enable the Salesperson option here to version 4.91, which is the firmware that we are using here. Now here on the bottom, you're going to enable the crash fix and the unlock FPS patches. Both self-explanatory, right, what they do here. And there is also a disable shadows, disable spawned effects, and reduce stage quality options here. They are useful for giving you more performance, of course, especially the disable shadows option here. But it will make the game look much worse. So this is gonna be up to you. If your PC is really struggling with the frame rate, you can go ahead and test with these options on. In my case, I'm gonna leave them off. And there is also a flickering textures fix option here, but you should only turn this option on if it's really bothering you in the game, if it's really happening a lot, because it can also introduce more crashes into the game. So it's a bit dangerous to use it. So in my case, I'm only going to be using these options here, especially the Salesperson option here. This is kind of like the secret sauce to prevent the game from crashing a lot. And when you're done, click here on Apply and then Save. Now let's configure the emulator settings for the game. And once again, click on it with the right button. And now click here on Create Custom Configuration from Global Settings. Here on the CPU tab, if you notice that there are some character models missing on the game, you can change the SPU exafloat accuracy from approximate to accurate. But this could cause some audio issues into your game, so there's no way around this really. You just have to set back to approximate and play the game like that. It's gonna be a trade-off here, really. Now click on the GPU tab and first make sure that the render is set to Vulkan. If your GPU is not supported, you're only gonna have the OpenGL option here, but Vulkan is really useful for performance. Set the frame rate to 60, and on Z-Curve accuracy, change this one to the relaxed option. Also change the anisotropic filter from auto to 16x. This will make the game look much better and has minimal impact on performance. If you want to increase the resolution of the game, don't change the default one, leave it at 720p, but increase it right here on resolution scale. In my case, I was playing the game at 1080p resolution, but this one is gonna depend on your CPU, on how strong your CPU can handle this game right here. So just start off with default and then increase it as you see fit. Lastly, on additional settings, turn on the right color buffers option. Now go to the Advanced tab right here and first enable the Accurate RSX Reservation Access. And here on Firmware Libraries, you're gonna scroll down here to the bottom and enable the libvdec codec. Lastly, on RSX FIFO accuracy, change this one from fast to atomic. You can also head over to the Emulator tab here and disable the Show PPO compilation and the Show Shader compilation hint as well. This can be annoying because the emulator is constantly compiling the PPU models and building the shaders and all, so you might want to get rid of that for a better gaming experience too. You can also disable the show trophy options too, that's gonna be up to you. And now you're ready, so just click here on Apply and then Save Custom Configuration. Lastly, we just have to configure the controller, so click here on Paths, and this emulator has an automatic mapping function. So if you already have your controller plugged in, you just have to click here on Handlers and select the controller device that you're going to use. In my case, I have an Xbox controller, so just click here on X Input, and it's going to do all the work for me. And the emulator has support for the motion controls as well, for DualShock controllers only. But if it comes down to a section in the game where you have to use them and you're using an Xbox controller, you can get through by just circling the right analog stick on your controller. And that's it, so just click here on Save and you're good to start. So double click on the game as such, and it's going to compile these PPU modules. And compiling these modules is notoriously long on Metal Gear Solid 4, and there's no other way around that really. You just have to wait until it's finished, and it takes a long time. In my case, it took a little over than 2 hours to complete this. It will depend on how long your CPU is, but regardless, it will take a little while to finish it. PS3 emulation has come a long way by now, with many games being playable, and one thing that is very interesting to me is that the online functionalities of some games have been fully restored, and you can play these games online on PC right now. In this video, I'll show you how to fully set up the emulator to play online, and I'll use Tekken 6 as an example, a game that which just last month got its online modes fully working on RPCS3. I'll leave a link on the description on the progress that has been made so far on restoring the online for these games. Subscribe to the channel and leave a like on this video, and let's get going. We'll begin by downloading RPCS3, the PS3 emulator. I'll put the link down below, and here on the main page, you just have to click here on the download button, and then you download the emulator for the operational system you're using. In my case, I'm using Windows, so I'm gonna click on this one and then place it on the folder of your preference on your PC. It will come as a zipped file, so you have to extract it with either WinRAR or 7-zip. In my case, I'm using 7-zip, so I'm just gonna extract the file here, and you can go ahead and delete the original one. We're not gonna need that anymore. And to begin, you just have to double click here on rpcs3.exe to start the installation, and here there's a few options if you want to create a desktop shortcut and stuff. I would not recommend using the dark theme yet, so I'm gonna turn this off, and then just click here on do not show again, and I have read the quick start guide, and then just select here on continue. And there you go, we have RPCS3 on our computer. First, we have to install the PS3 firmware on the emulator, and we can get that on the official Sony website. This is the place right here, the link will be down below, and on this page, you want to scroll down here to the bottom a little bit, and where it says how to update PS3 system software, you want to click here on update using a computer, and then you just click on download PS3 update and place the file on the same emulator folder. If for some reason the download doesn't start when you click on it, then you have to click on it with the right button on your mouse and then select copy link address, and then paste the link on your browser and press enter. Then the download will start. Now back on the emulator folder, I already downloaded my firmware here. It is this file, the PS3 update. Now you want to go to the emulator, and right here click on file and click on install firmware. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you just have to double click here on the PS3 update, and it will install the firmware on RPCS3. Click here and do not show again, and then click OK. And now it will install these PPU modules, but this shouldn't take long. And while you wait for it to finish, this will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. I would really appreciate it. This is the vanilla version of Tekken 6 without any of the updates. And in order to play this game online on RPCS3, we need to update it to the latest version, which is version 1.03. And luckily, there is an easy way to update your games without having to create an account or anything like that. Using this tool right here, Rusty PSN, the link will be down below as well. So here on this page, you just want to click here on the latest release available. It is version 3.7, and then just scroll down here to the bottom, and you have to download this file right here, the Rusty PSN EG Windows.zip. Download this file if you are using Windows like I am. You can place it on the same emulator folder. Now back on the RPCS3 folder, the file is right here, the rusty PSN that is, so you just have to extract the single .ex file that is inside of it with either WinRAR or 7-zip here. And then now you just have to double click here on the rusty PSN.ex and the tool will open. Before you start downloading the patches, I want you to click here on this little gear so you can change the download location for the patches. In my case, I like to create a new folder on the emulator folder here called updates, just so that I can keep things organized, you know? And now go back to Rusty PSN and then select Pick folder and then select that one updates folder that we just created. Remember, this is optional. This is up to you how you want to download this, but I like doing it like this. So now click here on Save Settings. Now, in order to download updates for any game, we're gonna need its title serial right here, and we can get that on the emulator itself. So head back to it, and here on the game that you have, click on it with the right button, and right here on the last option on the bottom, Copy Info, you're gonna click here on Copy Serial. Now, go back to Rusty PSN, and right here on this bar, you're just gonna paste the serial like this. And then click on Search for Updates. And just like that, it's going to list all the updates available for the game. So now just click here on Download File, wait for it to finish, and we're good. Keep in mind that I'm only updated Tekken 6 because it is required to do that in order to play online. Not every game on RPCS3 needs to be updated for that. But it's usually a good idea to update your games anyway. Now, with the files downloaded, you're gonna go back to the emulator, and right here on File, click on it, and then select Install Packages here. It will open the emulator installation folder, so now look for that updates folder that we just created here, and then you should have the game serial code appearing here, so just double click on it, and then select the updates available. You can update it all of them in one go if that's the case. You just press and hold your mouse like this and then select all the updates available. In this case, there's only one update, so I'm just gonna double click here on the file. It's going to ask if you want to install this package. Click on yes. This is a small update, so it was pretty quick and pretty much done here. So now just click on OK, and as you can see, Tekken 6 is now updated to the latest version. Now we're going to create an account on the RPCN network, which is required to play these games online here. So here in the emulator, on Configuration, click on it, and then select the RPCN option right here. This window will show up, and you're gonna start by clicking here on Account, and then here you're gonna click on Create Account. And first, you're going to create your username account right here. So select the name that you want to use, and then click on OK. And here you're gonna type the password that you want to use, of course. Then click on OK. And lastly, you're gonna type the email that you have so you can receive the token code, so you can access the online functionalities of RPCN and play the game online. Click on OK, and this window will show up saying that you have created your account, but you need the token code on your email to activate your account. So head over to your email inbox, and you're gonna receive a message exactly like this one that says your token for RPCN and then the code right here. So obviously, you're gonna copy your code as such and paste your token right here and then select OK. Now the username that you have created is going to show up right here. So lastly, just click here on Test Account to make sure that everything worked fine. And there you go. You're gonna see this message here saying your account is valid. You're good to go now. So click on OK, and you can close this down too. You notice that there's a friends option here available, and you can actually add other people that also have a RPCN account to play with them online. So if you know someone that wants to play online as well, you just have to click here on Friends, and then click on Add Friend, and then type his ID right here, and then add him, and then add that person as a friend. Now we're gonna configure the game settings to connect to the RPCN network. So right here on the game, click on it with the right button, and then click here on Create Custom Configuration. Here you wanna click on the Network tab here. And first, on network status, you're gonna change it from disconnected to connected. and PSN status, you're gonna select RPCN. Unless the game you're trying to play requires a different DNS server, leave it on the default like this. Tekken 6 can be played online as normal, so I don't have to change anything else here. You can check that information on the RPCN compatibility list again. Now just click here on Apply and then Save Custom Configuration. And lastly, we have to configure the controller you're using, so click here on Paths. And this emulator has an automatic mapping function, so you just have to select the device you're using. In my case, I have an Xbox controller, so right here on Handlers, I'm gonna select the X input option right here, and it's going to map all the buttons for me. Now, just double click on the game, and when you start this for the first time, you're gonna receive a message that the Defender firewall has blocked some features. Definitely click here on Allow Access. Otherwise, you're gonna have trouble connecting with other people. Now just wait until the emulator compile all these PPU models. This is gonna depend on the game we're playing and how strong your CPU is, and then the game should start. You can see that my username is showing up in here, so everything is working as it should be. So I'm gonna head over to the online mode of Tekken 6, and all the functionalities of the online mode are working here. You can play ranked match if you want to, player match as well. I'm gonna create a lobby right here so you can see with the default settings here. And if I click there on invite friends, it's going to open my friends list menu on RPCN. So if you have a friend online and playing the game, you can invite him to your lobby and you can start playing. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to play the PS1, PSP, and PS2 Armored Core games on PC, and how to install the True Analog mod, which adds dual analog support for these games. This used to be a series of 3 videos here on the channel, but I had to take them down. This time they are being uploaded as a single video, fully revised, that has everything you would need to start playing the games from each system, covering the full emulators, setups, and mod installation. We'll start from PS1, PSP, and PS2 in that order. So without further ado, let's get started. We're gonna start by downloading Duckstation. I'm going to put the link of this website on the description of the video, and this is one of the best PS1 emulators out there. I'm using Windows 10, so I'm gonna click here on the Windows version of this, and it says here that Duckstation requires VC++ runtime to be installed. And if you don't have that on your PC, Duckstation will tell you when you try to install it. So if it does happen to you, first you have to download VC++ by clicking on this link, and then just run the .exe setup, install everything, and you're good to go. And from there, just click here on Download Duck and place the files on the place of your preference on your PC. It will come as a zip file right here, so first we need to extract using WinRAR or 7-zip, that's up to you. It's very straightforward. Just select the program you're using and click on Extract here, and it will generate the files from the emulator. Go ahead and delete the original zip file. We don't need it anymore. And before we start setting up the emulator, I'm gonna recommend you here to create 2 folders inside this emulator folder. One is called BIOS, and the second one is called Games, just so that we keep things organized moving forward. Now we can start the Duckstation installation. So just double click here on duckstation.exe file. It's going to open the setup wizard. First, it's going to ask you what language you want to use for the emulator, selecting the default theme for it. I'm gonna leave mine as Dark Fusion Gray, and also leave Enable Automatic Updates available. Click on Next. Here, it's going to ask you where you want the emulator to scan for the BIOS files. And I can't show you here on the video how to get them, because this is against YouTube's policy. But it shouldn't be hard to find, if you know what I mean. And as you probably have guessed it already, you're gonna place the BIOS on that same BIOS folder that we just created right here. So in my case, I'm gonna paste my BIOS file here, and we're good to go. So now go back to the Duckstation setup wizard, and we're gonna change the scan directory here. By default, it's going to be this one. So just click here on Browse, and it should open the same folder where the emulator is installed. So you just have to highlight the BIOS folder, then click on Select, and leave everything else as default. Now you're gonna click on Next again, and this time it's going to ask you where you want the emulator to scan for the games, which is the Games folder that we just created. So click here on Add, and then highlight the Games folder, and click on select folder. This window will show up, click on yes, and there you go. You can now click here on next. Finally, we have the controller set up, and if you don't have your controller connected yet, go ahead and do that now. And this emulator has an automatic mapping function here, which is pretty good. So you just have to click here on the button and select the controller you're using. In my case, I have an Xbox 360 controller, so this is the option that I have to select, and it's pretty much done here. Now, click on next, and this is it. We have finished setting up the emulator. Now click here on finish, and it should open the emulator as such. And you're gonna place the game here on that games folder that we created. For this tutorial, I'm gonna be using Armored Core as an example, but the mod is available for the other 2 games as well. I got the reprint edition of Armored Core 1, but the original release of the game works as well. They're basically the same game, it's just different releases from it. So inside the games folder, you want to extract the game files right here, and they're gonna be left as a folder like this one. And inside, you should have the .bin and .q files right here. They're both required for the game to work properly. Now we're gonna reopen the emulator once again, so double click here on the file on the emulator folder, or if you had your emulator open while doing this, you just have to click here where it says scan for new games, something like that, and the game should appear right here. Now, before we download the mod, there is one thing we have to change on the emulator settings in order for it to work properly. So I'm gonna leave the emulator open here so we can check this information. And now I want you to go to the emulator folder once again and double click here on this resources folder. And right here, you should have this file inside as well, the gamedb.json. You're gonna open this file with the default notepad from Windows or whatever notepad software that you have on your computer. And if you can't open here right away, you just have to click on it with the right button and then select here the option open with, and this window will show up, and you just have to select the notepad right here. If it doesn't show up on the top, click here on more apps and then find the notepad right here and then click on it and select OK. And then this window should open up as such, and right here on this file, you're gonna press Ctrl F on the keyboard to bring up the find window right here. And right here on this bar, you're gonna type the serial code of the game you're modding. In my case, I'm using Armored Core 1, the reprint edition, and the serial code is this one right here. I'm gonna start here with mine. I'm gonna type /. The caps matter, by the way, they have to be in caps in order for this to be found. And then line 01323. Make sure that the direction is set as down, by the way, and then click on Find Next. And right here, we have found the configurations for Armored Core 1. And right here on the bottom where it says Digital Controller, you're gonna erase the digital from it and replace it with Analog Controller, exactly like this. Now, don't forget to save the modifications here. Click on File and then Save, or you can press Ctrl S on your keyboard, and we're pretty much done here. Now let's download the mod itself. And right here, you want to click on Armored Core PS1 Enhancements, and then it's going to take you to this page. And now you just have to click here on the download button to download the mod. Place it on the same folder where the game is, by the way. Now back on the emulator folder, go to the games folder once again and double click the games folder. And right here, the mod is with me. It will come as a zip file, so you can use WinRAR or 7-zip to extract it. In my case, I have 7-zip, so I'm just gonna double click here and then double click on the folder inside. And here, you wanna double click on the game to where you're installing the mod. In my case, it is the first Armored Core game, so this one. And here we have a list of the mods available for the different versions of the game. In my case, I got the reprint edition of Armored Core 1, so this is the file that I'm gonna need here. You can just click and hold on the file and then just drag and drop it inside the folder where the game is. There are two ways you can install this mod into the emulator, and the one that I'm gonna be using here is the simple one that does not require to use a patcher tool. Now, I want you to click with the right button on either the bin file or the Q1, like this, and then select the option that says rename. And right here, you're gonna copy the name of the game right here. And you can do this by just clicking again with the right button and then click here on copy. Now, you're gonna go to the mod file here, the PPF file, and you're gonna do the same thing. Click on it with the right button and then select the option rename. Now here, you're gonna click with the right button once again, and you're gonna select the option that says paste right here. So basically, in order for this to work, we just have to rename the mod file with the game itself. Now you can just press here, enter on the keyboard, and there you go. So in order for the mod to work, it needs to have exactly the same name as the .bin and the .q file. And if you had the emulator open while doing all of this, close it down to make sure that this change has worked. So double click on Duckstation here. And now we're going to start to configure the emulator settings for the game itself. So click on the game with the right button and select the first option here, Properties. This window will show up, and first go to the BIOS tab right here and enable this option here, Fast Boot. This is not really required, but this is just for skipping the PlayStation 1 startup screen. Next, go to Console right here, and on CD-ROM emulation, you want to change the read speed up to 10x and the seek speed up to 10x as well. This is not required for the mod to work, but this will speed up any loadings that the game has, and it works pretty great on Armored Core 1. But if you do and the game doesn't load or anything like that, you just have to come back here and select the default double speed. And for the mod to work, you have to enable this option here, Apply Image Patches. This is how the emulator will recognize that PPF file that we had, the mod file itself. Now click here on Display because we're now tweaking the emulator settings for the best quality in-game. Here on Render, if it's available for you, go ahead and select Hardware Vulkan. If it's not available, if your GPU is a little outdated, you can leave it on the global setting Automatic too, but preferably set this one to Vulkan. On Screen Display, you can stretch the image to 16:9 if you want to fill the whole screen, but this game runs natively at 4:3 and there are no widescreen patches available for it. So this one is gonna be up to you, but I would just recommend leaving them on the native 4:3 perspective. You can also disable the show OSD messages right here if you want to get rid of all the messages that the emulator show up. This is optional. Now go to enhancements and you can increase the internal resolution scale right here. This game works fine even on 16x. There are no graphical glitches or anything like that. So this one is going to be up to you to as much as your computer can handle, that is. In my case, I'm just going to leave mine at 5x 1080p. You want to enable the true color rendering as well. And now right here on the bottom, enable the geometry correction, the perspective correct textures, perspective correct colors, and culling correction. And that's pretty much it for the emulator settings. So you can now start the game. So you just have to double click here on the game itself. It should start, and with the mod working as it should be. Now let's move over to the PSP Armored Core games. We're gonna start by getting PPSSPP. This is the best PSP emulator out there. So head over to their website right here. I'm going to put the link on the description of the video. Right here, just click on download. I'm on Windows 10, so I'm gonna get this version right here, the portable version. I prefer getting instead of the installer version. So just go ahead, choose whatever version you feel like it, and place it on the folder of your preference. With the file downloaded, we're gonna extract the contents from the zip file. I'm using 7-zip, but you can use WinRAR as well if you feel like it. I'm just gonna extract here to a folder. Here on the emulator folder, you just gotta double click here on Windows 64.exe. First thing we're gonna do on the emulator is select the folder where you want the emulator to scan the games. So just click here on Browse and select the folder where you want it to do that. It can't even be the same folder as the emulator, which is what I'm gonna do here, just like I did it here. Now, let's configure the emulator settings for the game. So just click here on Settings. This window will show up. Right here on the Graphics tab on Back End, if it's available for you, go ahead and select Vulkan right here. If it's not available, if your GPU is a little outdated, you can leave it as OpenGL, or you can test with Direct 3D 9 or 11. my case, I'm going to choose Vulkan. I'm going to ask to restart the emulator. Go ahead and click here on Restart. It's only going to take a few seconds to restart. Now here, still on the Graphics tab, here on Rendering Resolution, you can increase this one depending on how powerful your computer is. Even go as high as 8x 4K, for example. But in my case, I'm going to leave mine at 4x 1080p. On anti-aliasing, go ahead and change this one to 8x. Now scroll down here a little bit, and on texture scaling, you can change the upscale type right here. I usually like to play my games at hybrid bicubic, but you can choose XBRZ, for example, as well. You're gonna have to test depending on the game. But in this case, I'm going to set mine to hybrid bicubic. Right on the bottom, where it says upscale level, you can change this one to 5x. Here on texture filtering, we're gonna change the anisotropic filtering all the way to 16x. This has minimal impact on performance and will make the game look much better. And on texture filtering, it's going to be set as auto, and go ahead and change this to auto max quality. That's pretty much it for the graphics configurations. Now click here on controls, and this emulator has a auto mapping function for your controls. So if you don't have your controller plugged in, go ahead and do that right now, and click here on control mapping. Just click here on this auto configure option. When you do that, it's going to list all the devices you have plugged in that works as a controller. In my case, I have a Xbox 360 controller. So I'm just gonna click here on it, and just like that, the emulator will configure the inputs for me. Also, you want to scroll down here on this page and find the right analog inputs right here, because we're gonna need this for the mod, and you want to add them exactly like I do here. The up, press the analog up, then down, left, and right. You have to leave it exactly like I'm showing here for the mod. And also right here on the bottom, the last option available where it says note, you want to set this one to either L2 or the R2. This option is going to be used in-game for purging your weapons and parts as well. The mod would take care of that, so we just have to select one input here in order for this to work. And that's it for the controls. We don't have to change anything on audio, networking, tool, system. Yeah, we're pretty much done here, so now you can click on back, and now the emulator setup is completed. Now, you're gonna have to close the emulator, and right here on the emulator folder, I'm gonna recommend you to create a new folder here called Armored Core, or it can be anything else you prefer right here in this case, but go ahead and create a new folder right here, and this is where I'm going to be placing the games. I'm gonna be using Armored Core 3 as an example right here, but this will work for the other games as well. Now, this is where this tutorial is going to get complicated for installing the analog mod. And I'm gonna need you to pay attention and do exactly what I show here in the video to make sure that everything works out in the end. Now, right here on the .iso of the game, you need to click on it with the right button. And in this case, I'm using 7-zip, but I believe this will work just as fine with WinRAR as well. As long as you have this option right here, that when you put your mouse on top of it, these options will show up. I believe it works just like that on WinRAR as well. And you're gonna select the option that says extract to, and then it's gonna show up the name of the game. And you wanna click on it. And when you do that, it's going to generate here a new folder, and inside this folder, we're gonna have the game files right here. Now, you wanna double click on the PSP game folder, like this, and then double click again on the sysdir folder as well. Now, right here, you're gonna have these files, but the one file that we're gonna need here is this eboot.bin. This is the file that we're gonna be messing with to install the analog mod. And to do that, first we need to decrypt this file right here. And we can do that using this little program right here called PSP Decrypt. And you're just gonna have to download whatever is the latest version available here. In my case, I'm using Windows, so I'm just gonna click this option right here. This is gonna depend on the operational system you're using here. So just download the software and place it on that same folder where the eboot file is. There you go. It's going to look like this. So first we need to extract this file. So just use 7-zip or WinRAR. This is the one file that we need here, the PSP decrypt.txt. And to decrypt this one is actually very simple. Right here, click on the original eboot.bin file. And then you want to click and hold on the file so you can move around like this. And then you're gonna place it on top of the PSP decrypt.exe, and then just leave it like this, and there you go. The decrypted file has showed up, and this is what we're gonna be working here from now forward. And now we're going to download two files, the mod itself and the patcher tool. Let's start by downloading the mod itself. This is where these mods were distributed, and right here on the top, you want to click here on Armored Core PSP Enhancements. It's going to take us to this page right here, and now you just have to click here on this little download icon to get it started. And once again, place this file on that same folder as before. And for patching the ISO of the game, we're going to be using this software right here, the PPF-O-Matic. So just click here on download file now. You're going to have to solve a CAPTCHA in order to download it and place it on the same folder as well. There you go, and this is what the folder is going to look like now. And we're going to start by extracting the mod itself. So double click here on Armored Core PSP Enhancements. This window will show up. Double click on the folder, and you're going to extract the mod depending on the game you are testing, right? In my case, it's Armored Core 3. So I'm just gonna click, drag and drop this file into the same folder like this. And now we're going to extract the patcher tool, this one right here. So click on it with the right button, 7-zip or WinRAR, depending on what you're using. And this new folder will show up. So double click on it. And here, double click on this ppf-o-matic3.exe. This is the patcher tool for this mod to work. First, we have to select where the ISO is. In that case, where is that decrypted.bin file? So you want to start by clicking here, and then you have to select where the file is. I already browsed through the files here to systemd, and you want to click here on files type. By default, it's going to say CD images, and you want to change this one to all files so that it shows up the decrypted file as well. So you're going to select this one and then click on open. And now on patch, click on the icon again, but this time we have to select the mod itself, the ACE3 Portable USA eBoot, this file right here, basically. Highlight it, click on open. If you did everything right, it's going to show up all the information about the patch and the game. So now you just have to click on apply. This one should, it's pretty much instantly. Now the file is patched, click on OK, and you can close this down now. Finally, we have the game data patched with the analog mod, and we now have to put that back into the ISO of the game. And we can do that using this software right here, UMD-Gen. Once again, the link of this will be on the description of the video, so just click here on download file now and place it on that same folder as before. Now, once again, I'm gonna need you to extract the UMG software right here. Just like before, click on extract here, and these two files will be generated. This is the only one we're gonna need, umdgen.exe. Now, before we start with the software, I'm gonna need you to delete the original eBoot bin file right here. We're not gonna be using that anymore, so just go ahead and delete it. And we have to rename the decrypted file here like its original name. So here on the eboot.bin.dac, you wanna click on it with the right button and then select the option here where it says rename. And you're gonna erase the .dec from its name like this. Leave it like this, press enter. It's going to ask you if you really want to change the file name extension. Click on yes, and there you go. Now you can open umdgen.exe. It should open up as such. And right here, we have to start by opening the .iso of the game. So click here on open. It should open the emulator directory first. So now select where the game is. In my case, it's right here inside the Armored Core folder. Click on it and then select open, and it should open up the game as such inside the software. And first we have to navigate through here to where this file is, but on the original ISO of the game. But basically all you have to do is double click here on PSP game, double click on sysdir, and right here is going to show up the original bin file of this game. This one, we have to delete it. So click on it with the right button and select delete. So all you have to do here now is click on the eboot.bin file, then click and hold and drag this file into the program right here, Now you have to click here on save and then select the uncompressed.iso option like this. This window will show up because after it's done processing this, it's going to generate a new ISO of the game with the mod. So in my case, I'm going to be saving this new ISO on the default PSP folder right here, because that's where I set the emulator to scan the games, right? Now you just have to type the file name that you're gonna be using. In my case, I'm gonna type Armored Core 3 patched so that I know what it is. Then click on save. This one should be pretty quick, and yeah, there you go. Now, if I go back into the emulator folder, you can see that I have the game here in a .iso format and with the patch. So now you can open the emulator once again, and the game will show up right here already configured with this mod. So you just have to click on it once, and it will start, and then finally you can start playing the game. And finally, we're gonna do the setup for the PlayStation 2 games. We'll begin by downloading the best PS2 emulator, PCSX2. The link will be down below on the fixed comment of this video. And here on the main page, you wanna click here on latest nightly and then download the emulator for the operational system you're using. In my case, I have Windows, so this is where I'm gonna click here. The emulator will come as a zipped file, so you're gonna need either WinRAR or 7-zip to extract it. I would personally recommend 7-zip over WinRAR actually, and I created a folder called PS2 on the desktop of my computer, and now here on the file, I'm just gonna double click on it. It's gonna open with 7-zip, and now I'm just gonna extract all the contents here to the same folder where the original file was. You can go ahead and delete the original file. We're not gonna need this anymore. And here, before we start the actual installation, click here on View and make sure that file name extensions is enabled right here. This is required for what we are about to do right now. So before we start the actual installation of the emulator, you're gonna right click here on the folder, and then you're gonna select New, and then click on Text Document. This file will be generated, and you're gonna rename this file here to portable, and on the .txt you're gonna erase the txt and replace it with ini, exactly like this. It has to be written exactly like this, and when you click away, it's going to ask if you really want to change this one, and then click on yes. And if you see this little gear here next to the program, it means you did it right. Now you're gonna click here on this PCSX2 executable, so just double click on it, and if you did it right, all these folders will show up right here, just like it was before, but this is something that they changed it on the latest version of this emulator. There's a few options here if you want to change the language and the theme of the emulator. I'm just gonna leave everything on default here, so go ahead and click on next. Here we're gonna have to select the folder to where the BIOS files are gonna be. I can't show here on the video where to go or even mention where you could find it because that's against YouTube's policy. But it shouldn't be too hard to find if you know what I mean. And when you have them with you, you're gonna place them on the BIOS folder here on the emulator folder, just like this. Now go back to the installation program here and then click on refresh list. And like that, the BIOS should appear here. I got the Japanese version, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. This is not gonna affect the installation or anything like that. So now click here on next, and on this tab, we're gonna have to select the folder to where you want the emulator to scan for the games. And in my case, I like creating a folder here on the emulator folder. Click on new and then folder. I just create a new one here called games, just to keep everything on the same place. Right now, go here back on the emulator and then click here on add, and it should open the emulator folder by default. So now you just have to select that games folder that we just created and click on select. It's going to ask if you want the emulator to scan this every time. Click on yes, and there you go. The folder directory should appear right here. Now click on next, and on this screen we can configure our controller, and this emulator has a automatic mapping function. So if you already have your controller plugged in, you're gonna click here on automatic mapping, and it's going to list all the devices you are using. In my case, I have a Xbox controller, so I'm gonna click here on SDL0 X input controller, but you can use your keyboard as well if that's the case. You can configure this later inside the emulator, by the way. If you have a second controller, you just have to do the exact same thing here on controller port 2. Now, click here on Next, and with that, we have finished the installation of the emulator, and it should appear right here. This will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. And now with that, we've finished installing the emulator, and I already have all 4 games here with me. These are the games that have the true analog mod support. So we are missing Armored Core Nexus and Last Raven. When you get them, go ahead and place them on that games folder we created before right here. Now before we configure each game on the emulator, we're gonna download the file that has the true analog mod for each game. Click right here on Armored Core PS2 Enhancements. It's gonna take you to this page right here, and on this code tab here, you wanna click here on this download button, and you can place them anywhere on your computer. In my case, I'm going to put them on the same folder of the emulator. Now here on the emulator folder, I already have the mod files here. You can use WinRAR to extract them if you feel like it, but in my case, I'm using a program called 7-zip. So I'm just gonna double click them like this, then this folder, double click here, then double click on True Analogs, and right here we have the mods for each game. And we're gonna have to extract the file for each one of them. Starting with Armored Core 2, gonna double click this one, and here we have the mod on the PNAC format, which is what we're going to use, and the PPF format. This PPF format is using for patching the ISO of the game, but we're not going to use this one. We're going to use PNAC. This is the patch that we're going to need here, this LUS 214. So now you just have to go back here on the emulator folder. There is this one folder called Cheats. And if you're installing the emulator for the first time, this is going to be empty, right? So you just have to drag and drop this LUS file here into this folder like this. And we have to repeat the same thing for all 4 games in this case. So now here, I'm gonna move on this one, same file, drag and drop. Armored Core 3, same file. The last one as well here. And there you go. That's pretty much it. That's all we have to do here. So now, open the emulator like this. And I'm going to be demonstrating here the configuration for Armored Core 2, but this setting is used for the remaining games as well. The exact same setting. So you just have to repeat what I do here for the games you want to play. So now here with Armored Core 2, click on it with the right button and click here on Properties. This window will show up, and we're going to start by heading to this Patches tab right here and go ahead and enable the widescreen and the no interlacing cheats. Now click here on the Cheats tab, and the True Analog mod should appear right here. So you want to click on Enable Cheats, and then click to enable the True Analogs. Now click here on Graphics. On Renderer, if it's available for you, go ahead and select Vulkan. If it's not available for you, if your GPU is a little outdated, you can enable Direct3D 11 or OpenGL, or if you don't know, you can just leave them on automatic. But if it's available, go ahead and select Vulkan. Now here on Display, change the aspect ratio to widescreen 16:9. And here on the bottom, you just have to enable the anti-blur option. Now click here on Rendering. On internal resolution, you can crank up the resolution to as much as your computer can handle. In my case, I'm gonna set mine to 4K, but this setting you have to test it out to see how much your computer can handle, right? Here on anisotropic filtering, change this one to 16x. This will make the game look much better and has minimal impact on performance. Now this part is optional, but I like going to this post-processing option right here and enable the FXAA sharpening. I like to play my games at 60%, but you can leave them on the default as well. That is up to you. And that's pretty much it. Leave everything else on the default settings. Now click here on Close, and we're ready to go right now. Just select the game that you want to play, double click on it, and you can start playing. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to play Skate 3 on PC using RPCS3. The game runs great on it. Not only you can increase the resolution, but it also supports 120 FPS or higher. I'll show you the settings to get the best quality and stability starting right now. We'll begin by downloading RPCS3, the PS3 emulator. I'll put the link down below, And here on the main page, you just have to click here on the download button, and then you download the emulator for the operational system you're using. In my case, I'm using Windows, so I'm gonna click on this one and then place it on the folder of your preference on your PC. It will come as a zipped file, so you have to extract it with either WinRAR or 7-zip. In my case, I'm using 7-zip, so I'm just gonna extract the file here, and you can go ahead and delete the original one. We're not gonna need that anymore. And to begin, you just have to double click here on RPCS3.exe to start the installation. And here there's a few options if you want to create a desktop shortcut and stuff. I would not recommend using the dark theme yet, so I'm gonna turn this off. And then just click here on do not show again, and I have read the quick start guide, and then just select here on continue. And there you go, we have RPCS3 on our computer. First, we have to install the PS3 firmware on the emulator, and we can get that on the official Sony website. This is the place right here. The link will be down below, and on this page, you want to scroll down here to the bottom a little bit, and where it says how to update PS3 system software, you want to click here on update using a computer, and then you just click on download PS3 update and place the file on the same emulator folder. If for some reason the download doesn't start when you click on it, then you have to click on it with the right button on your mouse and then select copy link address and then paste the link on your browser and press enter. Then the download will start. Now back on the emulator folder, I already downloaded my firmware here. It is this file, the PS3 update. Now you want to go to the emulator and right here click on file and click on install firmware. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you just have to double click here on the PS3 update and it will install the firmware on RPCS3. Click here and do not show again and then click OK. And now it will install these PPU modules, but this shouldn't take long. And while you wait for it to finish, this will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. I would really appreciate it. Now, with the emulator installed, I want you to go back to the installation folder right here, and you're gonna notice this folder here called Games that was already created when you installed the emulator. That's because this is the folder that the emulator is going to scan for new games by default. So this is where you're going to be placing the Skate 3 game files. Leave it as a folder like this one right here, and inside you're gonna have the game files, and I can't show you here on the video where to go to get the game because this is against YouTube's policy. Once the files are in place, you're gonna go back to the emulator and you're gonna click here on File and you're gonna click here on Add Games. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you're gonna double click on the Games folder and then you're gonna click on the Skate 3 folder once, and you're gonna click here on the bottom, select folder. And just like that, the game will appear here on the emulator. But this is the vanilla version of the game. We don't have the updates yet. And there is an easy way to update your games on RPCS3. Using this tool right here, Rusty PSN, the link will be down below as well. So here on this page, you just wanna click here on the latest release available. It is version 3.7. And then just scroll down here to the bottom and you have to download this file right here, the Rusty PSN EG Windows.zip. Download this file if you are using Windows like I am. You can place it on the same emulator folder. Now back on the RPCS3 folder, the file is right here, the Rusty PSN that is, so you just have to extract the single .exe file that is inside of it with either WinRAR or 7-zip here. And then now you just have to double click here on the Rusty PSN.exe and the tool will open. Before you start downloading the patches, I want you to click here on this little gear so you can change the download location for the patches. In my case, I like to create a new folder on the emulator folder here called updates, just so that I can keep things organized, you know? And now go back to Rusty PSN and then select pick folder, and then select that one updates folder that we just created. Remember, this is optional. This is up to you how you want to download this, but I like doing it like this. So now click here on save settings. Now we need the game's serial code to download its updates. So we're gonna go back to the emulator and you're gonna click on the game with the right button and you're gonna select the option from the bottom that says copy info, put your mouse on top, and then select copy serial. Now go back to Rusty PSN and you're gonna paste the code right here on this bar, like this one, and then you're gonna click on search for updates. And just like that, Rusty PSN will list all the updates available for the game. There's only one for Skate 3, so go ahead and click here on download file. This one should be pretty quick. Now back on the emulator, you're gonna click on file once again, and this time click here on install packages. It should open the emulator folder by default, so double click on the updates folder, double click on the serial game code here, and inside the single update for Skate 3. Now double click on it. I'm going to ask if you want to install this, click on yes, wait a few seconds, and there you go. Now the game is updated. Next, we are going to tweak the emulator settings for Skate 3. So click on it with the right button, and then you're gonna click here on create custom configuration. Here on the CPU tab, there's this option here, preferred SPU threads. You're gonna change this one from auto to either 1, 2, or 3, but only if your CPU has less than 12 threads. This can fix the slow motion problem of this game on the emulator and also the choppy audio, which only happens if you have a CPU that has less than 12 threads. So if that's happening to you, this is the option you're going to be changing here, either 1, 2, or 3. But like I said, this only happens if you have a CPU that has less than 12 threads. Everything else should be left on the default. Now head over here on the GPU tab. On render, make sure that Vulkan is selected here, but if your GPU is a little outdated, you're only going to have OpenGL, which has worse performance than Vulkan, a lot of stutters in it. But if you do have Vulkan, go ahead and select it. On anti-aliasing, change it from auto to disable. This is required for improving the performance of the game. Here on anisotropic filter, you can change it from auto to 16x. This has minimal impact on performance and make the game looks much better. If you want to increase the game's resolution, keep the default resolution at the recommended 720p and increase it here on resolution scale. This game works fine when you increase the resolution. I tested it with 1080p and it works fine. So you can go all the way to 4K if your GPU can handle that, of course. On additional settings, check mark the right color buffers option here. This fixes a lot of glitches in the game. Now click on the Advanced tab, and if you're planning to go beyond 60 FPS, you're gonna change here the V-blink frequency to 60 to 120 Hz. This part is optional, but I like going here on the Emulator tab and disable the Show Trophy pop-ups, the PPU compilation hint, and shader compilation. They can be annoying because every time the emulator is doing one of these, you're gonna get a notification on the corner of the screen. So I think that's a little annoying, so I turned them off. Also, if you experience an issue where objects are falling through the ground in-game, this can be fixed by heading here to the CPU tab and changing the SPU decoder to Recompiler ASM-JIT. But you should only change this if this issue is really happening, because this recompiler uses a bit more of your CPU. And with that, we're done here, so click on Apply and then Save Custom Configuration. Lastly, we just have to configure your controller, so click here on Pads, and this emulator has an automatic mapping function. So if you already have your device plugged in, right here on Handlers, you're gonna click on this bar here, and you're gonna select the controller you're using. This emulator supports PlayStation controllers and Xbox as well. In my case, I'm using a Xbox controller, so I'm gonna select here X input, and just like that, the emulator would do the configuration for me. You can click on individual buttons if you want to change any of them, and it also supports keyboards as well, if that's what you want to do here. So once you're done, go ahead and click here on Save, and we're ready to start the game. So just double click on it. And when you start it for the first time, it's going to compile these PPU modules. This one is going to take a little while depending on how strong your CPU is, but in general, it shouldn't take long. Once it's done, the game will start as normal and you can start playing. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to play Little Big Planet 3 on PC. On top of the game being playable, there's also a custom server as well that has all the online functionalities of the PS3 version, and there's a website that has a backup of several player-created levels that were archived over the years. I'll show you how to set up the game, the online, and the custom levels on RPCS3. This video will cover everything. Let's get started. We'll begin by downloading RPCS3, the PS3 emulator. I'll put the link down below, and here on the main page, you just have to click here on the download button, and then you download the emulator for the operational system you're using. In my case, I'm using Windows, so I'm gonna click on this one and then place it on the folder of your preference on your PC. It will come as a zipped file, so you have to extract it with either WinRAR or 7-zip. In my case, I'm using 7-zip, so I'm just gonna extract the file here, and you can go ahead and delete the original one. We're not gonna need that anymore. And to begin, you just have to double click here on RPCS3.exe to start the installation. And here there's a few options if you want to create a desktop shortcut and stuff. I would not recommend using the dark theme yet, so I'm gonna turn this off. And then just click here on do not show again, and I have read the quick start guide, and then just select here on continue. And there you go, we have RPCS3 on our computer. First, we have to install the PS3 firmware on the emulator, and we can get that on the official Sony website. This is the place right here. The link will be down below, and on this page, you want to scroll down here to the bottom a little bit, and where it says how to update PS3 system software, you want to click here on update using a computer, and then you just click on download PS3 update and place the file on the same emulator folder. If for some reason the download doesn't start when you click on it, then you have to click on it with the right button on your mouse and then select copy link address and then paste the link on your browser and press enter. Then the download will start. Now back on the emulator folder, I already downloaded my firmware here. It is this file, the PS3 update. Now you want to go to the emulator and right here click on file and click on install firmware. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you just have to double click here on the PS3 update and it will install the firmware on RPCS3. Click here and do not show again, and then click OK. And now it will install these PPU modules, but this shouldn't take long. And while you wait for it to finish, this will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. I would really appreciate it. As for acquiring the game, I can't show you here on the video where to go, so you're gonna have to either dump your copy of the game into your PC or find it online. But this is something that I can't do because it's against YouTube's policy. And when you have it with you, you're gonna go back to the emulator folder here, and you're gonna see that there's this folder called games that was already created when you installed the emulator, and this is where you're gonna be placing the game files. If you did all of this with the emulator, close it down and you reopen, the game should appear here, but if it's not, if you had your emulator open like I did, you're gonna click here on File and then click on Add Games. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you're gonna double click here on the Games folder, and then you're gonna click once on the Game folder right here, and then click here on Select Folder. And just like that, the game will appear right here. However, this is the vanilla version of the game here. We don't have any of the patches. Not only to get rid of bugs and improve the performance of the game, but also to play online. The game has to be on the latest version in order to do that. And also for that, we don't have any problems when we are importing the custom levels. Luckily, there is an easy way to update your games on RPCS3. Using this tool right here, Rusty PSN, the link will be down below as well. So here on this page, you just want to click here on the latest release available. It is version 3.7, and then just scroll down here to the bottom, and you have to download this file right here, the Rusty PSN EG Windows.zip. Download this file if you are using Windows like I am. You can place it on the same emulator folder. Now back on the RPCS3 folder, the file is right here, the Rusty PSN that is, so you just have to extract the single .exe file that is inside of it with either WinRAR or 7-zip here. And then now you just have to double click here on the Rusty PSN.exe and the tool will open. Before you start downloading the patches, I want you to click here on this little gear so you can change the download location for the patches. In my case, I like to create a new folder on the emulator folder here called updates, just so that I can keep things organized, you know? And now go back to Rusty PSN and then select pick folder and then select that one updates folder that we just created. Remember, this is optional. This is up to you how you want to download this, but I like doing it like this. So now click here on save settings. To update the game, we're gonna need its serial code, and we can get that on the emulator. This code right here, to copy, you're gonna click on it with the right button and then select the option from the bottom here, copy info, and then you're gonna click here on copy serial. Now go back to Rusty PSN and you just have to paste the code right here. Press the right button and then paste, or press Ctrl V and then click from search for updates. And just like that, Rusty PSN will list all the updates available. This game had several updates, almost 5 GB of file here, and we need everything. So go ahead and click here on download all and just wait until it is finished. Finally, with the download completed, you're gonna go back to the emulator and then click again here on file and then click here on install packages. Double click on that updates folder that we created. Inside there's going to be a folder with the serial code of the game. Double click on it again, and here it's listing all the updates we downloaded. The emulator allows us to install all the updates in one go, but there's something wrong with the updates of this game. It doesn't let us do that. We get an error. So we have to install the very first update of the game separately. This one right here, the 1.01 update. So double click on this one first. It's going to ask if you want to install this package. Click on yes, of course. And now you're gonna click on file and then click again on install packages. But this time you're going to select all the updates except for the very first one that we already installed. So do it exactly like this. Now click here on open, and now there's going to be this window listing all the updates we need to install. So it's right this time. So go ahead and click on install and wait for it to finish. This shouldn't take long, so now just click here on OK, and just like that, we have the game fully updated. Now we are going to create our account on the RPCN network, and this is required if you want to play the game online. So here on the emulator, you're gonna click here on configuration and then here on RPCN. This window will show up and you're gonna start by clicking here on account, and then here you're gonna click on create account. And first, you're going to create your username account right here. So select the name that you want to use and then click on OK. And here you're going to type the password that you want to use, of course. Then click on OK. And lastly, you're going to type the email that you have so you can receive the token code, so you can access the online functionalities of RPCN and play the game online. Click on OK, and this window will show up saying that you have created your account, but you need the token code on your email to activate your account. So head over to your email inbox and you're gonna receive a message exactly like this one that says your token for RPCN and then the code right here. So obviously you're gonna copy your code as such and paste your token right here and then select OK. Now the username that you have created is going to show up right here. So lastly, just click here on test account to make sure that everything worked fine. And there you go. You're going to see this message here saying your account is valid. You're good to go now. So click on OK and you can close this down too. You notice that there's a friends option here available, and you can actually add other people that also have a RPCN account to play with them online. So if you know someone that wants to play online as well, you just have to click here on friends and then click on add friend and then type his ID right here and then add him and then add that person as a friend. Lastly, with your account created, you're gonna click here on the game with the right button and then click here on create custom configuration. This window will show up and you're gonna go here to the network tab. And on network status, you're gonna change this from disconnected to connected. Keep the DNS and the bind address to this one, you don't have to change it. And now under PSN status, you're gonna change from disconnected to RPCN. Now the game is almost configured for online play. We just have to do one final thing. So click here on apply and then save custom configuration. And you're gonna right click the game once again, but this time you're gonna click here on manage game patches. This window will show up, and when you wait a few seconds, this pop-up will appear. Go ahead and click on yes to update the game patches. And now here, the name of the game will appear. So you're gonna click here on this little arrow and then the version of the game. Click on the little arrow once again, And there are two servers to which you can play this game online, and I'm gonna recommend using the Beacon one. This is the one that seems to have the most players online. There's also a second patch here, the create mode. This is for permanently be in create mode until unchecked. This one is gonna be up to you. I'm not gonna turn this on. And now just click here on apply and then save. Now we are going to change some emulator settings to make this game run better and also get rid of potential game crashes too. So on the game, you're gonna right click on it once again and then click here on change custom configuration. This window will show up once again and you're gonna start by going here to the GPU tab, and on renderer, make sure that you select Vulkan here, but if your GPU is outdated, you're only gonna have the OpenGL option here, which is not recommended because the performance won't be as good as it is on Vulkan. But if you don't have Vulkan available, this is the only one you can choose here. But if you do, go ahead and select Vulkan. And on anisotropic filter, you can change this one from auto to 16x. This will make the game look much better. It has minimal impact on performance. Here on the bottom on Z-Core accuracy, make sure that this one is set to precise. And if you want to increase the game's native resolution, keep the default resolution at the recommended here at 720p and change it here from the resolution scale. But if you are going to change the resolution scale to anything but 100%, you have to keep the resolution scale threshold at 1:1 right here. But if you don't care about that and you're going to play this at the default resolution at 720p, the resolution scale has to be 16:16. This game runs okay even if you increase the internal resolution, so I'm gonna play at 1080p in my case, so I'm gonna keep the resolution scale at this one, but this is gonna depend on how strong your GPU is. Next, click on the Advanced tab here, and you're gonna enable two options here, the Silence All Logs and the Read Color Buffers right here. Next, this part is optional, but I like going here on the Emulator tab and disable the Show Trophy pop-ups, the PPU compilation hint, and the shader compilation hint. They can be annoying because every time the emulator is doing, especially the shader compilation, you're gonna get a notification on the bottom of the screen, and I think that's annoying, during gameplay. And we are done here, so now click on Apply and then Save Custom Configuration. Now I'm gonna show you how to import the player-created levels from the backup website into the emulator. After I recorded the original video, the website of Little Big Archive was taken down, but there is still a way to access it by using Wayback Machine. This is a website that basically allows us to go back in time. So on it, you're gonna type littlebigarchive.com, then you're gonna press enter. Now we have a calendar of when the website was still up. And here, still in 2024, on April, you're gonna click on April 22nd, and you can click this snapshot here from 6:37 p.m. It will take a little while to load it up. And we're back on Little Big Archive. So on the main page, you're gonna click here on Little Big Planet 3. Scroll down here a little bit, and on the download sections where it says community level packs, you're not going to click on the download because that doesn't work. Instead, you're gonna click on it with the right button and then click on copy link address, and you're gonna paste that on your browser like this, but don't click enter yet. First, you have to erase this part of the link, get rid of that, so that it looks exactly like this. Now you can press enter and the download will start. In my case, I downloaded the zip file on the same emulator folder just so we can get things organized here. And if you have your emulator open, it's important that you close it down before doing all of this. And you're just gonna double click here on the levels archive file with either WinRAR or 7-zip. I would personally recommend using 7-zip actually. And you're gonna double click on the levels archive folder, double click on PS3, and then save data. And now these are all the levels here for the PS3 version. And we're gonna have to move all of these files into this folder here on the emulator. Double click on dev HD0, home, double click here, and finally on save data. This is the folder where you have to move everything. So now you're gonna go back to the zip file here and then select all of these files. You can press Ctrl A on your keyboard to highlight everything. And now you just have to press and hold the left button on your mouse and then just drag them into the folder like this, and just like that, it will do the work for us. Your Windows might crash when you are importing all of this because there's a bunch of files here, but just go ahead and click on cancel and try to close that window. But don't worry, the files are still here on the home file, save data, there you go, everything is still here. Now all there's left is for us to configure the controller, so you can open the emulator again, and you're gonna click here on pads, and this emulator has a automatic mapping function. So if you already have your controller plugged in, you're gonna click here on handlers and select the device you're using. In my case, I have an Xbox controller, so I'm gonna click here on X input, and just like that, the controller is already configured for me. You can use your keyboard as well if that's what you want to do here. And we are finally done, so click here on save and just double click on the game to start. Going to ask if you want to install this package. I think this is just the digital manual of the game, and when you start this for the first time, it's going to compile this PPU modules, but this shouldn't take long and you only have to do this once. If the online setup was done correctly, you're gonna see this greeting message here from the LBP Union custom server, so we're good to go online, so just keep going. To access the custom levels, you're gonna access your pod computer right here, and then press create, click on my moon, and then click on any empty space here, and then select the more option, and then select the import option like this. And just like that, it's going to list all the custom levels that we downloaded. So just select the one you want to play and press enter, and you're good to go. And to play online, you just have to press the start button here, then select play online, and then dive in. Lime 3DS is one of the best forks of the discontinued Citra, the best Nintendo 3DS emulator. Still easy to use and having all the features from Citra, it is the best way if you want to play Nintendo 3DS games on PC. And in this video, I'm gonna show you how to set up the emulator step by step with all the features this emulator can do. This is the emulator's official website, and I'll put the link on the description of the video, and if you scroll down here a bit, you're gonna see the minimal specs required to run Lime 3DS. Still on the same page, you're gonna go to the top and you're gonna click here on releases. That will take us to the GitHub page here, and right now this is the latest build of Lime 3DS, version 21.12. So you're gonna download whatever is the latest build of this emulator. And right here on assets, we have the download links. And if you are on Windows like I am, to get the emulator, you're gonna click here on Windows MSVC. There is also a different build of it, this MSys2, but they're basically the same thing. It's just that they use different recompilers, but they are essentially the same thing. So go ahead and download this one. The emulator will come in a zipped file, so you're gonna have to extract it, and you can use either WinRAR or 7-zip, and I would personally recommend using 7-zip. I'll put the link of it on the description of the video, and right here on the file, you're gonna click on it with the right button, and then select 7-zip or WinRAR, depending on what you have, and you're gonna click on extract here. You can delete the original zip file now, we're not gonna need this anymore. So now double click on Lime 3DS, and to start the emulator, you have to click on this one here, the gi.exe. It will start as soon as you double click it. It does not need a installation guide. And right here on the middle, you're gonna double click to add a new folder to the game list. And it should open the emulator folder by default, and you can use this folder to add your games as well. But in my case, I like to create a new folder here called games, just so that I can keep things organized here. So this is the folder that I'm gonna be using for my games. Now you're gonna click on emulation and then select configure, because we're gonna tweak the settings of the emulator. On the general tab, you don't have to change anything. These are settings that don't affect performance of the emulator. The same goes for system as well. You should only change this if you know what you're doing, but you don't have to. Now on the graphics tab here, under the enhancements, the first thing we're gonna change here is the internal resolution of the emulator. It can go all the way to 10 times the native resolution, and you notice that these are not the standard resolutions that we are used to. That's because, like a 3DS, this emulator has to work on 2 screens. So ideally, you should pick a resolution that is close to the monitor that you have. In my case, I have a 1080p monitor, so 5x native is the one that I should go with here. But you can go even higher too if you have extra power on your PC. The emulator will render at that resolution, but it will be fit to your monitor. Linear filtering should be left on by default, and there are no post-processing shader options here. And texture filter, there's a few options here if you want to mess with. The XBRZ is a good one actually, also by Cubic, but in my case I'm going to leave it on none because I think it looks good enough. Don't change anything on 3D mode unless you know what you're doing. And right here on layout, there's a bunch of options that we can select here. Default is like if it was on an actual 3DS. There is also a single screen option, large screen, side by side, and also an option to render each screen on one window. They all work just as fine, so it's gonna be up to you. In my case, I like playing on the default resolution here. There's also an option to swap the screens if you want to do that. You don't have to change anything here. And under utility, if you are planning on using textures mods into your games, that is HD texture mods or replacement, these are the options that you have to change here. Now let's head over to the Advanced tab. These are the most important settings of this tutorial. Here on Graphics API, by default it's set to OpenGL, but if you have it on your computer, definitely change it here to Vulkan. This will drastically reduce the stutters that can happen when you are playing a game. But if your GPU is old, you're only gonna have software in OpenGL available. If that's the case, the second best API is OpenGL. The software mode provides a very accurate emulation, but it uses a lot of your CPU. And you should only use it if you don't have neither the OpenGL or Vulkan. By selecting Vulkan, you're gonna have a few extra options here. Physical device is obviously the graphics cards that you want the emulator to use, so select your main one if you have a multiple GPU setup, and also enable the shader generation here. This will make more use of your GPU for better performance. On the renderer section, the only two options I would advise turning off is shader compilation and accurate multiplication. Some games require the accurate multiplication to be turned on in order for the shaders to be rendered more properly, but it can give you worse performance if your GPU isn't that good. So at least on the first time you're playing the game, start it with these options turned off, but if you think everything is okay, you can come back here and turn this on. Shader compilation can cause some stutters even when you use Vulkan, so I would recommend turning this one off. Async presentation should definitely be turned on if you're using Vulkan because it will make the most use out of it, but it will work with OpenGL as well. On the Advanced tab, the disk shader should definitely be turned on, and VSync can be turned off to give you more performance, but it will introduce screen tearing on your game. But from what I noticed, it's not a big performance hit, so you can keep this one on too. The audio tab should be left on default unless you know what you're doing. And now we're going to configure your controls. This emulator has an automatic mapping function, but this one is a bit different than other emulators. With your controller plugged on, you're gonna click here on Auto Map and this window will show up. And then when you press OK, you have to press any button on your controller. And you only have 5 seconds or so in order to do that, so make sure you have your controller next to you. Go ahead and click OK, and then press any button on the controller. Now the inputs will appear here. You can change them individually if you want to do that. Xbox controllers are supported by default, but I'm not sure about DualShock controllers. If it doesn't, then you're gonna have to make your DualShock controller to work as a Xbox controller. If you have a DualShock 4, there is a software called DS4 Windows that does that, and I've personally used it for many years. I would definitely recommend that. And there is also one for DualSense controllers as well called DualSense X. You might be wondering how to interact with stuff on the bottom screen of the 3DS, and you do that with your mouse. It's already enabled by default and it works with no problems. Now with the settings completed, go ahead and click on OK. Double click on the game you want to play and you're good to go. The multiplayer is also working here like it was back in Citra, and it works pretty much the same way. You can either browse a public game lobby or you can create your own room. It does not require an account, you just have to select the option and start playing. The 2.0 version of PCSX2, the best PS2 emulator for PC, has finally been released. A lot of the changes and improvements here on 2.0 have been around since the nightly build of PCSX2, and several improvements for graphics and performance across the whole emulator. In this video, I'll show you the full setup for PCSX2 on your PC with the best settings so you can play your favorite PS2 games on PC. Let's get going. The first step is downloading the emulator itself, and it's available here on their website. I'll put the link of this on the description of the video, and right here on the main page you want to click here on latest stable, and it's going to list all the systems that this emulator is available for. This tutorial is for Windows 10 and 11, so I'm gonna click here on the first option, installer. There's also the portable version available here, but we're gonna get the installer one because it keeps all the required files and folders on the same place. Go ahead and click on this one. It's gonna come as a single .exe file like this one, so go ahead and double click on it, and very likely you're gonna get this message from Windows saying that this file is apparently a virus, but this is just because this is a new file and it hasn't been checked by them yet, but it's safe. So go ahead and click here on more info and then click on run anyway, and then it will take us to the installation process. On the first screen, you want to go ahead and select the portable installation right here. The only difference from this one is that all the files are going to be kept on the same folder. So it's much better for organizing everything. Now click on next, and now you have to select the folder where you want the emulator to be installed. And ideally, you should keep the installation folder on the one that it tells you, because this emulator can have some problems if you install it on external drives or something like that. So it's best that you keep it here on the C drive. That's what I'm gonna do here, so go ahead and click on next. Now this is the option if you want to create a start menu shortcut for this one as well. I'm just gonna go ahead and click on next right here. Now it's gonna ask you if you want to create a desktop shortcut. I'm gonna go ahead and check mark this one. Now you can review your settings. When you're done, go ahead and click on install. This should only take a few seconds here. Then finally, we can launch PCSX2. So make sure this one is checked here and click on finish. And we now have arrived at the setup wizard window. Some options here to select the language and the theme for this emulator, and this emulator is available on multiple languages right here, so just select the one you want to play as. I'm just going to select the default one, that is English, and you can also change the theme as well. I'm going to keep mine on Dark Fusion Gray, but if you click on them, you can see how they look like right here. You have a bunch to select to, but in my case, I'm just going to keep it this one here. You can also make the emulator check for updates every time you start it. That's up to you. I would recommend leaving this on actually, so you can get the latest fixes and enhancements. Now go ahead and click on next. Now here you have to select the folder where you want the emulator to scan for the BIOS files. And because I selected the default installation, they are located right here on the C drive. There's a PCSX2 folder and then the BIOS folder. I already navigated here to my computer where this is located, right? Once again, PC, local disk C, or PCSX2. So this is going to depend on where you choose to install everything right here. So inside the PCSX2 folder, there is the BIOS folder inside, and this is where you're going to be placing the BIOS file. And the BIOS files are protected by copyright. So ideally, you should get them by dumping your BIOS from your PS2 into your PC, or you can try to find them on the internet. But this is something that I can't show you here on the video because it is against YouTube's guideline. If I share a link for BIOS download or just showing the video how you can get them on the internet, YouTube will delete my video. So when you finally have them with you, you're just gonna drop the file here on this folder. It's going to look something very similar to this one, a .bin file, but it can also come as a different file type here. So you're gonna drop it on this folder. Now you're gonna go back to the installation setup here, and you're gonna click on refresh list. Then if you did it right, the BIOS file will be located right here. Now you just have to click on the BIOS file once to highlight it. Now go ahead and click on next. This time you're gonna select the folder where you want the emulator to scan for games. For this one, what I like to do here is to go back to the PCSX2 folder, and I like creating a new folder here by clicking on the folder with the right button. Then you click on new and then folder. and I simply just create a new folder here called games, like this. Now you're gonna go back to the emulator, then you're gonna click here on add. It should open the previous folder where you at. In my case, it was the BIOS folder, right? So now I'm just gonna navigate to the emulator folder, and then I'm just gonna click on the games folder once, and then click on select folder. Then it will ask you if you want the emulator to scan for this folder every time you open it. Go ahead and click on yes. So every time you put a new game in here, the emulator will recognize it as soon as you start it. You can also select multiple folders here. It doesn't have to be just a single one. And you can just click here on add and keep adding more folders here where the game files are gonna be. Then when you're done, click on next. And now we have to configure the controller. This emulator has an automatic mapping function. So if you already have the device you want to use, plug it on your computer. You're gonna make sure that you have DualShock 2 selected here, and then you're gonna click on automatic mapping, and it's going to list all the available devices to be used as a controller. In my case, I have a Xbox controller, so I'm gonna click here on SDL0, and just like that, it's ready. And this emulator supports all the DualShock controllers and Xbox controllers as well, and even third-party controllers if you can make them being recognized as Xbox controllers. And you can use your keyboard as well if that's what you want to do. Later on, I'm gonna show you how to further configure your controllers, but for now on, if you want to also use the Port 2 controller, if you want to play games locally, do the exact same thing here for controller Port 2. Now, go ahead and click here on next, and we're done with the setup installation. Now click here on finish, and it's going to take us to the emulator itself, which is going to look, it's something like this. This is blank because I haven't added any games on the folder, right? And if you followed exactly what I did here, and you also have the games folder with you, this is where you're gonna be dropping your game files. One of the best and most common format for PCSX2 is having the games as a .iso format like this. And just like the BIOS, I can't show you here on the video where to get them, and also ideally, you should get them by dumping your copies of your game into your PC. And having them as a single .iso is enough here for this emulator. So now you're gonna go back to PCSX2, and you're just gonna click here on scan for new games, and just like that, the games in there are gonna show up in here. Now we're gonna configure the emulator settings for the best graphics and performance. I'm gonna start with the general settings of this emulator, and then we're gonna do the game specific settings. So start by clicking here on settings, and then click on the first option available, interface. On this first tab, there's some options here, but they don't affect the performance or the quality of the emulator. Stuff like starting the emulator at full screen if you want to do that. Also hide the cursor in full screen as well. Actually, this one is pretty good. I'm gonna use that. So configure this one in the way you want it. So now we're gonna head over here to the BIOS tab. In here, we have the option to enable fast boot on the emulator, and this will skip the PS2 startup screen whenever you start a game. So this is useful if you just want to get to your games fast, and there is also a fast forward boot as well. So you can start the game even faster, but these options can break some games, so I would not recommend using this one. Only the fast boot really, if you want to skip the startup screen. Now we're gonna head over to the emulation tab, and right here the only options that you want to make sure you have enabled is enable multi-thread VU1 and enable instant VU1. The rest you don't have to change it. In fact, it's best that you don't, because this will affect the gameplay speed, and you should only use this if you really know what you're doing. The next option is the graphics tab, and this is where the fun is gonna start. Right here on top where it says render, there's a few graphical outputs we can select. And Vulkan is the one that performs the best for most games out there on this emulator. But if your GPU is outdated, it's not going to show up in here. If that's the case, the second best, in my opinion, is OpenGL, but Direct3D 11 and 12 are also pretty good in here. So if you're not sure what to choose from, you can go ahead and leave it on automatic, but if you have Vulkan, I would definitely recommend trying with these one on, but if you don't like it, choose either OpenGL or Direct3D. I'm gonna leave Vulkan selected here for my, and here on adapter, you want to choose the graphics card that you want the emulator to use. If you have a multiple GPU setup, that is. In my case, I only have the GeForce RTX 37, so that's what I'm gonna select it here. Now, on display, there's only borders full screen to select here on full screen mode, and here on aspect ratio, this is the option that you want to use if you want to stretch the image of your game. Some games on the PS2 are only available on the 4:3 aspect ratio, but some of them also have an option for widescreen 16:9. If you select widescreen and the game does not have support for that, the emulator will stretch the screen of the game to fit your monitor. But there's something very nice about PCSX2, which are the cheats. And a lot of games have support for widescreen patch on this emulator, so I'm gonna cover this on later on the video, but if you don't know which one to select for now, keep it on auto standard here. The next three options, the FMV aspect ratio, the interlacing, and bilinear filtering, you don't have to change this one. They're good to go on the default option here. Now let's head over to the rendering tab, and the first option here, internal resolution, is one feature that can make games look much better here on the emulator. You can either play your games on their native PS2 resolution here, or you can change all the way to 5K resolution. And ideally here, you want to select the resolution option that matches the resolution of your monitor. In my case, I have a 1080p monitor, so ideally, I want to leave it here on 3x native. But if you have a powerful PC and you want to go beyond that, you can select a resolution that is higher than your monitor. The emulator will render the game at that resolution, but it's gonna be fit to be displayed on the resolution of your monitor. For the remaining options, the only one that I'm also gonna change here is anisotropic filtering. This one will make your games look much better and it has minimal impact on your GPU. So you can go ahead and select 16x with no trouble. The remaining options, ideally you wanna leave them on the default here unless the emulator tells you. That's because when you start the game, the emulator will tell you what are the best settings that you should use on rendering in order to get the best emulation out of the game. But be aware that these options can affect the performance on the emulator, especially on the CPU. This option here, blending accuracy, is one that's particularly heavy on the CPU. So use this one depending on the specs that you have and what the emulator tells you. On the texture replacement tab, these are the options that you want to change here if you're going to install one of those HD texture packs for your game. This emulator supports that, and you can find these texture packs out on the internet, and also if you just want to mod your game. Next, you're gonna head over to the post-processing tab, and you have some options here like sharpening with FXAA, and it usually looks pretty good on the emulator. There's also features here too, like for example, the Lotus CRT. This one is useful if you want to play your games like if you were playing on an actual old television, like if you were playing on an actual CRT monitor. So if you want a look that tries to be faithful to an actual PS2, this is the option here. There's also some other stuff if you want to mess with them and have fun. This is up to you. Next, we just have the OSD and recording tabs, and this is just stuff if you want to show the FPS on your game. If you want to get rid of the notifications, it shows up on the top left corner of the screen as well. And also for recording too, if you want to do actual gameplay recordings without using a external software. We now only have the audio tab here that you should leave it as default unless you know what you're doing here. Also the memory cards tab here if you want to format or use a different memory card, or use a memory card that you got from the internet that has a specific save file from the game you're playing. You can do that here as well. And also the network configuration. This emulator can play games online, and I actually have a video here on the channel showing you how to play online on PCSX2. I'll put the link of that one on the description of this video as well. And that's pretty much here for the standard settings of PCSX2. Now for the game specific settings, with your games loaded in here, in my case I'm gonna use black as an example. You're gonna click on your game with the right button, and then you're gonna click here on properties. And it's going to open a window that's very similar to the one that we were messing with just now. But we now have the patches and the cheats tab available. And to patch your game, you simply have to click here on patches, and the emulator will find the patches available to your game. And to activate them into your game, you just have to click here on enable, and the next time you start, it's going to enable those cheats. Be aware that some of them will have additional settings that you have to change in order for them to work properly, like the 60 FPS code for black, for example. You also have to enable the overclock under the emulation tab here in order to make sure that this one works properly. And there's the widescreen patch that I talked about before. Most games will have this one here, and if you're going to use that, make sure that you go to the graphics tab here and then change the aspect ratio to widescreen 16:9. Not every game will have their patches available here because they actually have to import those into the emulator database. So there's some that might be missing, and if that's the case, you have to manually add them yourself. And I happen to have a video here on the channel that covers that as well. So I'm gonna leave the link on the description of this video as well. Now, the next thing that I want to show you here is the option to add cover arts into your games. Right here on the options, you're gonna click here on this icon that has these 4 square right here, and it's going to switch to the cover art display. There's nothing selected here, and there is a fast way that you can get high quality cover arts to all the games that you currently have on the emulator. First, you're gonna click here on tools, and then you're gonna select cover downloader. Now on this window, we just have to input the URL to download covers from, and there is one that was made just for PCSX2, and it can be found on this post right here on GitHub. It's simply called PS2 covers. I'll put the link on the description of the video as well. And they have a software that works really well, but it's much better for us to just grab the URL and just paste that on the emulator. And they give us an option here to download covers on the default format and also 3D covers. In my case, I'm gonna go with the 3D covers here. So you're gonna copy the URL here provided, or you can just click here, just copy that for you. And now go back to the emulator and you just have to paste the link right here and then click on start. And in just a matter of seconds, depending on how many games you have here, it's going to download the 3D cover arts for you or the standard format if you selected that. If you want to change from the 3D format to the standard one or the other way around, you have to delete the covers first, and you can find them here on the emulator folder, right here on the covers folder. Then you just have to delete those from here. And you just have to repeat the process again, selecting the tools here and then cover downloader. But this time you're gonna paste the link of the standard cover folder or the 3D one, depending on what you had before. Finally, when you're ready to play your games, you just have to simply double click them here on the emulator and they will start as such. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to play the Drakengard Trilogy on PC. If you're not familiar with it, this is the original series prior to Nier. Drakengard 1 and 2 are PS2 games, and Draken 3 is on the PS3. I'll show you how to set up both the PS2 and PS3 emulators to play them with the best settings for each game for better graphics and performance, and some enhancements for Drakengard 3 like 60 FPS. I'll also show you how to install the DLC as well. Let's get going. We'll begin by downloading the best PS2 emulator, PCSX2. The link will be down below on the fixed comment of this video. And here on the main page, you want to click here on latest nightly and then download the emulator for the operational system you're using. In my case, I have Windows, so this is where I'm gonna click here. The emulator will come as a zipped file, so you're gonna need either WinRAR or 7-zip to extract it. I would personally recommend 7-zip over WinRAR actually, and I created a folder called PS2 on the desktop of my computer, and now here on the file, I'm just gonna double click on it. It's gonna open with 7-zip, and now I'm just gonna extract all the contents here to the same folder where the original file was. You can go ahead and delete the original file. We're not gonna need this anymore. And here, before we start the actual installation, click here on View and make sure that file name extensions is enabled right here. This is required for what we are about to do right now. So before we start the actual installation of the emulator, you're gonna right click here on the folder, and then you're gonna select New, and then click on Text Document. This file will be generated, and you're gonna rename this file here to portable And on the .txt, you're gonna erase the txt and replace it with ini. Exactly like this. It has to be written exactly like this. And when you click away, it's going to ask if you really want to change this one, and then click on yes. And if you see this little gear here next to the program, it means you did it right. Now you're gonna click here on this PCSX2 executable, so just double click on it. And if you did it right, all these folders will show up right here, just like it was before, but this is something that they changed it on the latest version of this emulator. There's a few options here if you want to change the language and the theme of the emulator. I'm just gonna leave everything on default here, so go ahead and click on next. Here we're gonna have to select the folder to where the BIOS files are gonna be. I can't show here on the video where to go or even mention where you could find it because that's against YouTube's policy. But it shouldn't be too hard to find, if you know what I mean. And when you have them with you, you're gonna place them on the BIOS folder here, on the emulator folder, just like this. Now go back to the installation program here, and then click on refresh list, and like that, the BIOS should appear here. I got the Japanese version, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. This is not gonna affect the installation or anything like that. So now click here on next. And on this tab, we're gonna have to select the folder to where you want the emulator to scan for the games. And in my case, I like creating a folder here on the emulator folder. Click on new and then folder. I just create a new one here called games, just to keep everything on the same place, right? Now go here back on the emulator and then click here on add, and it should open the emulator folder by default. So now you just have to select that games folder that we just created and click on select. It's going to ask if you want the emulator to scan this every time. Click on yes, and there you go. The folder directory should appear right here. Now click on next, and on this screen we can configure our controller, and this emulator has a automatic mapping function. So if you already have your controller plugged in, you're gonna click here on automatic mapping, and it's going to list all the devices you are using. In my case, I have a Xbox controller, so I'm gonna click here on SDL0 X input controller, but you can use your keyboard as well if that's the case. You can configure this later inside the emulator, by the way. If you have a second controller, you just have to do the exact same thing here on controller port 2. Now click here on next, and with that we have finished the installation of the emulator, and it should appear right here. This will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. Now, with this part completed, for installing the games, you're gonna go back to the PCSX2 folder here, and on that games folder that we created before, this is the location that we're gonna be placing the game. The best format for this emulator is the .iso here, and I can't show you here on the video where to go to get the games, because if you do that, YouTube deletes your video. So you can either dump your copies of the game into the PC or find it online. And when you have them with you, you're gonna go back to the emulator. If you had it open while doing all of this, you're just gonna click here on scan for new games, and just like that, the games will appear. You can also close the emulator and reopen it. That works as well. Both games are ready to go here, but before that, we're gonna tweak the emulator settings to give them the best graphics and performance. So we're gonna start with Drakengard 1, click on the game with the right button, and you're gonna click here on properties. This window will show up, and first you're gonna head over here to the patches tab, and you're gonna enable both the widescreen and the no interlacing patches. The widescreen patch will fit the game screen size to fit your monitor without stretching, and the no interlacing will get rid of a blur effect that normally happens on the emulator. Now you're gonna head over to the graphics tab here, and on the top where it says renderer, the best renderer for this emulator is Vulkan right here. But if your GPU is a little outdated, it's not going to show up for you. If that's the case, you can select both Direct3D 11 or 12. I think that they are also great renderers for this emulator, but the best one is Vulkan right here. So select that if you have that. The adapter should be the main graphics card that you have on your computer. Normally it's going to select the right one right here if you select use global setting, but you can go ahead and change it to the one that you have. Next, on display, you're going to change the aspect ratio to widescreen 16:9 because we activated that patch here before. You're also going to have to change it here Right here on the bottom, go ahead and click on anti-blur. This helps a little bit with the game. Now you're gonna head over to the rendering section here, and on internal resolution, you can increase this game's native resolution here. And ideally, you should use a resolution that matches the monitor that you have. In my case, I have a 1080p monitor, so I'm gonna go ahead and select 3x native here, but you can also crank this one higher. If you have a powerful PC, the emulator will render the game at that resolution, but it's going to be fit to your monitor. But in my case, I think 1080p is good enough. Next, here on anisotropic filtering, you can change this one from global setting to 16x. This will make the game look much better, and it has minimal impact on performance. Now, on blending accuracy here, the best option is actually medium for Drakengard 1. This will get rid of some video glitches that can happen in this game, but if you select medium, do notice that it's going to require a bit more of your CPU to play this game. Most CPUs will be okay to handle this option here, but if you notice a performance hit, go ahead and leave this one on the global setting. And that's pretty much it on the settings for Drakengard 1. You can go ahead and click on close here, and we're gonna do pretty much the same thing for Drakengard 2. So right click on the game and then select properties here, and you're gonna head over to the patches tab here, and you're gonna enable the widescreen and the remove black bars option here. This is for removing the black bars in cutscenes. Now head over to the graphics tab on render. The best video render for the emulator is Vulkan once again, but if that's not available for you, you can select either Direct3D 11 or 12. Here on aspect ratio, you can change this one to widescreen 16:9 because we activated that patch here. You can also click here on anti-blur. Now head over to the rendering tab once again, and on internal resolution, select the one that matches the resolution of your monitor in that case, and on anisotropic filtering, change it to 16x. And unlike the first game, you don't have to change the blending accuracy here. The basic setting is good to go anyway. And with that, we are done here, so go ahead and click on close, and you can pretty much start the game right now. You just have to double click one of them to start, and just like that, you're good to go. If you want to change your controller settings again, right here on the settings tab, you're gonna click here on controllers. You're gonna head over to controller port 1 DualShock 2, and you can change the device you want to use here, again by clicking here on automatic mapping. This is it for Drakengard 1 and 2, and now we're gonna head over to the Drakengard 3 tutorial. We'll begin by downloading RPCS3, the PS3 emulator. I'll put the link down below, and here on the main page, you just have to click here on the download button, and then you download the emulator for the operational system you're using. In my case, I'm using Windows, so I'm gonna click on this one and then place it on the folder of your preference on your PC. These are the recommended and minimal specs of the emulator, and it's ideal that your PC has at least the recommended specs here, especially on the CPU. This emulator is very demanding on that. The emulator will come in a zipped file, so you're gonna need either WinRAR or 7-zip to extract it, and I would personally recommend using 7-zip. I'll put the link of that on the description of the video, and when you install that right here on the file, you're gonna click on it with the right button and then select 7-zip here and click on extract here. And you can go ahead and delete the original one. We're not gonna need that anymore. And to begin, you just have to double click here on rpcs3.exe to start the installation, and here there's a few options if you want to create a desktop shortcut and stuff. I would not recommend using the dark theme yet, so I'm gonna turn this off, and then just click here on do not show again, and I have read the quick start guide, and then just select here on continue, and there you go, we have RPCS3 on our computer. First, we have to install the PS3 firmware on the emulator, and we can get that on the official Sony website. This is the place right here. The link will be down below, and on this page you want to scroll down here to the bottom a little bit, and where it says how to update PS3 system software, you want to click here on update using a computer, and then you just click on download PS3 update and place the file on the same emulator folder. If for some reason the download doesn't start when you click on it, then you have to click on it with the right button on your mouse and then select copy link address, and then paste the link on your browser and press enter. Then the download will start. Now back on the emulator folder, I already downloaded my firmware here. It is this file, the PS3 update. Now you want to go to the emulator and right here, click on File and click on Install Firmware. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you just have to double click here on the PS3 update and it will install the firmware on RPCS3. Click here and Do Not Show again and then click OK. And now it will install these PPU modules, but this shouldn't take long. Now with the emulator set up, we're going to install the game and you're going to go back to the folder where you installed this emulator here. And you're going to notice this folder here called Games that was already created by the emulator. This is the default folder that the emulator is going to scan for new games. So you're going to double click on it and this is where you're going to be placing the game files. And just like I told you before, I can't show you here on the video where to go to get the game because if you do so, YouTube will delete your video. So you can either dump your copy of your game into your PC or find it online. And one of the ways that you can make the emulator detect your game is having a folder like this with the name of the game, and inside you have the actual game files. It's going to look something similar to this. Now you're gonna go back to the emulator and you're gonna click on File and then click on Add Games. It should open the emulator folder by default, so you're gonna double click on the games folder, click on the game once, and then click here on Select Folder. Remember, the files have to be inside a folder in order for this to work properly. Now click on Select Folder, and just like that, the game will appear here. You can also close the emulator and reopen. That works as well. Now, this is the vanilla version of the game. We're missing the patch 1.01. And it's best that you update your game, not only to get rid of bugs, but also for emulator compatibility as well. And there is an easy way to update your games on RPCS3. Using this tool right here, Rusty PSN, the link will be down below as well. So here on this page, you just want to click here on the latest release available. It is version 3.7. And then just scroll down here to the bottom and you have to download this file right here, the Rusty PSN EG Windows.zip. Download this file if you are using Windows like I am. You can place it on the same emulator folder. Now back on the RPCS3 folder, the file is right here, the Rusty PSN that is, so you just have to extract the single .ex file that is inside of it with either WinRAR or 7-zip here. And then now you just have to double click here on the rustypsn.exe and the tool will open. Before you start downloading the patches, I want you to click here on this little gear so you can change the download location for the patches. In my case, I like to create a new folder on the emulator folder here called updates, just so that I can keep things organized, you know? And now go back to Rusty PSN and then select pick folder and then select that one updates folder that we just created. Remember, this is optional. This is up to you how you want to download this, but I like doing it like this. So now click here on Save Settings. Now to download the patch, we're gonna need the game serial code, and we can get that on the emulator right here on the game. You're gonna right click on it and select the option from the bottom, copy info, and you're gonna click here on copy serial. It's this code right here. So now you're gonna go back to Rusty PSN and you're simply going to paste the code right here and then click on search for updates. And it's going to list all the updates available for the game. In this case, there's only one for Drakengard 3. So you can go ahead and click here on download file, wait for the download to finish. Now you're gonna go back to the emulator, click on file once again, but this time you're gonna click here on install packages. Now you're going to navigate to the updates folder that we created or the folder that you decided to download the patch to. And inside a folder with the serial code of the game, double click on that and the patch inside. Now you just have to double click on it. It's gonna ask if you want to install this, click on yes. The installation is very fast here and there you go. Now our game is updated. Now installing DLC on this emulator is actually very straightforward. You're gonna need the PKG and the RAP file for the DLC. For the DLC to work in the game, not only they have to be in the same region as the game, but you're gonna need the PKG and the RAP file for each one of them. Right here, I have the Once Prologue DLC, this one right here. So I have the PKG and the REP for that one DLC. For getting them, you can either dump your DLC files from your PS3 into your PC or find them online. But just like the game, I can't show you where to get the DLC, otherwise YouTube will delete the video. Also, you must keep them with the original name like this, otherwise you're gonna get an error when you try to install them on the emulator. In my case, I just created a folder called DLC on the same Drakengard 3 folder right here. And for installing them, you just have to go back to the emulator, click on File once again. You're gonna click on Install Packages. Now you just have to navigate to the folder where the DLC files are. In my case, the games folder, double click on it, double click on the game, the DLC folder, and you can just highlight both the PKG and the REP like this. Remember, you need both of these files in order for the DLC work. Now just go ahead and click on Open like this, and the DLC is installed on the game. Next, there are some custom patches that we can apply into this game, like unlocked FPS and also increased camera sensitivity as well. To do that, you just have to right click the game once again, and you're gonna click here on Manage Game Patches. This window will show up, and when you start it for the first time, it's going to ask if you want to download the latest patches. Click on yes, and there you go. And now you're gonna see the name of the game right here. So go ahead, click here on this little arrow, click on version 1.01. This is the one that we are now with the game. And now we just have to tick the boxes here to enable these patches. In my case, I like increasing the horizontal camera sensitivity here and also unlock the FPS. This game was originally 30 FPS on the PS3, and on the emulator you can play it at 60 or even higher than that. But I would not recommend going higher than 60 FPS because it can break the physics of the game a little bit. So I would recommend sticking to 60 FPS. Now, when you're done here, go ahead and click on Apply and then Save. And now we're going to tweak the emulator settings for the best graphics and performance of this game. Right click the game once again, but this time you're gonna click here on Create Custom Configuration. This window will show up, and first you're gonna head over here to the GPU tab, and on render, make sure that you have Vulkan selected here. This is by far the best video render for this emulator, but if your GPU is a little outdated, you're only gonna have OpenGL, in which you can play the game, but the performance will be much worse. In some cases, you can't even play the game because it's going to give you a black screen when you start the game. So definitely go ahead and select Vulkan here. And on these settings here, the anisotropic filter should be set on auto, otherwise you're gonna have some bugs here. And on the frame limit, just like I told you, it's best that you play this at 60 FPS, lock it here. But you can go ahead and try a higher frame rate if you feel like it, but be aware of the issues that can happen. And if you want to increase the game's resolution, you're gonna leave the default resolution here at 720p, the recommended. Do not change this one. And you're gonna change here on resolution scale. You can go all the way to 4K resolution if your PC can support that. And if you are going to increase the game's resolution here to anything other than 100%, you also have to change here the resolution scale threshold to exactly 512 by 512. You can use the keys on your keyboard to be more precise, exactly like this. Now you're gonna head over to the Advanced tab, and this is for playing the game at 60 FPS. Here on V-blank frequency, you're going to change this to 120 Hz. If you wanna go higher than 60 FPS, you're going to increase this value even higher. But remember of the issues that can happen once again. Also, this part is optional, but I like going here to the Emulator tab and disable the Show Trophy pop-ups, PPU Compilation Hint, and the Shader Compilation. They can be annoying because every time the emulator is doing one of these, especially the PPU compilation, you're gonna get a notification on the bottom side of your screen, and I think that's a little annoying, so I like turning that off. And we are finally done here with the settings. Go ahead and click here on Apply and then Save Custom Configuration. Lastly, we have to configure the controller, and for that, you're gonna click here on Pets. This window will show up, and this emulator has an automatic mapping function. So if you already have your controller plugged in, You're gonna head over here to handlers and you're gonna click on keyboard, and the emulator is going to list the available devices for you. In my case, I'm using a Xbox controller, so I'm gonna click here on X input, and just like that, the controller configuration is ready for me. You can also play with your keyboard if that's what you want to do here as well. There is an option for that. When you're done, go ahead and click here on save, and we are ready to start the game. And for that, you just have to double click the game right here. And when you start this for the first time, it's going to compile the CPU modules, and this could take a little long depending on how strong your CPU is, but you only have to do this once. Once it's done, the game will start, and to go full screen, you can either double click your screen or press Alt Enter. The Outrun 2006 Tweaks tool brings several new enhancements to the game and also restores a bit of missing features, like borderless window mode, proper UI scaling, partially unlocked FPS, better reflections, reduced loading times, and being able to change music in gameplay, and also add and remove music tracks. Texture replacement is also possible now. I'll show you how to set up everything in this tutorial video. The first step is having the original PC release of the game. It can be either the disk image file or the Steam release of the game. It's not available for sale anymore, and I would like to show you here on the video where to get the disk image file, but this is against YouTube's guideline, so if I were to do that, the video could get deleted. But it's not hard to find on Google, if you know what I mean. And there are two ways you can install this on your PC. The first is by simply double-clicking the .iso file here. It will generate all of these files. This can be done on either Windows 10 or 11. And the second way is by extracting the file here with either WinRAR or 7-zip. I would personally recommend using 7-zip over WinRAR, and that's the method I'm gonna choose here. So just right-click the game, select 7-zip, and then I'm gonna click on Extract here. As such, we will have the same files as before, and you can go ahead and delete the original .iso. We're not gonna need this anymore, and we have to run the setup file right now to get this on your PC. So go ahead and just double click on it, choose your language and select OK, and it will take us to this screen right here. Just click on install, and it will take us to this screen here. Click on next, click on agree, next again, and it's going to ask you where you want to install the game, because we are going to need to modify one of the files in there. To do that, on the program files folder, we have to change the Windows permissions. So instead, I think it's just much easier to install the game in a folder like desktop or the downloads folder on your computer. In my case, I'm going to choose the same folder that I was before, that Outrun folder that I created on the desktop of my computer. I would recommend that you do the same. Now go ahead and click on next, and then install, let it do its thing. This shouldn't take long. And if you head over to the folder you selected, files are gonna be fully installed here. This Tweaks mod is being distributed here on this GitHub page, and I'll put the link of this in the description of the video. And it just so happens that at the moment I'm recording this, they just released version 0.4. But when you get to this page, you're not going to get it here from the Releases tab. Instead, I want you to click here on Actions, because this is where the latest enhancements and fixes done by the community are being shared. So you're gonna get whatever it is, the latest version available here on the top, because this one has all the enhancements from before, even when it's not a stable release like this one. So you just have to click on it, and it will be available right here on Artifacts. You're gonna need an account on GitHub in order to download it, so you just have to click here on sign up and create your account. It is a fast process and you don't have to pay for anything. I already have the file here with me, and I placed it on the same game folder. So I'm just gonna open this with 7-zip, and you have to extract everything that is in here, by the way, and drag it to the folder like such. When it asks you, click on replace the file in the destination. And to tweak the settings, you're gonna double click here on this Outrun 2006 tweaks file. This can be done with the default notepad from Windows or your favorite text editor software. Just gonna double click on this one, and we're gonna have this text file right here. Right on the top, we're gonna see a performance setting here to unlock the FPS, and the original game could not be run at anything higher than 60 FPS, but we can do that now here. So if you have a high refresh rate monitor, you just have to change this one from 60 to 144, for example, or whatever it is the refresh rate that you want to play as. And right on the bottom, we have different modes for that, and keeping this one at 0 is good enough unless you have some issue. You're gonna change this one from 1 to the accurate mode, but you're probably not gonna need it. And right below it, we have the option to unlimit the frame rate so we can get better loading times. And by default, it's already set to 1, and this is a good one already to use. Unless you want to also disable VSync, you can set this one to 2, but it can introduce some screen flash in your game. And a little below it, we have the option here to disable the VSync, and as you know it, disabling VSync can give us better input lag on the game. So I personally like playing my games with VSync turning on. So that's gonna be up to you. If you want to test it out with this turn it off, but if you have some screen issues, come back here and set this one back to 1 or 2 if you want to have half a refresh rate. And right below it, we have the option to adjust the UI scale of the game. In the original game, the UI was just stretched to fit the 16:9 proportion, but now with the tweaks, we can change that. You just have to change here from 0 to 1, or the number 2 if you want it to be centered to the middle of the screen. And right below that, the option to set a 4:3 letterboxing to the game's menu. If it's set to 0, it's going to stretch the menu to fit your monitor, but leaving it at 1, it will make it be displayed on the original aspect ratio, which is probably what you should use here, so leave it at number 1. Right below that, we have some graphics enhancements here and also fixes as well. The first one, anisotropic filtering, keep this one at 16. This will make the game look much better and has minimal impact on performance, and there is also a reflection resolution setting here. But you can go beyond that if you feel like it. This resolution here of 2048 is this one times 16, so you can go like times 30 if you feel like it. But I'll keep mine at that resolution because I think it already looks good enough. And below that, there are some fixes here. Keep everything on true. These are all good fixes for this game. Right below that, we have the setting here that allows for texture replacement. By default, they're both set to true right here, so keep it at that. And the new textures will be loaded in this location right here. But this folder is only going to be created when you start the game for the first time. I'll go into detail about that later in the video. And just below that, we also have the option here if you want to dump the original textures of this game so you can change them in the way you feel like it. Just make sure you change this from false to true. And we have now the CD switcher settings. This is a new feature that allows us to change music in gameplay. By default, it's not enabled, so let's change that here from false to true. And right here on the bottom, we have the combination bind settings on how this works. On the Xbox controller, if you want to skip ahead on the music, you have to press the back button. And the previous track combination is by pressing the right stick and the back button. But you can change these right here. You just have to write them down like this. Let's say I want to change the track next button from back, and I want to use the Y button on the Xbox controller. And I can just do like this. And you can use a combination of buttons as well. Like let's say the previous track, I want to use a combination of the left trigger as well, right trigger. So it's LT plus RT, just like that. And right here on window, we have the setting to enable the borderless full screen. This is a new one for this mod, and by default, it's already enabled to true. But if you want to play on exclusive full screen, you can change this one from true to false. A little below that, we have the auto detect resolution option, which is already set to true, so the game will match whatever that is the resolution that your monitor is. And 4K resolution is supported if you're wondering that. Change anything in here. Right below that, we have the option to skip the beginning intro logos, and this is a good one to have, and this is new for this tweaks mod. I'm going to change my here from false to true, just so we can get into the game quicker. And also if you want to disable the countdown timer when you're about to start your run. I like having that on, so I'm gonna keep it to false here. And right below that, there's an option to restore the original Japanese Clarissa model. The America version received a bit of censorship here, so I'm gonna go ahead and restore this one from false to true. And below that, we have a set of fixes here. Keep everything on true. This will only improve the game. And right below that, we have the information about track skipping. I will explain how custom music works right now. This right here is the list of tracks that are available in the game right now. And you can remove any of these tracks right here and add new ones as well. And the formats supported are WAV, FLAC, and OGG. So to add your music into the game, they have to be inside the music folder and also needs to be referenced in here. Back here on the game installation folder, the place that I'm talking about here is this sound folder. You're gonna double click on this one, and here you're gonna notice the tracks that were referenced on the text file. This is where you're gonna be placing the file track that you want. I'm gonna use Slingshot from Daytona USA 2 as an example. Copy and paste the music right here into the Outrun sounds folder, like this. And just to make sure that we don't do anything wrong after this, I want you to click here on View on this folder, and you're gonna click here on File Name Extensions. By doing so, we can see the format of any file in this folder. For the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to rename this Linkshot name here to 00 just so that it shows up on the very first track in-game, like this. And now we just have to write down this file name back on that texture folder. So I'm gonna right click here and select rename, just so we can get all of this information right here. Do it like this, select everything, click on copy. Now go back to that text file. And because I renamed that to 00, I'm just gonna place it here on the top. Now I just have to paste it like this in the tracker's reference, but we also need to give it a name in order for it to show up in game, because this is how it works here. It selects the track file path, that is this one here, and then followed by, you're gonna press space equal space again, and now you're gonna write the name that you want it to be displayed in game. I'm just gonna write down Slingshot like this, and there you go. You can add as many tracks as you want here, as much as your hard drive supports. At last, we are done here. Don't forget to save this, by the way. Click here on File and then Save, or you can press Ctrl S on your keyboard, and you can close this now. For the texture replacement, first we have to start the game for the first time, like I talked before. So you're gonna double click here on the .exe file. When the game starts, you can close it down by pressing Alt F4, and now we're gonna have the textures folder here created. Double click on this one and we have the dump with the original textures, and inside this you're gonna create a new folder called load, and any textures that are inside the load folder will appear in the game. I don't know if you are aware of this, but YouTube sees the distribution of enhanced or upscale textures as illegal distribution of copyrighted material. It would be the equivalent of me telling or showing how to get the game itself, which is not allowed, and as such, I can't do that in this video. But there's something rather confusing here on the GitHub tweaks page. I just happened to click around on this issues tab right here, and the thread number 20 says something about texture pack releases, and I'm not going to click on that, but I'm sure that they're just discussing textures themselves. I am pretty sure you're not going to find any instructions or distribution or anything like that. It's likely nothing. I am not going to click on that anyway, so you should do the same thing. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to add cheats on PCSX2, the PS2 emulator for PC. This is a new version of my original video on this topic, as I didn't cover a lot of details on adding not only the cheats on PCSX2, but also how to label them and make things more optimal. If you don't already have PCSX2 fully installed, you can watch my guide video for that. The link will be on the description, because this video will focus just on the cheats themselves. Let's get going. So here on the emulator, the game I'm gonna be using as an example is the American version of Black. And it is important to know the region of your game because the cheats also needs to be on the same region as well in order for them to work. And if you don't know that information, the emulator will tell you. Right here on your game, you're gonna click on it with the right button and you're gonna select here Properties. This window will show up and it will have the information we need, the serial code of the game and also the CRC. The serial is the region code information about your game. In this case, the American version of Black is 21376. And we also need to know the CRC code as well, but that's for later on the video. If you followed my emulator setup guide video, you have the portable version of this emulator, right? With all the folders needed here on the same location. And the cheats folder is already here as well. This was already created by the emulator. And this is where you're gonna be dropping the cheats file. But if you did the default installation, then this cheats folder here will be on your documents. And we can get there from the emulator. Right here, you're gonna click on Settings, then select Folders right here, and we'll list the directory of these folders, including the cheats as well. Right here, you're gonna click on Open, and it's gonna take you to the cheats folder of your emulator. Keep this one open here, because we're gonna come back when we have the cheats with us. You can get cheats for PCSX2 on many places on the internet, but there is one place where you can find a bunch of them together, already labeled and working, and it is on this website right here. I'll put the link on the description. And to start, you're gonna put your mouse here on these codes so we can see the systems available here. So you're gonna select Sony, of course, and then click on PlayStation 2. It will take us to this page right here, and you can find games by clicking here, or you can search them as well. So in my case, I'm using Black, right, on the PS2 as an example. So I'm gonna type the name of game, press enter, and it's gonna list the games with cheats here. I can already see the game I'm looking for, right, here with Black. And like I said, I have the American version of Black, the NTSC-U, and they also list the serial code as well, the region of this game. And it is the same one that I have here with me, just to confirm, 21376, the same one right here, so I'm on the right path. So when you find the one you need, you're gonna click here on the region, and it's gonna list the codes available. Now on this page, you have to do this every time you go into a game list here. On the format, you're gonna click right here and change this one to PCSX2.PNG. This is the format we're gonna need, and also change this from all to checked. If you leave this on all and select the cheats you want and click on download, it's gonna download all the codes in here, not the ones you selected. So it is important to always check this option here. Now, scrolling down here on this page, we have the master codes, and these are not needed for PCSX2, at least not anymore. I'm not sure if this was a requirement before the updates, but you don't need them now. And here we start to see the first codes for these games. On this section, you're gonna see more specific codes, like stuff that unlocks certain levels of the game, something like that. And below that, you're gonna find the codes you are probably looking for, stuff like infinite ammo, infinite health, and so on. It is not unusual to find codes here that do the same thing, but they were uploaded twice. This means that one of these codes are now outdated and it does not work anymore, and the same person who worked on that have put up a new version of that cheat. For example, we have two codes for infinite ammo that was done by the same person, but you can tell that this one is different than the others. And at least on this game, I found out that the codes that have the least number of strings here is the new one. This page will not tell you what codes are the new ones, at least I did not find any filter for it. But if you do come across two codes, just get one of them, test them out and see if it works. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do about this. So to download these codes, you're gonna check mark here on the cheat you want, and then you're gonna come back on the top and click on download, but you can pick more than one cheat at a time. For this example, I'm gonna get the codes for infinite ammo and also infinite health as well. So select them, go back to the top and click on download. I already have the file here with me, but we have to rename this in order for it to work on the emulator. And the name of this file has to be the CRC code of your game. Remember that? here on the emulator, right click on the game, select properties, and it is this CRC right here. So you're gonna have to copy this, press and hold with the left button on your mouse, select everything, click on it with the right button, and then copy. Now go back to the cheats folder, right click on the file, select rename, delete all of this, and then just press Ctrl V and press enter. There you go. Now the file is ready on the emulator. I'm gonna show you that right now. If you had this open, close it and just do the thing again. Right click the game, select properties. Now here, you're gonna go to the cheats tab and your codes will appear right here. And to activate them, you have to click here on enable cheats, and you can now highlight these boxes. So you just have to click on the ones you want to use and you're good to go. You just have to close this and start your game, and the cheats are gonna be there. In case you get a code from the internet that is not labeled but it does work, you can add the label yourself here, and it's very simple to do. I'm gonna do that right now, and I'm gonna use the same code as an example. Here on this PNEC file, if this is your first time, I don't think you're gonna be able to just double click and open this with a notepad. If that's the case, you're gonna right click this file, select open with, and choose notepad from here. If notepad does not show up, then you're gonna click here on choose another app, and you're gonna select the notepad from there or your favorite text editor software on Windows. And when you do that, you can just double click on the file and it should open. And here we have all the information we need about these cheats. But the only part that matters for PCSX2 in order for the cheats to work is this one right here where it says patch, and then you have a bunch of numbers and letters. Some cheats will only have one string of code while some will have two, like the one that I have. But what I'm trying to say is you might come across a code that only has the patch part here. You don't have a description or even the name of the code, right? Let's say I got this code for infinite ammo, but I only have the code itself, right? There is no name, no description, or anything. I'm gonna start by giving this code a name, and I'm gonna use this one as a reference because the name of the code always have to be between brackets. So you're gonna start by open bracket, and then you can just type the name of the code right here. When you're done, close the bracket. Now you can press enter, and I'm also gonna give a description as well. So just type description equals, and then you can write a small description to your code. Remember that these labels are optional and it does not have to contain everything. You can write a label for just the name of the code itself and you're good to go. This is gonna be up to you. Don't forget to save right here, or you can just press Ctrl S on your keyboard and you can close this. And I'm gonna show you that the change that I've made here will be detected by the emulator. Right click the game again, go to properties, cheats, and there you go. The name and the description of the code is now different and it will work just as fine. Just make sure you have it marked here, and also click on enable cheats as well. And when you start your game, the cheats will be there and you can start playing with them. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to set up RPCS3, PS3 emulator for PC. This will be a full setup guide including how to add your games and the best settings, updates, enhancement patches, DLCs, and how to import save files too. Without wasting any time, let's get going. The emulator is available here on this website. I'll put the link down below in the description, and it is very important to look at the PC requirements of RPCS3. It requires much more of your CPU than your GPU, and at the very least, you need a CPU with 4 cores and 8 threads, so you can at least start the games here, but the performance won't be that good on most games. So for the recommended specs, it is a CPU with at least 6 cores and 12 threads. There's also a CPU ranking spreadsheet where you can see what CPUs performs better on RPCS3 so you can compare with yours. I'll drop the link of that on the description too. Take your time to read through all of this, and to download, you're gonna click here on the top on the download button. And this emulator is available for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. This tutorial is for Windows 10 and 11, So right here on the page, you're gonna click here on the download button to get started. It will come as a zipped file, so you're gonna have to extract it, and you can use either WinRAR or 7-zip for that. I would personally recommend using 7-zip. I'll put the link of that on the description of the video as well. And right here on this file, you just have to click on it with the right button, select WinRAR or 7-zip, and then click on extract here. It will generate all of these files. You can go ahead and delete the original zip file. We're not gonna need this anymore. And to start the installation, you just have to double click here on RPCS3.exe and this window will show up. And there are a few settings here. I would not recommend using the dark theme yet. We can configure this later. And just go ahead and click here on do not show again. And I have read the quick start guide, so we can click on continue. So go ahead and click here. And just like that, the emulator will appear here. The first thing we have to do here is install the PS3 firmware, and we can get that on the official PlayStation website. This is the place right here. I'll also put the link on the description of this video. And right here, you want to scroll down a little bit to this page and go to where it says how to update PS3 system software, and you're gonna click here on update using a computer. It will unlock this next section, and right here you just have to click on download PS3 update to get the firmware. But if the download doesn't start when you click here, then you have to click on this button with the right button on your mouse, and then you're gonna click on copy link address, and you're gonna paste the link on your browser, and then you're gonna press enter, and the download should start that way. So go ahead and download the firmware. I dropped the firmware file on the same location as the emulator itself. It is this file right here, ps3update.pup. Now you want to open the emulator once again, and you're going to click here on file and then click on install firmware. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you just have to double click on PS3 update to install the firmware. In case this file is not showing up here, then you have to come here to the bottom right side of the screen and then click on PS3 update file, and then you're gonna select all files. This way it's going to list everything on this folder, including the firmware file. So go ahead and double click on that and it will install the firmware. This shouldn't take long right here. When this window show up, click on OK, then just wait until this is finished. This will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. To add games on this emulator, you're gonna go back to the folder where you dropped all the files, and you're gonna notice this folder here called games that was already installed by the emulator when we did the setup. This is the default location that the emulator will scan for games. For this guide, I'm gonna be using the digital version RIP of Metal Gear Solid 4 on the PS3 and the physical disc RIP of Tekken 6. For games on the physical format, when you dump them into the PC, you're gonna have files very similar to this one. But for games on a digital format, you're gonna have the PKG and the RAP file for that game. And it's also important to not rename the file names as well, otherwise you can get an error when installing the game. For games on the physical format, to make them show up on the emulator is as simple as just restarting the emulator here. So when you add the game, you just have to reopen the emulator again and it will show up here. If they don't show up, you can also click here on File and then click on Add Games and just click on the Games folder once and then click on Select Folder. But for games on the PKG format, one of the ways you can get them here is by clicking on File and then Install Packages. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you're gonna double click the games folder, double click on the game folder, and you can just select both the PKG and RAP in one go by just pressing and hold the left button on your mouse, like this. Then you just click here on open. It will install the game on the emulator, and this can take a little long depending on how big the game is. And when it's done, it will appear right here. The emulator will tell you if that game is digital or physical too. Now, if you want to remove a game, if that game is on the digital format, all you have to do is click on it with the right button, select remove, and then click on remove HDD game. But if it's a disc game, you just have to delete the game folder right here under games, and just delete the entire folder of the game and restart the emulator. Some games require an installation process in order for them to work on the PS3, and it's also the same here on the emulator too. So in that case, just to be sure that you got rid of everything, you're gonna click here on dev HD0, then click on game, and you should see a folder here with the serial code of the game, this serial code right here. So you can also delete the folder that contains that data here as well, just to make sure that you deleted everything regarding that game. Games that had update patches on the PS3 also needs to be updated here on the emulator, and RPC will tell you if there are patches available here and how far they go. There are two ways that I know of where you can update your games on this emulator. The first one is by using a program called Rusty PSN, and the second one is by using Discord. I'm gonna show you both of them so you can choose which one works the best for you, starting with Rusty PSN. This app is available right here on this page of GitHub. I'll put the link on the description. And here you just have to click here on whatever it is the latest release available. And right here under Assets for Windows, you're gonna click here on Rusty PSN UGI Windows.zip. Go ahead and click here to download, and you can put that on the same RPCS3 folder if you want to keep things on the same place. Okay, so I already have the file here with me. You're gonna have to extract this with either WinRAR or 7-zip again. But before that, what I like to do here to keep things organized is to create a new folder here on the emulator to keep just the patch files. So for that, you're gonna right click here on this folder and then click on New Folder. I'm gonna call this Updates, but you can name it whatever you want. And now we can proceed with the installation here. So on the Rusty PSN file, if you double click on that, it's gonna have a single .exe file inside. Now you just have to drag and drop the file from outside the folder, or you can just right click on the zip, select WinRAR or 7-zip depending on what you have, and then click on Extract here. You can delete the original zip file. We're not gonna need this anymore. And to start, you just have to double click here on rustypsn.exe. Gonna open up as such. And first thing you're gonna do is click here on the little gear and change the download path to that one updates folder we got. So click on Pick Folder, navigate to the RPCS3 folder, click on the updates folder once, and then click on Select Folder. There you go. Now click on Save Settings. And to get the updates for any game, you're gonna need the serial code, and we can get that on the emulator right here, this code. So you're gonna right click on the game you're trying to patch, and then click on the option on the bottom, Copy Info, then click on Copy Serial. Now go back to Rusty PSN. Now paste the code right here, right click, paste, or you can press Ctrl V, and then click on Search for Updates. Then it will list all the updates available for that one game. There's only one for Tekken 6, so I'm gonna go ahead and click on Download File, wait until it's finished. I'll go back to the emulator, click on File, and then Install Packages. On the emulator folder, double click on the Updates folder. There's gonna be another folder with the serial code of the game, double click on that, and inside the patch in a PKG file. So now you can just double click on it, click on Yes to install, and there you go. The game is now patched. For the second method, if you don't have one already, you need to create an account on Discord right here. And when you had that, you're gonna head over to the link on the description to join the RPCS3 Discord server. You just have to click here on Join Server and it will take you there. Now on the Discord server, you're gonna browse here through the channels, and on the off topic here, you're gonna click on this bot span channel. Now here where it says message bot span, you're gonna type the following: !PSN space check space update space, and you're gonna type the serial code of the game you want to get patches to. You can get the serial code on the emulator right here. It is this code, so you can just right click your game, click on the option from the bottom, Copy Info, and then click on Copy Serial. Now go back to the Discord server, and you're gonna paste the code right here. Right click, and then click on Paste here. Or you can just press Ctrl V. Now you're gonna press Enter, and in just a matter of few seconds, the bot will find the updates for your game. Now you just have to click here on this file to download the patch. With the patch installed, you're gonna click here on File and then click on Install Packages. Navigate to the location where the patch is, and now you just have to double click on the PKG file, click on Yes to install the package, and there you go, the game is now updated. It is important to say that for games that have multiple patches available, you need to download and install all of the patches here, not just the latest one available. If you got them from Discord, you have to click on all of these files here, and on Rusty PSN, there is an option to download all the patches in just one go. And when you are about to install them on the emulator, it is important to select the one from the top and then bring your mouse down to the bottom. So that way, they're gonna show up in order when you click on open. You should see a selection screen right here, so make sure that they are in order, and if they are, go ahead and click on install. If you want to remove patches, that can be done here on the emulator. You just have to click here on View and then go to Game Categories, and you're gonna select Game Data right here. And if there are patches for your game, it's gonna show up in here under as PS3 Game Data. So now you just have to right click on this file, select Remove, and then click on Remove PS3 Game Data. There's a lot of games on this emulator that works just fine if you use the default settings. But there's also another bunch of games that require specific settings in order to work fine. And the best way that you can find the best settings for each game is here on the RPCS3 wiki. On this page, you're gonna click here on the search icon, and you're gonna type the name of the game you want to play. I'm gonna use Metal Gear Solid 4 as an example. So when you type the game, press enter here, and it should take you to the wiki page of that game. And here you can find the best settings for that game at the moment. That is because as the emulator updates and gets better, these settings might change here, so it's important to keep check on this page to see if you're running on the best settings possible at the time. You can also check here on the bottom the no issues occurring with this game and the potential fix for each one of them. And there are two ways you can change the settings on the emulator. The first one is by clicking here on Config, but the settings you select here are gonna work for all games that you currently have installed. So instead, I would recommend that you right-click the game you're going to change the settings, and you're gonna click here on Create Custom Configuration. That way, the settings that you choose are only gonna be applied to one game. Another feature of this emulator are the so-called game patches, and they are already built in on the emulator itself when you install a game. To check if your game has them, you just have to right-click the game and then select Manage Game Patches. This window will show up, and on the first time, it's going to ask you if you want to download the latest patches available. Go ahead and click on Yes. And if there are patches available, they're going to show up in here. Just click on this little arrow. It will list the version of the game these patches are available. And when you click on that, you're gonna see a list of them. Not only these patches can improve the performance of the game by disabling certain effects like shadows and lighting and stuff like that, but they can also enhance the experience as well by doing stuff like unlock the FPS, higher aspect ratios, and in some games it also has cheat codes as well, like infinite ammo or no reload cheat codes. And to activate them, you just have to click on the cheats you want enable, and when you click on apply and then save, the next time you boot the game, those game patches will take place. The wiki page containing the best settings for each game will also have a section dedicated to the best game patches you can use in a game as well to get even more performance or to fix an issue. For configuring your controller, this emulator supports a bunch of devices out there from Xbox and PlayStation, and even third-party controllers as well if they have the usual X input and direct input APIs. And you can play with a keyboard as well. For the controller setup, if you don't have your controller connected, go ahead and do that right now. And when it's connected, you're gonna click here on Paths, and this window will show up. And this emulator has a automatic mapping function. So the first thing you want to do is click here on Handlers on Keyboard, and it's going to list all the devices supported. So choose the controller you have. In my case, I'm using a Xbox controller, so it's X input right here. And when you do so, right here on Devices, you're gonna see that the controller port 1 is connected and available. And that's pretty much all you have to do here. If you want to change individual inputs, then you just have to click on the one you want to change, then press that button on your controller like this, and it will work. And if you're going to play couch co-op, you just have to click here on Player 2 tab and do the exact same configuration as before, but for the second controller you have connected. And when you're done, go ahead and click here on Save. For importing save files to this emulator, the first thing we need to do is head over to the location on the emulator where the save files are stored. And the easiest way to get there is by clicking here on Manage, then click on Save Data. The Save Manager window will show up, and by clicking on your game here, you're gonna then click on View Folder and it will take you there. But if this option is grayed out, that means you didn't play the game enough to the point where the emulator could create a save file. You know that screen when you first start a game and it says no save data found, creating a new save data right now, something like that, right? When you get past the screen, then the save data will be in place and you can click on it. So by clicking on that option, it will take you to the place where your save files are gonna be. But it's very important for you to know that if you are importing a save file from another RPCS3, then you just have to copy and paste that save file on this folder and then replace with the ones you have, and it will work just fine. But if you are importing that from a PS3, that save file needs to be decrypted before you can use it here on the emulator. And one of the ways you can do that is by using this app here, the Apollo Save Tool. This was made for PS3, but it works just fine on the emulator as well. So on this page of GitHub, I'll put the link on the description. You're gonna click here on whatever it is the latest version available, and under Assets, you're gonna download this file right here, apollo.ps3.pkg. I already downloaded the file and I placed it on the emulator folder here because this is a PKG file, so it needs to be installed. So now you're gonna go back to the emulator, click on File, and then click on Install Packages. Now navigate to the folder where you downloaded the Apollo file, double click on it, click on Yes to install, and just like that, it will appear right here. Before running Apollo, I'm gonna grab a save file for Tekken 6, and GameFAQs is one place where you can get a bunch of save files for your games, and there is one here for Tekken 6 that has a 100% save for the game. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on this download, and I'm gonna place this file to the folder where my save files from Tekken 6 are located. That save file that I got from GameFAQs is a zip file, so if I open this one, you're gonna see that I have files exactly like the ones in game, but these ones are not decrypted, like I explained. So I'm gonna grab everything here and just drag and drop to this file. It will ask to replace them. Go ahead and do that. They are now in place. I'm gonna delete the zip file here, and we have to decrypt these files here. So now I'm gonna start the Apollo Save 2. Just double click on it. When you open it for the first time, it's going to compile these PPO modules. This is normal, but it shouldn't take long to complete here. Now inside the Apollo Save 2, you're gonna head over here to HDD Saves, click on this one, and you should see a list of the games you currently have a save file for. So press the X button, and then you're gonna click here on Decrypt Save Game Files, and it should open all the save files for that game. In this case for Tekken 6, there are 3 files in here, but there are games out there that could have even more files or less too. But whatever is the case, you're gonna click on each one of them to decrypt everything. I'm gonna start with this ghost.save file. There you go, successfully decrypt. Open again, do the same for the second, and one more time. There you go. You're noticing that it's saying here on screen the folder location where the decrypted files are located. That is where we're gonna head over right now. So after you're done decrypting this, you can close this program. And now you're gonna open your RPCS3 folder, and that folder is located here. Double click on dev HDD0, then the TMP folder, and then the Apollo folder, a folder with the serial code of your game, and inside we have the decrypted files. So you're gonna copy everything here, select everything, right click, copy, and you're gonna paste this on your game's save file location. We can just do the same as before. Click on Manage, Save Data, click on your game, View Folder, and now just paste the files. Right-click the folder, paste. It will ask you to replace the files in a destination. Click on Yes, and there you go. The save files are ready and good to go. For installing DLC, the process is the same as if you were installing a digital game. You're gonna click here on File, and then Install Packages. Now you just navigate to the location where the DLC files are. In my case, I got the Samurai DLC pack for Tekken 6, and you need both the PKG and the REP. Do not rename the files, and the DLC has to be from the same region as the game. Now click on Open, and there you go, the DLC is in place. And to remove them is the same as the game updates. You're gonna click on View, Game Categories, and enable Game Data here, and there's the DLC, so you can just right click on that, remove, and then remove PS3 game data. You can also add custom covers to your games as well, and even a GIF that plays when you put your mouse on top of your game here. In fact, by using this slider here, you can increase the image size of your games here too, and there's also a grid mode as well that you can mess around with. And to add a custom image, you just have to right-click the game, go to Custom Images, and then click on Import Custom Icon. By default, it only selects images on the PNG format, but if you click here and select all files, you can use a JPEG image as well. So now you just double-click on the image, and it will do the change. And you just have to do the same thing for the GIF. Right-click, Custom Images, now import hover GIF, select the one you want, double-click on that, and there you go. Finally, you can start playing your games, so you just have to double-click on the one you want to play. And to go full screen, you can either double-click the screen or you can press Alt and Enter on your keyboard. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to set up Xenia Canary with the Xenia Manager app, the Xbox 360 emulator for PC. This manager makes the configuration process a lot easier and intuitive, and it is an absolute must from now on. I'll show you the full setup, also including how to add game patches, updates, DLCs, and importing save files. Let's get going. You can get both the emulator and the manager here on this page of GitHub, but before that, I want to show you the system requirements for Xenia. For the minimal specs, you're gonna need a CPU that supports AVX and a GPU that supports Direct3D 12. They list here a couple of programs where you can get that information, but there is a way to find this without having to download anything. Here on the taskbar of your Windows, you're gonna click on the search icon, and you're gonna type System Information. The first option on the top should be what you're looking for here, this system information. So go ahead, click on this one. This window will show up and you're gonna see the specs of your PC here, and we're looking for the processor, which should be listed right here. Now, on the top left side of the screen, you're gonna click here on Hardware Resources on this little plus icon. Then you're gonna click on Conflicts Sharing. Now on this page, you can see what GPU you have listed on multiple places. Now, with that information in our hands, you're gonna head over here to this website, techpowerup.com. The link will be on the description. And here, you're gonna put your mouse on Databases. And first, you're gonna go here to GPU Database. And here on Type to Search, you're gonna click on this one. And you're gonna type the name of your GPU like this. And when you find yours, click on it. Now on this page, you're gonna scroll down a little bit and you're gonna look for this section here, Graphics Features. And on DirectX, if you see 12 Ultimate or just 12, that means your GPU supports Direct3D 12, which is good for the Xenia emulator. But your CPU also needs to support AVX too. So you're gonna go back here to Databases, but now you're gonna click on CPU Database, and you're gonna do the same thing, but this time you're gonna type the name of your processor right here. When you see it on the list, click on it, and once again you're gonna scroll down a little bit, but this time you're gonna go to the Features tab right here. And if you see at least AVX here, that means your computer can run Xenia. For the recommended specs, it is a GTX 980 Ti for your GPU and a CPU with at least 6 cores. But like it says here, this won't guarantee perfect performance in all games because there are games that are very demanding on this emulator, and there are games that won't run at all regardless of your PC specs. Now back on the Xenia Manager page, here on releases, you're gonna click on whatever it is, the latest release available right here. And on this page, you're gonna click here on xeniamanager.zip. Click here to download the file and place it on your PC. So the manager is a zip file. You're gonna need to extract that with either WinRAR or 7-zip. I would personally recommend 7-zip. I'll put the link on the description. And then when you have that, you just have to right click the file, select 7-zip or WinRAR, and then click on extract here. You can go ahead and delete the original zip file. We're not gonna need this anymore. And to start, you just have to double click here on Xenia Manager. By doing so, you can see that it already created a couple of files in here. And on the first window here, it's going to ask you what version of Xenia you want to use, that being the stable, Canary, and also the NetPlay to play online. And you can install both the stable and Canary versions of Xenia. The manager will take care of that so that whenever you start a game, you can select it to run with the stable or the Canary version. Most games run better on the Canary version because we have extra options and configurations and stuff like that. But for this guide, I'm gonna get both the stable and the Canary version. And to download, you just have to click here on install. I'm gonna start with Canary version. And just in a couple of seconds, Xenia Canary is here now. And you just have to do the same thing here for the stable version. Just click on this one. It will download, and there you go. For this video, I'm not gonna be covering how to set up the Xenia NetPlay, but if you want a video for that, let me know on the comments of this video. And we're gonna start by heading here to the home page, so click on this one, because this is where we can add games to Xenia. For this guide, I'm gonna be using Sonic Unleashed as an example, and it would be a good idea to place your games on the same Xenia Manager folder just to keep things organized, or inside a folder here as well, that works fine too. And now back on Xenia Manager, you're gonna click here on Add Game, and if you install both the stable and the Canary version, the emulator will ask you which one you want to use, but you can change this one later, of course. I'm gonna select the Canary version right here, and it will open the emulator a little bit because that's how the manager gets the information about your game, like the ID right here. Either way, you should see your game listed here, so now you just have to click on it, and then your game will appear right here. Now I'm gonna show you the Xenia settings, which are now much easier to use on this manager. So you just have to click here on Xenia settings. And another feature of this manager is that you can now select game-specific settings here by just clicking here on the menu and then select the game you want to play. And the settings you select here are only gonna be applied to that one game. I'm gonna show you here the settings available for Xenia Canary, but it is important for you to know that there are a lot of games out there that will only work if you're using specific settings, not just to get a good performance, but also the game will only start if you are using those settings. So it's important that you do research on the game you're trying to play, and there are two places that I know of where you can do that. The first one is the official game compatibility page of Xenia on GitHub, and also the official Xenia Discord. I'll drop the link of those on the description of this video, but if you know another place where we can get that information, let me know in the comments and I'll add that to the description too. Here on audio settings, you can leave the audio system set to any right here, but on the max queued frames, by default it's set to 64. But if you are experiencing an audio delay in your game, you can change this one to 14 here to try to fix that. Some other settings here, but leave them on the default, do not change them unless you know what you're doing. And on display setting, the first one is the full screen one if you want to start your games on full screen, but you can also do that by just double clicking the screen or pressing F11 whenever you're starting the game. There's also a letterbox option to show up on the top and the bottom side of the screen. I personally like playing games with this one off. Now here on internal display resolution, by default it's set to 720p, and it's best that you keep it on this option here too. You can go all the way to 1080p resolution because there are some games on the 360 that plays at 1080p. But the problem is that if you set this to 1080p and the game you're trying to play does not support that, then you're gonna have problems in-game. So it's best to keep this one at 720p because there is a setting down below dedicated just to increase the resolution of your game. So it's best suited to use that one instead of this. So keep this one at 720p. Right below that, we have the vertical sync option here. And what VSync does is to prevent screen tearing from happening in your game. But on this emulator, if you turn VSync off, it will unlock the frame rate of your game. So you can play at 60 FPS or even higher than that, depending on what you select here on this slider. But be aware that some games will not work properly if you increase the frame rate. Some games will run much faster than what they're supposed to, or you're gonna break the physics on the game, and there are games that won't even run at all if the frame rate is unlocked. So use this option here based on what you find on the best settings of the game you're trying to play. Now on the next section, NVIDIA driver settings, you can see that we have the same settings as before, vertical sync and frame rate limiter. That is because your GPU has a built-in vertical sync and frame limiter option. I'm not sure if this is only showing up because I do have a NVIDIA graphics card, or this shows up regardless of what graphics card you have. But AMD GPUs also have a control panel like NVIDIA called AMD Software Adrenaline, something like that. But this section here is the same as if you head over to your NVIDIA control panel right here. But now it's built in on this manager. And the reason this option is here is because you can set the VSync off on the emulator and then activate the VSync from your GPU so you don't get screen tearing and the frame rate of your game will still be unlocked. So the optimal settings here is set the VSync off on the emulator and then use the VSync from the driver settings here to either force 1 or default, and you're gonna use the frame rate limiter here from the slider depending on the game, because there are games that you can play fine at 60 FPS, games that were originally 30 FPS on the Xbox I mean, but if you go beyond 60 then the game starts to break. Now we have the graphical settings section here, and on the first option, graphics API, you have the option to select Direct3D 12 or Vulkan. And once again, the best graphics API is gonna depend on the game you're trying to play. There are games that will only work on Direct3D 12 and games that will only work on Vulkan, and even games that can be played on both of them, but usually one of these will give you the better performance. So once again, this is gonna depend on the game you are trying to play. Regardless of what API you select, you're always gonna have this option here, Draw Resolution Scale. And this is the setting that will increase the resolution of your game that I talked about before. But the thing is, the draw resolution scale is a multiplier number instead of your desired resolution that you want to use. For example, if you set the internal resolution to 720p like I told you, you're gonna get 720p times 2 in game. That is 1440p resolution. If you set this to number 3, that is 720p times 3, which is 4K resolution. It works like this because it is a limitation of this emulator, but there are the so-called game patches that in some games will allow you to select normal resolutions like 1080p and such. But this is gonna depend on the game you're trying to play, and I'm gonna get into the game patches later on in this video. And also, there are some games that will break if you use this resolution scale here. Next, we have the anti-aliasing option here, which helps improving the image output of your game, and it's usually safe to use in most games here. They have the FXAA option here, and below that we also have sharpening options too, like Fidelity FX and AMD FSR, which is a really good one here. So you can mess with these options to your liking here. And that's it for the graphical settings I wanted to show you. And now here on the general settings, just make sure that you have both game patches and title updates set to on. That means your game will use any patches you select and any updates the game could have here too. stuff like Discord reach presence, that's gonna be up to you here. Now let's head over here to user input settings, and right on the first one, input system, if you click on it, you can select the device you want to use to play your game. And even though they list here the different devices you can use, outside of X input, which are Xbox controllers, SDL2 and keyboard does not work very well on Xenia. They just kinda work. There are some inputs that will work on the keyboard in the game, but it's very janky and there isn't a way yet where you can change individual inputs on this emulator. So the solution here is that if you have a PlayStation controller, you can use a program called DS for Windows that will emulate a Xbox controller on your PlayStation. There is one for DualSense controllers as well called DualSense X, and I can confirm that it works well on Xenia too, but I'm not sure about keyboard too. I've seen some programs that claim to emulate a Xbox controller on your keyboard, but I'm not sure if they work fine too. But if you do have an Xbox controller, you just have to select here X input and will work just fine. Here's some extra settings for dead zone and stuff like that. And on the next settings, use this one depending on the game you're trying to play, as always. For those of you familiar with Xenia, you probably noticed that this isn't listing all the settings available, right? And if you want to access the original settings, you just have to click here on Open in Editor, and you're gonna see the full list of the settings available for Xenia like it was before. And don't forget to save here on the Save button for any changes you have made. And also don't forget to save your changes here too on the manager setting by just clicking here, and there you go. Now let's go back to the home page because I'm about to show you how to install the game patches. Now with the Xenia manager, it has become incredibly easy to add game patches to your game. To do that, on your game, you just have to click on it with the right button, and then you're gonna click here on Add Game Patch. The manager will ask if you already have the patch downloaded, and if you do, you just have to click on yes and then select the patch file. But if you don't, the manager will find the patch for you, which is really good right here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and click on no, and in just a few moments, it will find all the game patches available for that game. For Sonic Unleashed, there's a couple of patch here. I'm gonna get this one, which seems to be the latest version of this. And when you click on it, it will tell you that the patch has been installed. So go ahead and click on OK. Now you're gonna right click the game once again, but this time you're gonna click here on the patch settings, and it will tell you all the settings available for that one patch. So now all you have to do is just click on the patches that you want to use, and the next time you boot the game, they're gonna take place. If you want to remove that patch and use another one, you just have to right click the game again, select remove game patch, click on yes, and then do the process again. Add game patch, select no, and then select any of the patches available here for that one game. And you can add additional patches too by clicking on it, but for this one you need to have the patch downloaded on your PC. For adding DLC and title updates, it's all done on the same place. You're gonna right click the game once again, but this time you're gonna click here on install content. Now you're gonna navigate to the location where your DLC and update is. I just put it on the folder here, on the same emulator folder. I'm gonna go ahead and install the title update first, because some DLCs will only work if the game is updated to a certain version, and that depends on the game you're trying to play. So you just go to the location, double click on the title update. It will list the contents in there. This is the update number 2 for Sonic. Click on this one and select confirm, and there you go. Now you just do the same thing for the DLC. Right click the game, install content, navigate to the location. This is one of the DLCs for the game right here. Double click on that. There you go. DLC is here. Click on that and then confirm. And if done right, it will show you here install content. There you go. For importing save files, once again, you're gonna click on the game with the right button, but now you're gonna click here on show installed content. This window will show up, which not only has the save information, but also any DLC information about the game you have, and also patches too. So you can delete those or import if you feel like it, But for importing the save file, if this is blank, that means you didn't play the game enough to get to the point where the game creates your save file. And there are two ways you can import your save file: by clicking here on import, or you can open the folder to the location where the save file is. I'm gonna show you that one because using the import option here can confuse some people, because the save file path has to be on the same format that the emulator uses. I'm gonna explain you that in a little bit, but now click here on open folder and it will take you straight to where the save file is. But it's important for you to know that some games will have the save file inside a folder, like this one for Sonic Unleashed. But there are some games where the save file is gonna be on this location. And the save file path of Xenia that I talked about you before is here on the Xenia folder, content, the ID of your game, followed by this folder that's always gonna be the same, a string of 7 zeros and a number 1, and inside this folder, you're gonna have the save file. But like I said, this is gonna depend on the game. That's why I think it's better to just hit the open folder option and go straight here to where the file is, so you can either import a new one or export and share that with a friend. One place where you can get a bunch of save files is right here on this website, thetechgame.com, and the official Xenia Discord also has a channel dedicated for that too. But regardless of how you get your save file here, you're gonna go back to that folder and you're simply gonna replace the save file you have there to the one you got. So now you're just gonna drop this file here. It's gonna be the same name, so it's gonna ask you to replace the destination here. Go ahead and click on this one, and there you go. So now next time you boot up the game, it's gonna have that save file you selected. Now it's just a matter of starting your game. So click on yours right here, and you should see the Xenia window show up. And to go full screen, like I said, you can either double click your screen or you can press F11 on your keyboard too. Also, if you click here on display with your game running, you can access the post-processing settings from before, and I think it's better to do it from here because you can see the changes happening here in real time as your game is running. So you can select the one that fits better for you. In this video, I'm gonna show you the full setup of Duckstation, one of the best and my favorite PS1 emulator for PC. This video will cover the emulator installation, how to add games, the emulator settings for graphics and performance, importing save files, cheat codes, retro achievements, and more. We'll do everything step by step so you can play your favorite PS1 games on PC. Let's get going. So the emulator website is this one here, duckstation.org. I'll put the link on the description of the video. And right here on the main page, you're gonna click here on the Windows button. And Duckstation requires VC++ in order for it to work. If you played games on your PC before, it's likely you already have this program installed. But if you don't, you can go ahead and click here to download and then run the program. And it will tell you if you already have that or not. And to download the emulator itself, you have to click here on Download Duck. So go ahead and click this to download it to your PC. I got both files here with me, and just to be sure, I'm gonna start by double clicking the VC redist file. And like I told you before, if you already have this installed, you're gonna get this screen here where you can either repair or uninstall the C++. That means you can proceed with the tutorial. But if you don't, you're gonna go ahead and click on Next here until you get this program fully installed, which is a straightforward thing to do, and this program is made by Microsoft, so this is completely safe to install. Now the Duckstation file will come as a .zip file right here, so you're gonna have to extract that, and you can use either WinRAR or 7-zip. I would personally recommend using 7-zip. I'm gonna put the link of that on the description of the video. And when you have that, you're gonna right click the Duckstation file, select 7-zip or WinRAR depending on what you have, and then you're gonna click here on Extract Here. By doing so, it will generate all of these files right here, and you can go ahead and delete the original zip file. We're not gonna need this anymore, and also the VC++ file as well. Now, before we start the Duckstation file, we're gonna create a new file here inside this folder. So you're gonna right click anywhere on this folder, and then you're gonna select New, and you're gonna select text document right here to create this file. And the name of this text file has to be portable, exactly like this. When you type that down, press enter, and now we can double click the Duckstation file. So go ahead and double click on this one, and by doing so, you're gonna see that it generates a bunch of folders right here. And that's what this portable text file is for. If you don't create this one and run the installation, these folders will go to your documents folder, which can be a bit confusing. So I like to keep all of these files on the same location. On the first window, you have the option to change the language of the emulator. There's a bunch of them here available, and you can also change the theme as well. If you click on each one of them, you can see what they look like, so you can just pick the one you want to use here. In my case, I'm just gonna keep the dark fusion gray here. I like that. And also keep the automatic updates option checked here. Now go ahead and click here on next. And now we have to select the folder where you want the emulator to scan for the BIOS file. This BIOS file, like it says here, is required in order for you to play games on this emulator. And for legal reasons, you must obtain a BIOS from an actual PS1 unit that you own. This emulator will not provide this file for you, but maybe you could get this file from the internet, but I don't know anything about that. By default, the BIOS folder is this one right here. So when you have the file with you, this is where you're gonna be dropping the BIOS file. And it should look something very similar to this one, a .bin file. And there are many BIOS files out there from different regions, but they will all work just fine. So when the file is in there, you're gonna click here on refresh list, then you're gonna select the region of that BIOS file. The one that I have is the Japanese one right here, so I'm just gonna pick on that one, but you can just keep clicking here until you find yours, and we can proceed now. So go ahead and click on next, and now we have to select the folder where you want the emulator to scan for games. This can be anywhere on your PC, and they list here the supported formats for this emulator. The most common format is the .iso1, in which you can convert to the CHD format, which is a compressed file size, so you can save a lot of space on your hard drive, and I have a video on this channel showing you how to do that. I'll put the link on the description. But you don't necessarily need to make a dump of your games into your PC. The emulator can also read games through your CD drive of your computer. I'm gonna show you how to do that later on the video. But what I like to do here is to create a new folder on the emulator root folder here. Select new folder, and I like calling this one games, like this. Now you just go back to the setup wizard, click on add. It should open the emulator folder by default. So now you can just select the games folder, click on it once, and then click on select folder. By doing so, it will ask you if you want the emulator to scan for this folder recursively. This means that if you have a folder inside the games folder, the emulator will find games in there too. For example, here on the games folder, if you create a new folder, for example, Japanese games, and if you put games in there, the emulator will also find the games on that Japanese games folder. So this is gonna be up to you if you want to use this option. I'm gonna go ahead and click on yes to activate that. And you can also select multiple game folders, by the way. It does not have to be a single location, so you can just keep clicking here on add and select more folders. When you're done, click here on next, and now we can set up the controller. And this emulator supports a lot of devices out there, from PlayStation and Xbox controllers and even third-party controllers as well, if you can make them be detected as SDL or DX input API. You can also play with the keyboard as well. That works just as fine. But on this window, first you're gonna select the controller type you wanna use, whether that be analog or digital controllers here. And if you don't have your controller plugged in on your PC, go ahead and do that right now. And when that's done, you're gonna click here on automatic mapping. And if your controller is supported, you're gonna see it right here. In my case, I'm using a Xbox controller, so the option for me is right here, SDL0 Xbox One controller. So go ahead and click on this one, and the emulator will do the automatic mapping for you. If you're gonna use a second controller, you just have to do the same thing here for controller port 2. There is a more detailed controller configuration. I'm gonna show you that in just a bit. But for now, when you're done setting up your controller, click here on Next, and there you go, the setup is complete. Click on Finish, and just like that, the emulator will appear here. This would be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. For the more detailed controller configurations, you're gonna click here on Settings, and then click on Controllers. This window will show up, and you already have a few settings here on Global Settings, but you wanna go here to Controller Port 1, and here you can do the automatic mapping configuration again, or you can change your controller type and even change individual inputs on your controller as well. You just have to click on the button you want to remap and then press that button on your controller. Pretty straightforward to use, and there is also a hotkeys option as well. And to start a game on the CD format through your CD drive, you're gonna click here on System and then click on Start Disk. But if you have the game files ripped to your PC, the location we selected is the Games folder right here. So I just dropped a couple of games here, Tekken 3 and Spider-Man 2, and now you're gonna go back to the emulator and you're gonna click here on Scan for New Games. And just like that, they will appear right here. By default, Duckstation will use the listing format, but you can also use the grid mode as well by just clicking here on these 4 squares, and you can add custom covers to your games too, and there's a very easy way to do this on this emulator. First, you're gonna head over here to this website of GitHub. I'll put the link on the description of this video, and this tool will download game covers for all the games you currently have on Duckstation. And there are 2 cover types available, the default covers and also the 3D covers as well. I'm putting them on the screen so you can see what they look like. And to start the download process, first you're gonna select either the default or the 3D covers. I'm gonna choose the 3D one here for this guide. So just go ahead and click here to copy this link. Now you're gonna go back to the emulator. You're gonna click on Tools and then click on Cover Downloader. This window will show up, and now all you have to do is paste the link right here. Press the right button, select Paste, or you can press Ctrl V on your keyboard. Now you're gonna click here on Start, and in just a few seconds it will download the covers for all the games you have here. If you want to switch from the 3D covers to the default ones or the other way around, first you have to delete the ones you have. They are located right here on this covers folder of the emulator, so just delete the ones you have here and redo the process. Now we are gonna tweak the emulator settings, and there are 2 ways you can do this. The first one is by clicking here on Settings and then start from Interface. And the settings you change here are gonna apply to all the games you have. But if you want to change the settings just for one game, then you're gonna right click the game you want to change and then select Properties. This is very useful because there are games that require specific settings in order for it to work right, or maybe you just want to play a certain game with different graphical features. For this guide, I'm gonna be using the general settings here. So go ahead and click on Settings and start by clicking here on Interface. On the first option, these settings here are gonna come down to your liking. If you want to start the game at full screen, for example, or if you want to toggle the full screen by double clicking the mouse and stuff like that. So you can configure this one on any way you want. On the game list, we already did that before with the games folder, but if you want to add extra folders, you can do that by clicking here on Add and add as many folders as you want. Now let's head over to the BIOS setting, and here you can once again change the BIOS file you want to use on this emulator. And also right here on the bottom, Options and Patches, you have the Fast Boot option right here. By enabling this one, the emulator will skip the PS1 startup screen. So if you want to go straight into your game when you start it, this is the option you want to have enabled here. Once again, this is going to be up to you. There are no harms on activating this option here. It is safe to use. Now let's go here to the Console tab. On CPU emulation, you can overclock the CPU of the emulator, not the CPU of your computer, which can be a useful option to do in games that usually have those slowdown sections, you know, whenever there's a lot going on in the game and the FPS drop. One way you can fix that is by increasing the percentages right here. And to activate this one, you just have to click here on Enable Clock Speed Control, click on Yes, I will confirm bugs without overclocking and stuff, and you can use this slider here to increase that. Overclocking the emulator's CPU can also increase the speed of some games, as in they're gonna run much faster than they should. But on some games this won't be a problem. You will actually increase the FPS and the game speed will be the same too, but this is gonna depend on the game you're trying to play, of course. Now on CD-ROM emulation, we have the read and seek speed up options here. And these two options can drastically reduce the loading times of your games. And just like the CPU overclock, some games will break if you go all the way to 10x here and infinite instantaneous too. But on other games, you can use these options here just fine. But one thing that I found out is that there are games that will break if you just increase the read speed up here. But when I increase the CPU overclock here to something around 150%, then the CD-ROM emulation started to work just fine. The game had no troubles or anything like that. Gran Turismo 2 is one example of that. So these are two settings that you definitely want to experiment with the game you're trying to play here. Now let's head over to the emulation tab here. Here on the latency control, there is one setting here that can improve the input lag on this emulator. It's this one here, optimal frame pacing. First, you're gonna click on this one, and by doing so, you can now select the reduce input latency option here. Go ahead and click on this one too, and on frame time buffer, you're gonna bring this down to 0 milliseconds. This will help with the input lag of this emulator. Not that it has a lot of input lag, I think it's fine on this emulator actually, but with these settings, you can reduce the input latency even more. But this is gonna require more of your PC, so if you notice a slowdown when playing the game, come back here and then deactivate these options. Here on the memory card tab, later on in the video, I'm gonna show you how to import your save files and stuff, so we're gonna come back here later. But now, click here on the graphics tab. Here on the top, you're gonna click here on automatic, and you can see the different video renders that this emulator has. From my personal experience and from checking around, there are two renders that seems to perform the best most of the time. It is Direct3D 11 and Vulkan. And this is gonna depend on your PC setup, what GPU you have, what CPU you have. So there's no best render here in this case. So for this one, select either Direct3D 11 or Vulkan and see which one is performing the best for you. Here on adapter, you can select what GPU you want the emulator to use. In this case, your main GPU, if you have a dual GPU setup, that is. So just pick your main one here and you're good to go. Now here on the rendering tab, on the first option, you can increase the internal resolution of this emulator. By default, it's set to the original PS1 resolution, but you can increase this one all the way to 16 times the resolution. By increasing the resolution, it will make your games look better, obviously, but if you increase it too much, you're gonna start to notice the imperfection of some games, especially the 3D ones that use polygons. And also by increasing the resolution, it's gonna require more of your PC. So you can start by setting this to 2x native and see what it looks like in game, and then decide if you want to increase that further or not. Here on downsampling, this option is for if you want to play games at a low resolution that was downsampled from a higher resolution. That is, it was reduced from a high resolution. The reason for doing this is because resolutions that were downsampled from a higher one provides a better image output instead of just setting the internal resolution to 1 or 2x. And this emulator provides a box and adaptive downsample options here too, which the box one is for 3D games and adapted is for 2D games. So one effective way to use the downsampling is to increase the internal resolution all the way to what your computer can support, like 4K, and then click on downsampling And if it is a 3D game, you select box, and you can change the amount of downsampling that you want to apply to your games. 2x and 3x options here are good enough for me, but that's gonna be up to you. If you want to increase this even higher, that's gonna be up to you here. But remember, the downsampling is only if you want the games at a resolution that is closer to what the original PS1 hardware could deliver. For texture and sprite texture filtering, you have a bunch of options here to select, but I don't really notice a lot of difference here from the default nearest neighborhood. I think the games look just fine with these options here, but you can try testing this one and see what difference it makes to you. Here on aspect ratio, by default, it's gonna use the game native, which is 4:3. So if you wanna play the games with the letterbox on the side, you can just leave it on game native or select 4:3 here. But if you want to stretch the image to 16:9, that is what modern monitors use, you can just select right here. But the thing about this emulator is that we have the widescreen rendering option right here, in which the emulator will increase the field of view from 4:3, so that is displayed correctly on a 16:9 monitor. And this feature works fine for most 3D PS1 games out there, but you should not use this one for 2D games like Mega Man X4. Games that are sprite-based, the widescreen rendering will not work over there. This widescreen rendering is a solution from the emulator itself, but there are cheat codes on this emulator for some games that include specific widescreen patches that were made for that one game. And because of that, they can work better than the widescreen rendering here. I'm gonna get into the cheat codes section later on in this video. Now here on PGXP geometry correction, I'm gonna recommend that you turn this one on. This option will reduce the wobbly effects that 3D games have on this emulator, especially when you move the camera around. And also by activating this one, the PGXP tab will become available here. So click on this one, and inside here, you want to make sure that you have perspective correct textures enabled, and I would also recommend perspective correct colors as well. Back on the rendering tab, I would also recommend to turn on the forced 4:3 aspect ratio for FMV's cutscene, because even if you do select the widescreen rendering, the FMV cutscenes cannot be properly displayed on 16:9, so the emulator will stretch those cutscenes. So it's better to just preserve the aspect ratio right here, or you can turn this off and have them stretch it too. That's gonna be up to you. Also very much recommended to disable the interlacing right here. This will fix that little blur and shaky effects that some elements of your game can have, and it's safe to use too. I clicked here by accident, but you should also use true color rendering. This will get rid of the white muddy effect that some games have, so it will make the image of the game look much better. And that's it for the graphics settings, but if you want a more detailed explanation about Duckstation graphics settings, I'm gonna recommend this video here from another content creator called Warped Polygon. He goes much more in detail on what you can do with the graphics here on Duckstation. I'm gonna put the link of that on the description of this video. Now if you go here to post-processing, there's a bunch of effects you can give here on the emulator, stuff like scan lines, a bloom effect, cell shading. I personally like the CRT Lotus, this one right here, but just remember that when you select your effect here, click here on enable post-processing so that they work on the emulator. Now here on the audio tab, do not change anything here unless you know what you're doing. The default settings will work just as fine. Now here on achievements, this emulator now has support for the Retro Achievements website, and to use them, first you have to click here on enable achievements, and there's a bunch of settings here you want to mess with. But to do this, first you need to create an account on the Retro Achievements website. The website is this one, retroachievements.org. I'll put the link on the description of the video, and there are a bunch of custom achievements available for PS1 games on Duckstation. But to start, you're gonna click here on sign up to create your account. Select a username, your email address, password, and everything, and then click on create user. You're gonna need to select a valid email address because you're gonna need to confirm that once you click on create user. So after you're done, head over to your email, click on the link over there, and your account should be ready. With that part finished, you're gonna go back to the emulator, still here on achievements, here on account, click on login, then type your username, and then click on login. Gonna ask you if you want to enable the hardcore mode, in which allows you to participate in game-specific leaderboards. There's more information about that on the Retro Achievements website. And then click here on yes or no, and just like that, your account information will appear here and you're good to go. The next time you boot up a game, the achievements will be there for you to complete. Now I'm gonna show you how to import save files into your game. So still here on the settings, click on memory cards. And you should know that Duckstation has multiple ways of managing a memory card. By default, it's going to create one memory card for each game you have. So that way you end up having one memory card for each game you have, which will allow you to do things like creating multiple save files in just one memory card. But if you want a traditional method of having one memory card for all games, you have to click here on share between all games. But regardless of what method you choose here, the import is the same. You're gonna start by clicking here on Memory Card Editor. This window will show up. And first, you're gonna start by clicking here on Memory Card, and you should see the list of your games you currently have a save file for. If your game is not showing up here, that means you didn't play enough to get to the point where the game saves for you. But if it's still not showing up, then you're gonna click here on this little folder icon to open card, and you're gonna navigate to the folder where the memory cards are stored. In this case on Duckstation is this folder here, mem cards, on the emulator folder, and you should see all the save files you have. Because I'm using the method of one memory card per game, I have one memory card here with the Tekken 3 save file. So you're gonna double click on this one, and you should see your save right here. And to import a save file, you can select either import file or import card if you're getting one memory card from the internet that has that Tekken 3 save file, which is usually the most common one you're gonna find out there. On websites like GameFAQs, for example, there's a bunch of PS1 save files here that you can get. So here on Tekken 3, I'm gonna get this one save file here that has everything unlocked for the game. Remember that the save file has to be from the same region as your game, by the way. This is North America, the same one as my game. So now I just have to click here on the download icon to download the save file. So I dropped the save file on the Duckstation folder here. It doesn't really matter where you drop this one, it can be anywhere. And it is on the .gme format here. And Duckstation supports a lot of formats here, so you don't have to convert them or anything like that. It will do this for you. So now I just have to click here on import card, navigate to the location where it is right here, double click on that, and just like that, it has replaced my old save file with the new one. And then just make sure you click here on save, and the new save file will be here. So now all we have left to do is to start the game, and that's how we can get the cheat codes into a game too. So you're gonna double click the game you're going to play here, and as soon as it starts, you're gonna click here on System, and then click here on Cheats. Then you're gonna have the option to enable cheat codes just for this game or for all games you're gonna start. It just means that whenever you start a game and click on Cheats again, it will find the respective cheat codes for that one game. So it's a good idea to click here on Enable for all games. Now once again, click on System, go to Cheats, now you're gonna click on Cheat Manager. And just like that, it will list all the cheats available for that one game you're currently playing. And to activate them, you just have to click on the little box on the side of them as such. And in some games, the cheats will work as soon as you just click here, but some games require you to restart the game. And that's usually a good idea too, so you don't get any bugs or anything like that. So as soon as you select them, you can just close this and then click on System again and then select Reset. Now the cheats will take place. And like I said previously on the video, if the game has any widescreen patches here, they're gonna show up in here. That's not the case for Tekken 3. So in this case, you're gonna have to rely on the widescreen rendering here from the emulator, which works okay on a lot of games out there. If you wanna use save states, it's right here on System, and then you can either load a state or save to. And you can also set hotkeys in here So you just press one button on your keyboard to save the game or load it, if that's something you're gonna do multiple times on your game. And that's all you need to set up Duckstation and play PS1 games on your PC. What's up everyone, welcome back to the channel, and today I'm gonna show you how to play and the best settings for Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3 on PC. We're gonna be using the PS2 emulator PCSX2, and I'll guide you through the whole setup process even if you don't already have the emulator with you. We'll go step by step so you can replay the game again, and if you're like me and is hyped and want to get ready for Sparking Zero next month. Let's get going. First step is grabbing the emulator itself. It's available here on the website. I'll put the link on the description of the video, and right here on the main page you want to click here on latest nightly. The nightly version will have all the latest fixes and improvements. This guide is for Windows PC, so you're gonna click here on download and grab the latest version available. It will come as a zipped file, so you're gonna need either WinRAR or 7-zip to extract it. I would personally recommend you using 7-zip, link will be on the description. And right here on the file, click on it with the right button, select either 7-zip or WinRAR depending on what you have, and then click on extract here. It will generate all of these files right here. You can go ahead and delete the original zip file, we're not gonna need this anymore. And this emulator is still generating all the important files on the documents of your PC, which can be a little confusing, but there is a way that we can make them appear in here. First off, you want to make sure that you have file name extensions enabled, and you can do that by clicking here on View, and then click here, File Name Extensions, so we can see the actual file type of each one of them. Now you're going to click anywhere on the folder with the right button. Select here New, and then click on Text Document. And this file, you're gonna erase everything from here, and this is gonna be called portable.ini, exactly like this. Now press Enter. You see this window, click on Yes. Now when we start the actual installation here, all the files are gonna be in place. So double click on this qt.exe file. This window will show up, and then all the files here. On the setup wizard, you have the option to change the language of the emulator. There are several here available, and you can also change the theme as well. If you select each one of them, you'll see a preview of what they look like. I'm just gonna keep mine on dark fusion gray. Now click on next, and here you can select the folder where the emulator is going to scan for the BIOS files, which by default should be this one right here. And the BIOS is required for you to play games on this emulator, and they are copyright protected. Ideally, you should get them by dumping these files from your PS2, or you can also find them on the internet. But this is something that I can't do here in the video because it is against YouTube's guideline. So when you have it with you, you're gonna drop it here inside the BIOS folder. It's going to look like something very similar to this. Now back on the installation wizard, you're gonna click here on refresh list, and your BIOS should appear here. Now you just have to click on it once, and we can proceed here. Click on next. Now we have to select the folder where we want the emulator to scan for games. This can be anywhere on your PC, and you don't necessarily need to make a rip of your PS2 game discs to your PC. The emulator can read the game through your DVD drive, but that's for when the setup is complete. What I like to do here is on the emulator folder, I like creating a new folder here called Games, like this. Now back on the installation, you're gonna click here on Add, and it should open the emulator folder by default. So now I just click on the Games folder once, then click on Select Folder. Now it's gonna give you the option to scan for game files that are inside a folder on the original folder. That's what this feature is for. So in my case, I'm gonna go ahead and click on yes. And you can also select multiple folders, by the way. It doesn't have to be a single one. You just have to click here on add and keep adding them here until you're finished. And when you're done, click here on next. Now we have to set up the controller. And this emulator has an automatic mapping function, which means that if you have your controller plugged in, it's going to do the configuration for you in just one click. Anything that uses direct input or X input, mainly being the PlayStation and Xbox controllers, or any third-party controller that you can make it be recognized as PlayStation or Xbox controllers. You can also use your keyboard and mouse as well. So if you don't have your controller plugged in right now, go ahead and do that. And when it's on, click here on automatic mapping and it should appear right here. In my case, I'm using a Xbox controller, so it's showing up as SDL0X input. I'm just gonna click on this one and it's pretty much configured already. There is also a more detailed configuration inside the emulator under this setting, so you don't have to do this right now. It can be done later. When you're done, click here on next and we're done with the setup installation here. Click on finish and the emulator will appear right here. This will be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. So now with the emulator up, to add your games in here, you're gonna go back to the emulator root folder and you're gonna double click on the games folder right here if you did this tutorial like I did before. So this is where you're gonna be dropping the game file. Ideally, you can get this by ripping your copy on your PC, or you can do a Jack Sparrow on the internet, but this is something that I can't do here in the video because it is against YouTube's guideline. And with the game file in place, back on the emulator, you're gonna click here on scan for new games and it will appear right here. Now let's tweak the emulator settings so that we can get better graphics and performance too. Right click on the game right here and then select the first option, properties. This window will show up and the first thing you're gonna do is click on emulation. And right here on the middle under system settings, you're gonna click on enable fast C DVD and enable C DVD pre-caching. This will massively reduce the loading times of the game and there is no downside on using these options. Next, right below that on frame pacing, you're gonna click here on optimal frame pacing. And when you do this, the default frames is gonna come down to 0. This will help a little bit with the input lag of this emulator. But this option is gonna require a bit more on your PC. So if you have lag, this is one of the options you can disable so that you can improve the FPS a little bit. Next, click on the patches tab right here. And there's only one game patch for this game, the widescreen. This game is already 16:9 by default, but there's no harm in activating this option. It's gonna improve the widescreen display of the game by fixing some elements on the user interface, and there's no harm in activating this too. Next, you're gonna click on the graphics tab, and on the top, you can select the renderer of this emulator. And the thing is, there is no best renderer for this emulator because this is gonna depend on your PC specs. But the two renderers that works best for most people is Direct3D 11 and Vulkan. Personally, I like playing games with the Vulkan renderer, but Direct3D 11 also works well for my PC. So this is gonna be up to you. You can experiment by starting with Direct3D 11 and later you can change this one to Vulkan if you see that it works best for you. Now right below that under adapter, you're gonna select your main GPU. That is if your PC has a dual GPU setup like the integrated graphics card on your CPU for example. It's best that you use your dedicated GPU just like it would be on a normal PC game. Next, under the display settings, for the aspect ratio, you're gonna change this to widescreen 16:9 so that the emulator forces the widescreen aspect ratio. Keep the next options on the default settings. You don't have to change anything here for this game. And on the bottom, you're gonna click on the anti-blur option here. This will make the image of the game look much better. Now let's go to the rendering settings. Click here. And under internal resolution, this setting of course will increase the resolution of your game. So a higher value here means a better image quality. But this is gonna depend on your PC. That is the higher resolution that your PC support. So what you can do here is start playing the game with something like 1.5 times native resolution and keep increasing this one until the image is looking good and of course until your computer can handle that. On the trilinear filtering, change this to trilinear PS2. And right below that on anisotropic filtering, change this to 16x. This has minimal impact on performance and it makes the game look much better. Now here on the rendering settings, you're gonna click here on manual hardware render fixes. When you do this, these two tabs will become available. And you're gonna start by clicking on Hardware Fixes. And on this tab, you're gonna change the Software CLUT Renderer to number 1, Normal. And here on Skip Draw Range, on the first value, you're gonna click here and type the number 2. And on the one right next to it, you're gonna click again and select number 4, so that it looks exactly like this. Next, click on the Upscaling Fixes tab, and under Texture Offsets, on the X value, you're gonna click here and type 448. And on the Y value, you're gonna click on this and type 512, so that it looks like this as well. And that's pretty much all you gotta do here on the settings. So click on Close. So now all there's left to do is to start the game. So double click on it and it's gonna start as such. These messages will go away after a while, don't worry. Just like that, the game will start and you're good to go. Shadow the Hedgehog Reloaded mod makes the experience of playing the original game much better by introducing missions and level balancing, gameplay improvements, better visuals, bug fixing, and more. So in this video, I'm gonna show you not just how to apply the mod, but also the full Dolphin emulator setup for the best settings. So the first step is to download Dolphin, the GameCube emulator. The link will be on the description of the video, and on this page, you're gonna scroll down a little bit. And under development versions, you're gonna click on whatever it is the latest version of this emulator. So go ahead and click on this Windows x64 button to download the emulator. So the file will be on the 7Z format. You're gonna need to extract that, and you can use WinRAR or 7-zip or the extracting tool if you are on Windows 11. I would personally recommend using 7-zip. I'll put the link of that on the description of this video. So all you have to do here is just right click on the file, select 7-zip or WinRAR, and then click on extract here. You're gonna have this folder now with you. You can go ahead and delete the original file. We're not gonna need this anymore. So now just double click on this Dolphin here. Now inside this folder, before doing anything else, you're gonna create a new text file. And you can do this by just clicking with the right button anywhere on this folder, and then select new, and then text document. And the name of this file has to be portable, exactly like this. When you're done typing, press enter. Now you're gonna double click on this Dolphin file right here to start the emulator. By doing so, you're now gonna have this user folder right here. So all the files of the emulator are now in one place, which is better to keep everything organized for later. And of course, the emulator right here. Now let's start configuring the emulator. The first thing you're gonna do is click on Config, and this window will show up. And on the General tab, click on the first option to disable dual core and click on Enable Cheats. This is for later when we're done applying the mod into the game, but for now the General tab is going to look like this. You don't have to change anything on the interface and audio tabs, keep them like this. Now click on the Paths tab, and this one is the location where you want the emulator to scan for the game. All you have to do is click on this Add button, and it should open the emulator folder, but you can select any folder of your PC. In my case, I'm just gonna go ahead and select this folder right here. That's where I'm gonna be dropping the game file later. Now the last thing you're gonna do is click here on the Advanced tab, and on this window, you're gonna click here on Enable CPU Clock Override. A good value to start with is 150%. You can use the keys on your keyboard to be more precise. 150% is okay. You're gonna get 60 FPS most of the time. But if your PC is good enough, the best value here is 200%. Because this setting will require more of your PC. At 200%, the game will run at 60 FPS all the time. That's it for the config settings. You can go ahead and click on Close. This time you're gonna click on the button right next to it, the Graphics button. On the General tab, the first option, Backend, by default it's set to Direct3D 11, and this is a good one to play the game, but Vulkan also works pretty well too. So you're gonna pick either Direct3D 11 or Vulkan. Start with this one, and if the game is running with some graphical glitches or something like that, you can try with Vulkan here. I'm gonna go with Direct3D 11. For the adapter, this should be your main GPU. If you have a dual GPU setup, you're gonna select your main GPU. On aspect ratio, by default, it's set to auto, and you're gonna change this to stretch to window because the Reloaded mod has a patch that gives us true widescreen display, and it's better to use stretch to window because on Force 16:9, you still get some black bars on the corner of your screen. Still here on the General tab, you're gonna head over to the Shader Compilation section. This part is important for the performance of this emulator. By default, it's set to Specialized, which is good if you have a weak GPU, but the option right below it, Hybrid Uber Shaders, is pretty much the best one to use even if you don't have a good GPU. If you try the game and the performance isn't good, you can come back here and set this back to Specialized. Now let's head over to the Enhancements tab. In the first option, Internal Resolution, this one is self-explanatory. The higher the resolution, the better the game will look. But of course, by increasing the resolution, it's gonna require more of your PC. So what you can do here is after you're done configuring everything on this video, you can play the game at native resolution, and while the game is running, you can come back here to the graphics settings and increase the resolution to 2x. And if the game is running great, if the performance is okay, that is, you can increase the resolution even further until the game is looking good, and if the game is running great as well. For the anti-aliasing, keep this at none, and for texture filtering, you can go ahead and click on 16x. This will make the game look better and has minimal impact on performance. Now switch over to the Hacks tab, and in here, you're gonna enable everything that isn't currently on with the exception of vertex rounding and VBI skip. Everything else must be enabled. And on texture cache, you're gonna change the slider here to the middle value. So it's gonna look exactly like this. Finally, select the Advanced tab, and under Utility, click on Load Custom Textures and Prefetch Custom Textures. This is for the mod later on in the video. And with this, we are done on the graphics setting. Click on Close. Now click on the Controllers button to configure the controller, of course. And on this window, where it says GameCube Controllers on port 1, make sure that it says Standard Controller, and you're gonna click on this Configure button. And you can use your keyboard to play on this emulator, but you can also use a controller as well. And pretty much all the main controllers out there from Xbox and PlayStation and even third-party controllers are all working on this emulator. So if you don't have your controller plugged in, go ahead and do that right now. And when you do so, you're gonna click here and you should see your device listed here. In my case, I'm using a Xbox One controller, and it's likely that you're gonna see your controller listed here twice. And if that's the case, you're gonna pick the one that starts with SDL0 and then the name of your controller. Now, unfortunately, Dolphin does not have a automatic mapping function like other emulators do. So you're gonna need to map each button of your controller by pressing the button in here and then pressing that button on your controller. I'm gonna put a screenshot of a GameCube controller on the screen so you can use that as a reference. So you can pause the video right now and then do the whole configuration. To enable the controller vibration, on this rumble section, you're gonna click on this bar that says motor, and this window will show up. And it's likely you're gonna see these three options in here. And regardless of what controller you're using, the best one to select is the first one that says motor. When you click on that, click on select, and if you click on this test button, you should feel your controller vibrating right now. And that's pretty much all you gotta do here, so click on OK, and we're done here with the controller settings. So click on close, and close this one as well. Now to add the game on the emulator, you saw that I selected this folder here as the scanning folder for the emulator, right? So this is where I'm gonna be dropping the game file here. And I have the game on the RVZ format, and every region of the game will work. I have the American version, but the European and Japanese version will also work as well. And to convert this file, this can be done on the emulator. It's very easy to do. If your game is not showing up in here, restart the emulator, and when the game shows up in here, you're gonna right click on it and then select Convert File. This window will pop up, and by default, the format should already be on ISO. And all you have to do here is click on this Convert button. It should open the same folder where the original game is. That is the folder where you want the converted ISO to be. I'm just gonna go ahead and click here on Save and wait for the conversion. This should only take a few seconds or so. And there you go, conversion is done. Click on OK, and you should now see two versions of the game. And back on the emulator folder, I now have the game on the ISO format. At this point, if you want, you can delete the original RVZ of the game. We're not gonna need that anymore, unless you want to keep that and want to play the game without the mod. Now we're gonna grab the mod files, and they can all be found here on this page of GitHub. This is the official release page of this mod. Every information about it can be found in here. The link will be on the description. And on this page, you're gonna click here on whatever it is the latest release available. It should take you to this page now. And here we're gonna get two files, the mod itself and the additional patches. The mod file can be found in one of these links in here, preferably this first one. So you're gonna click on that and make sure that you get the mod that matches the region of your game. I'm gonna put on the screen right now what every NTSC means so that you get the correct version of the mod. And also when you're in there, get the version that says widescreen on the title. Also here on this page, you're gonna scroll down a little bit and get to the assets section, and you're gonna download this file right here, the Dolphin add-ons. Go ahead and click on this one, download it, and place it on the same emulator folder. Now back on the emulator folder, I have both files with me, and we're gonna start by applying the mod into the game. First, you need to extract the mod file from this 7Z file in here. There's gonna be a single X-Delta file inside, so I'm just gonna extract this from out of it. And to apply the mod, you're gonna head over to this website right here. I'll put the link on the description of the video. And on this page, you're gonna start by heading here to source file where it says select file. You're gonna click here once and navigate to the emulator location. And you're gonna pick the ISO of the game right here. Double click on that. Next, under patch file, you're gonna click here once again. And this time, you're gonna pick the X-Delta file, the reloaded mod. Double click on that. Now you just have to click on apply patch. It will ask where you want to download the patched game, which is the same emulator folder. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on save. Now it's going to do the conversion. This might take a few minutes to complete, so you just have to wait until it is done. When it's done, you should see the game with the mod here, the same as before, but it's now saying patched. And from this point, you can go ahead and delete the original ISO of the game. We're not gonna need that anymore. Now, all there's left to do is to extract the files from the Dolphin add-ons 7Z file here. So once again, double click on this one, double click on this preferences folder, and inside here, the first file is this one, this .ini file. You're gonna drop this file in here. On the emulator folder, there is this user folder. Double click on that, double click on game settings, and this is the location. So on the 7Z file, you're simply gonna drag and drop this ini file in here. That's the first step. Next, we have the textures folder. On the 7Z, double click on Dolphin add-ons, and it is these two folders in here. And you're gonna drop that, go back to the Dolphin emulator folder, double click on user, and double click on this load folder. This is the location right here. So you're gonna do the same thing, drag and drop these files. You can press and hold the control button so you can pick both of them at the same time. So now, just drag and drop them inside here. It'll only take a few seconds, and there you go. Now, all we have to do is go to the emulator. On the reloaded mod, right click here, and then select properties. This window will pop up and you're gonna head over to the Gecko Codes tab here, and this is where you can find all the cheats for this mod. So you can just pick the ones you want and click on the little box right next to it, and the next time you start the game, they're gonna be there. Also, on the Graphics Mods tab, you can find the bloom removal and native resolution bloom. I personally like to remove the bloom effect altogether, but this one here is gonna be up to you, just like the Gecko Codes as well. When you're done, close this window and we're ready to start the game. So just double click on the game right here, and to go full screen, press Alt and Enter on your keyboard. And there you go, you can start playing the reloaded mod for Shadow the Hedgehog. There's finally a way to play Sonic Unleashed on PC without facing multiple crashes and heavy stuttering. I just recently finished the game myself using Xenia, and the only problem I had was some small freezes at the beginning of the game and only one crash towards the end. And the performance was pretty good all around at 60 FPS. So in this video, I'll show you the full setup guide so you can play the game as well. So the first thing you're gonna do is download Xenia Manager. The link will be on the description of this video, and on this page you wanna click on whatever it is the latest release available, and on this page you're gonna scroll down a little bit, and under Assets you're gonna click on xeniamanager.zip. So download that to your computer. So this is a zip file and you're gonna have to extract that, and you can use either WinRAR or 7-zip or the extracting tool of Windows 11. I'm personally gonna recommend using 7-zip. The link will be on the description as well. And once you download and install that, you're gonna right click on Xenia Manager, select 7-zip or WinRAR depending on what you have, and then select extract here. And you're gonna end up with these two files right here. And you can go ahead and delete the original zip file. We're not gonna need this anymore. And to start, you're gonna double click here where it says Xenia Manager. This window will show up, and the first thing you're gonna see is the installation tool of Xenia. So this manager will take care of downloading the emulator for you. And you're gonna go ahead and select Install Xenia Canary. Wait for it to download, should only take a few seconds, and there you go, select OK, and the emulator is there with you. Now what you're gonna do once this is here, you're gonna double click on the Xenia Canary folder. This is the emulator folder, and you're gonna double click here where it says Xenia_Canary. This will open the emulator, and one thing that has changed in the latest version of this is that you have to create a profile now on the emulator. And on this window, you're gonna select here Create Profile, and you can give it any name you want it here, and then click on Create. Now your profile is saved, and this is needed for saving the game later on. With that out of the way, we're gonna go ahead and add the game to the manager, and I'm gonna drop the game file of Sonic Unleashed in the same folder right here on Xenia Canary. And you're gonna have to find the game on your own. You know the drill, I can't show that here on the video. And once you have that with you, you're gonna go back to the Xenia Manager, and you're gonna click on this Add Game button. Now you just have to navigate to the emulator folder, locate your game right here, double click on that, and the emulator will pop up at first and then it will close. And once that's done, you're gonna see the information about the game here. So you just have to click on the game name once, and the manager will add it here. Still here on the manager window, you're gonna click where it says Xenia Settings. It will take you to this page, and in here there are a couple of settings we have to change. The first one is right on audio settings where it says max queued frames. By default it's set to 8. You're gonna erase this and type 16. Now scroll down a little bit to where it says graphical settings, and on the first option, graphics API, you're gonna click on where it says any and select Vulkan. Now on the option right below that, the render target path, you're gonna click on auto and you're gonna select FBO. That's all you have to do here. Don't forget to click on Save Changes and then click on OK in this window, and there we go. Now back on the manager main page, you're gonna click on the game icon with the right button on your mouse, put your mouse on top of Game Patch, and then select Download and Apply Patch. This window will pop up asking you if you have the patch downloaded. Click on No, because that way the manager will find the game patch for you. And you're gonna have these two options right here. You're gonna click on the one that says Sonic Unleashed TU2. That is the game with the title update number 2 that we also have to install here. So click on that, select OK. Now right click the game icon once again, select game patch, but this time you're gonna click on manage patches. And these are the emulator patches for this game. And the only two you have to select is 60 FPS, click on off and change it to on, and disable color adjustment. These are the only two patches you have to enable here. But if you don't have a good PC, you can disable the 60 FPS patch for better performance. But of course, the game is gonna be locked at 30 FPS. That's all you gotta do for these patches, and also on the manager too. So you can go ahead and click on close here. Now back on the manager folder, you're gonna double click on the Xenia Canary folder, and I'm gonna drop the title update for Sonic right here. But this can't be anywhere on your PC, and just like the game, you're gonna have to find the title update on your own. I can't show that on the video. And the manager actually has a function to download a title update for any games you have, but for some reason, the update that it grabs for Sonic in this case is not working for the rest of the setup. So you're gonna have to grab that from a different source, and the file is going to look very similar to the one I have here. And to install that, you're gonna double click on Xenia Canary. On this window, click on File, and then Install Content. Now navigate to the Xenia Canary folder, locate your patch, and double click on that. You should see this window with the confirmation that the patch has been installed. Now to add all the fixes and mods we need to play this game on the emulator, we first have to extract the ISO of the game. And we can find that on this page on the Game Banana website. And this is the guide that I've used as a reference for coming up with this tutorial. So all the credits go to the author of this guide. And on this page, you're gonna scroll down here a little bit and get to the common prerequisites section. And you're gonna locate the ISO extract here. And you can right click on this name and then select open link in new tab. Then you're gonna download the file in there to the same Xenia Canary folder we've been using. So that's gonna be a zip file. You're gonna have to extract that once again with 7-zip. Select extract here, and you're gonna see this folder, ISO extract. You can go ahead and delete the original one. We're not gonna need that anymore. Double click on the ISO folder, and inside, double click on Xbox 360 ISO extract. It's likely that this program will locate the files for you, but if it doesn't, you're gonna click here on choose ISO folder, locate your Xenia folder, and you're gonna click on the folder where the ISO of the game is. In my case, it's on this Xenia Unleashed folder, right? So click on this one, select OK. Now click on choose destination. And once again, locate the same Xenia Canary folder. In my case, the Xenia Unleashed folder. Select OK. Now, if your program is looking like the one that I have here, you have to uncheck everything else with the exception of the ISO of the game, of course. It actually located the game here twice, but you only have to keep it checked in one of them here. Now, click on Go and wait for the program to extract the ISO. This should only take a few seconds or so. Once this button is back on green, that means the process is done. So you can close this. And if we go back to the Xenia folder, you're now gonna see another folder with the same name of the original folder. This can be a little confusing, I know. And inside this, you're gonna see the contents of the ISO of the game fully extracted and ready to be modded and fixed. If you want it, you can go ahead and rename this folder so that it doesn't look too confusing. Right click on that, select rename, and you can just type whatever name you want as long as you remember where the extracted ISO will be. Now back on the Game Banana website, this time we're gonna grab the Unleashed Mod Manager. Right click on that, select open link in new tab. It should take you right here, so scroll down a little bit. Here where it says files, you're gonna click on manual download, and then click on download right here and put that on the same Xenia Manager folder. So it's gonna come as this latest file. It's zip once again, so you're gonna have to extract that one more time. There's only a single file inside this Unleashed Mod Manager. Delete the original file, we're not gonna need this. Now you're gonna double click on Unleashed Mod Manager. And this window will pop up, but before doing anything else, Back here on the manager folder, I want you to right click anywhere on this folder to bring these options, and you're gonna create a new folder here. Select new and then folder, and the name of this folder is gonna be mods, just like this one. Now go back to the manager, and here on the first option, mods directory, you're gonna click on this little square with the 3 dots on the side. Now navigate to the Unleashed folder. You're gonna locate the mods folder we just came up with, click on it once, and then click on select folder. Now right below that on game executable, click on the little square once again, and it should open the mods folder because we were here just now, and you're gonna click on the Xenia Unleashed folder right before that, and you're gonna click on the ISO extracted folder we came up with. That is the folder where the extracted ISO is gonna be, right? And you're gonna select this default.zax folder. And on this one, you can just double click to add it into the manager. Now on emulator executable, click on the square once again, and this time go back to the main folder, double click on the Xenia Canary folder, and double click on the Xenia_Canary. And that's pretty much all you gotta do here. Now click on continue, and you should see this window right here. And the first thing you're gonna do is click on the settings, and on this page you're gonna click on this name in yellow, the install one-click URL handler, so that we can grab the mods easier later. Now go to the emulator option, and right on options where it says API, click on DirectX and change this to Vulkan. And also on the bottom, click on the square where it says VSync. Now back on the Game Banana website, we're gonna grab the necessary mods. And the first one, right here, right below that, the SU fixes. Click on this one to download, and you're seeing this DLC content mod. This is obviously for the DLC content of this game. I'm gonna cover that later in the video. But anyway, the first one is SU fixes. Download that to the mods folder we created previously. And if you have a AMD graphics card, also get this grass explosion fix. Now scroll up on this page a little bit, and you're gonna click here where it says Vulkan. It's gonna take you to this part of the guide, and we're gonna grab these 3 mods. And the Dragon Road and the HDR fix can be installed using the mod manager, but the Eggman Land, we have to download that and add it later, which is an easy thing to do. So let's start with the Dragon Road one. Right click on that, open link in new tab. It will take you to this page, and all you have to do here is select this one-click install to the mod manager, and this window will show up. Go ahead and click on open, and you're gonna wait a couple of seconds, and you're gonna see this window popping up for you. That is the mod manager doing work. Now all you have to do is where it says, do you want to download this mod? Click on yes to download, and it's gonna install that on the right folder already. Now select OK, and that's the first mod done. So let's go back to the page, and this time is the Eggman Land mod. This one you have to download and put it on the mods folder. So right click, open link in new tab, locate the mods folder, and then click on save. Now there's only the Unleashed HDR fix. Right click on that, open link in new tab, and just do the same thing again. Click on one-click install, select open. You can also select on always allow, so you can skip this part. Wait a few seconds, there you go. Select yes to download the mod. Wait a few seconds, and there you go. That's all we gotta do here for the mods that cover the base game. I'm also gonna recommend you to use this Werehog's Fury mod. The main thing that this mod does is improve the pacing on the Werehog levels by basically speeding up the game, which is a good addition on its own, but the main reason for using this mod is to disable the fur on the Werehog levels, in which there is a problem on the emulator. The fur on Werehog Sonic is all glitched out, and there is a way to fix that by changing one of the settings on Xenia, but if you do that, it affects the performance really bad. The game starts to freeze a lot more, and I couldn't even get 40 FPS with this setting. So the solution for now is to disable the fur on Sonic. So under the Files section, you're gonna click on where it says here no fur render, click on one click, install, and do the same thing we have been doing all this time. Open the mod manager, wait a few seconds, wait for it to pop up, and then select yes to download this mod. Now back on the mods folder, you should see all your mods in here, and you have to extract the Eggman Land and the SU fixes before adding them to the game. So you're gonna press and hold the left button on your mouse to select both of them. Right click, select 7-zip, and then extract here. Once that's done, delete the original zip files. So they all have to be inside a folder like this one. They're all ready to go. You just have to go back to the mod manager, select the mods here, and they're not gonna show up because you have to refresh, and you can do that by just clicking here, refresh mods list, and they're all gonna show up. Now you have to select each one of them by clicking on the box right next to it. There you go. And to install that, you're gonna click on Save, Install Content, and Launch Unleashed. And every time you want to play this game, you have to do it by clicking on the Save Install Content option. I'm not sure if this is currently a bug on this mod manager or something like that, but it's how you do it right now. You have to choose this option. And after that's done, the game should start as normal. And it's gonna launch the game in full screen. If you wanna get rid of that, press F11 to open as a window, and you can start playing. And once you press start, this window will show up. This is about your save file of the game. Go ahead and click on save, so that way it saves your progress on the emulator. And Xenia can only be played with a Xbox controller. It works by default. If you just plug in your controller, you can start playing. But if you're using a PlayStation 4 or PS5 controller, you can still play it by using softwares like DS4 Windows or DualSense X. They emulate a Xbox controller on your PlayStation controller. I've personally used DS4 Windows for many years, and I can confirm that it works. You have to do the same thing if you're using a keyboard, but I don't know about any programs that do that and works well. It's also very likely you're gonna get a screen flickering glitch that happens right here on the first stage of the game, right before you cross the bridge. And if that happens to you, you're gonna press F5 on your keyboard. This is gonna refresh your GPU cache, and it's gonna go back to normal, and you can start playing again. But I only had to do this on the first level. It never happened again on my playthrough. And at this point, you can delete the original ISO of the game. We're not gonna need that anymore. For adding the DLC into the game, first you're gonna need to find the DLC files on your own. I cannot show that on the video, just like the actual game files. I have them in a folder like this, and this game had 6 pieces of DLC released. So first thing you're gonna do once you have those files is go to the Xenia Canary folder, double click on Xenia_Canary, and we're gonna do the same thing as the game update. Click on File, and then click on Install Content. Now you just have to browse to that DLC folder, like this, and now you can just click and hold the left button on your mouse to select everything, and you can click on open, or you can press enter on your keyboard, and in just a few seconds the DLC will be installed on the emulator. There you go, you're gonna see a message exactly like this one. But this is not enough. We also have to grab a few fixes for the DLC on that website guide. Now back on Game Banana, the first file is next to the files we got before. This one right here, the SU Fixes DLC content. Click on this one, download, and put that on the mods folder of your PC. For the second file, you're gonna scroll up a bit again, and then select Vulkan just like we did before. And it's this one, the Unleashed HDR Fix for DLC. Click on this one and do the same thing. Download to the mods folder. Now back on the mods folder, we're gonna start with the DLC fixes manual patch, because the HDR fix is a bit different than what we have been doing all this time. So for the first one, right click on that, select 7-zip, and then extract here. Now you're gonna go back to the main folder, double click on the Xenia Canary, and open the emulator once again, the Xenia_Canary. And we're gonna do the same thing we did just now with the DLC. Click on File, and then Install Content. But this time, you're gonna navigate to the main folder, double click on the mods folder, double click on the DLC fixes folder, and then just select everything. Press and hold the left button on your mouse, select everything and press enter. And pretty much instantly all the files are gonna be installed. Now for the other file, like I said, that's gonna be a bit different. So let's go back there to the mods folder and double click on the Unleash HDR fix, the zip file. You're gonna see this folder, so double click on that, and inside you're gonna see these 6 folders. And if you notice already, these files are named exactly like the actual DLC for the game. So what you have to do here is go back to the main Xenia folder, double click on Xenia Canary, and there should be this content folder there with you. Double click on that. Inside, you should see these 2 folders. Double click on the one with a bunch of zeros like this, and inside another folder with the ID of the game. Double click on that, and then double click on the folder that has a bunch of zeros and end with the number 2 like this. And there you go. Now you can see that we have the exact same folders, right? But this one here is just the fix for the HDR or the lighting of the game in this case. So what you're gonna do here on 7-zip, press and hold the left button on your mouse to select everything. Now you're gonna press and hold with the left button on your mouse so you can drag all of this into this folder around here like this. And then it's gonna move those items into this folder. This is gonna take a little while and it's probably going to look like your window has crashed, just like it's happening to me right now. But don't worry, that's normal. Just wait a few seconds and there you go. Now the files are in place once again. So now you're gonna reopen the mod manager if you haven't already. You have to click on everything, select save install content and launch Unleashed. And from there, you can start playing the game as normal. In this video, I'm gonna show you the full setup of Dolphin, the best Nintendo GameCube and Wii emulator for PC. This will be a complete setup guide including how to add your games, the best settings, how to apply cheats and mods, and how to import save files too, and more. So without wasting any time, let's get going. So the first step is downloading the emulator itself from the Dolphin website. The link will be on the description of this video. And on this page, you want to click here on download Dolphin for Windows, Mac, and Linux. Gonna take you to this page. You're gonna scroll down a little bit to where it says development versions, and you're gonna get whatever it is, the latest version available, and then just click here on Windows x64. For using Dolphin, you need to have Visual C++ that you can get by just clicking here on this link. But if you played games on your PC before, it's likely that you already have this installed. But if you're not sure, you can just click here on this link and it's gonna take you to this page. So scroll down a little bit where you can see these links and you're gonna download one of these 2. If your PC has up to 4 GB of RAM memory, you're gonna get the one that says x86. But if your PC has more than 4 GB, you're gonna get the one that says x64. So you can just download and install this program. And if you already have this installed, the program will tell you and we can proceed with the installation. So just go back to the Dolphin website and click on Windows x64 to download the emulator. When you download it, you're gonna see that the Dolphin file will be a zip one on the 7Z format. And you can use either WinRAR or 7-zip to extract this. I'm gonna personally recommend you to use 7-zip for doing this. I'm gonna put the link of that on the description of this video as well. And once you download and install that, you're gonna right click on this file, select 7-zip or WinRAR depending on what you have, and then click on extract here. When it's done, you're gonna see this folder showing up and you can go ahead and delete the original zip file. We're not gonna need this anymore. So double click on the Dolphin folder and then you're gonna have the emulator files. But before starting the emulator itself, we're gonna create a portable file on this folder so that we have all the files for this emulator in one place. And for that, you're gonna click anywhere on this folder with the right button on your mouse to bring this up, and you're gonna put your mouse on top of New, and you're gonna select Text Document, and this file will show up. Now, you're gonna type the name of this file will be Portable, exactly like this. Now go ahead and press enter so that the file is in there. And now we can start the actual emulator. So double click on this Dolphin application to bring up the emulator. By doing so, it will create this user folder, and inside you're gonna see the folders and the files for this emulator all in one place, so that you can move this folder later if you feel like it. And also if you want to install mods or plugins later, they're all gonna be on the same place. And of course, the emulator itself will be here. And that's when we're gonna start configuring this thing. The first thing we're gonna do is set the games directory, or the place where you want the emulator to scan for games. And I'm gonna go ahead and on the emulator folder, I'm gonna drop a couple of games that I have here with me. And this can be pretty much anywhere on your PC, but for this tutorial, I'm dropping these game files on the game folder to add it later. Now, you're gonna go back to the emulator, and right here on the middle or anywhere on this page, you can just double click in here, and it's gonna bring up this window, the emulator folder, which is also the place where I dropped my games, right? So now all I have to do is click on select folder, and my games will appear here. But remember, like I said, you can put your games anywhere on your PC and just set the emulator to scan for that folder, and your games will appear. Now moving on, let's start with the configuration of the emulator. And the first one, you're gonna click on this config button right here to bring up this window. And our first stop on the general page, the first setting, enable dual core. This option is good if your CPU isn't that good. This option will help with the performance on weak CPUs, but if you have something like with at least 4 cores, you can go ahead and disable this option because it can cause some issues on your games. Now, right below that, you're gonna click on enable cheats so that we can add cheats and patches to your game, but that's later on in the video. I'm gonna show you that, but for now, just make sure this one is checked. That's pretty much everything for general. Now click on interface. What I want to point out here is this option, download game covers. That means that for every game you have on the emulator, it will find the game covers for you and just put it in there. So if you just click on this option, you have to change the presentation mode. So you're gonna click here on view and then click on grid view to change the format. And there you go, it already found all the covers for the games that I have. And that's it for the interface tab. On the audio tab, you don't have to change anything here unless you know what you're doing. So move on to paths. And because we selected the game folder before, it's already showing up in here, but you can add multiple folders as well. It does not have to be a single location. And you also have the option to search for subfolders. This means that if this option is on and you go back to your Dolphin folder, if you create a new folder here, like something like modded runs or region-specific games, and you have games in here, the emulator will find them as well. And there's no harm in activating this option. It just takes a little longer to find your games and stuff, but that's about it. No harm in having this option on. And that's it for the Paths tab. On the GameCube and Wii, you don't have to change anything again, unless you know what you're doing. Now on the Advanced tab, there's only one option I want to show you, which is the clock override. This option will overclock the CPU of the emulator, and this can be a useful option to use if your game is having trouble maintaining a steady frame rate, especially on games that are originally 30 FPS on the actual hardware and you're using a patch to make that game run at 60 FPS. The emulator might have trouble keeping that frame rate, and if you increase the CPU clock here a little bit, it's gonna help maintain that 60 FPS. But this one should only be used, like I said, if you're having trouble maintaining the frame rate, because it can break games and also cause glitches too. And there is no safe value here. This is gonna depend on the game you're trying to play. So for now, I'm gonna keep this one off. This would be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. And that's pretty much it for the config settings. You can go ahead and click on close. Now let's move over to the graphics settings. So just click here on the graphics button to bring up this window. And here on the General tab, the first option, you can choose your graphics API. And Dolphin actually has an official recommendation of what backend you should use depending on your GPU. I'm putting that on the screen right now, but it's basically gonna come down to between Direct3D 11 and Vulkan. I have used both APIs and the performance is pretty great on both of them, but it's also gonna depend on your game, of course, and I'm gonna show you how to find game-specific settings as well. But for now, you can pick between Direct3D 11 or Vulkan, even though I think Vulkan gives me slightly better performance though, but Direct3D 11 is also good. Now, right below that on adapter, of course, this is gonna be your main GPU. If you have a dual GPU setup, of course, I have a RTX 3070, which is pretty good for this emulator and also for modern games as well. So if you wanna buy this GPU or other general products, click on my affiliate link that is showing on the screen right now. Now moving on, under the aspect ratio, you have a few options in here. And I'm gonna go ahead and recommend you to use Force 16:9 because this emulator also supports widescreen patches. And on a lot of cases, we have game-specific widescreen patches that is even better than the widescreen solution that this emulator has. We're gonna get into that in a little bit, but if you wanna play their games on their original 4:3 aspect ratio, you can click on this one too, but that's gonna depend on the game, of course. Next, right below that, we have the VSync option, which is obviously to prevent the screen tearing that can happen on some games here on this emulator. In my case, I don't like using this one because I'm already using the VSync from my graphics card. And also, there's an option to start the game in full screen. But you can also activate this one by pressing Alt and Enter when the game starts. So I'm not going to activate these two. Now, on the bottom, the shader compilation, these options here are very important. By default, it's set to specialize, which is great for weak PCs. So if you don't have a really good graphics card, you can keep this option too. Not that this emulator is demanding or anything like that. In fact, this emulator is very well optimized, so the games are gonna run well even on older PCs, unless if it is a demanding game like Metroid Prime, for example. But if your GPU is somewhat okay, you can use the hybrid Uber shader options. This option is gonna help a lot with the shader compilation of this emulator, which means that you're gonna get minimal stuttering when playing your games. And even on PCs, like I said, that are not so good, you can use this option too with no troubles. But if you have a really good GPU, you can use the exclusive Uber shaders option. This option is gonna completely get rid of stuttering, but like I said, you need a really good GPU. In my case, for example, with the GPU that I have, if I use this option, I can play the game just fine with no stuttering, but I do notice that the usage of my GPU gets about 50 to 60%. So I would still recommend using hybrid Uber shaders because the stuttering is so minimal with this one. And like I said, it can still works fine on old PCs. And Dolphin does not have a minimal or recommended specs for the GPU. The website only mentions that your GPU needs to support one of these graphics APIs, but there is no really recommended GPU, right, for this emulator. The only example that I can give you is from the GPU that I have. It is also a good idea to activate the compile shaders before starting option here. This is gonna help with the stuttering for a short time after the game starts, and the time that it takes to compile this before the game starts is actually just a few seconds really, so turn this option on as well. That's it for the general settings. Now click on the Enhancements tab, and on the first option right away, the internal resolution. Of course, the higher the resolution you select here, the better the game will look. But the higher the resolution, the more it's gonna require of your GPU. What you can do here is having your game running on native resolution, and as the game is running, you can keep increasing the resolution to see how it's going to look in-game, and of course, if the performance is okay. On my GPU, the RTX 3070, I can play this at 8K 12x native resolution just fine. But of course, it's also gonna depend on the game too. But I don't go any higher than 6x resolution here. I think that looks good enough, but that's gonna be up to you. Moving on the anti-aliasing option, the best one to use is 8x SSAA. But this is also gonna require more of your GPU right here. So this is another option that you can experiment just like the internal resolution. Have the game running and keep selecting them until the performance is okay and until the game is looking good. Now under texture filtering, we have more options here, but for this one, for me, I always go with 16x anisotropic. This will make the game look better and it has minimal impact on performance. So I'm just gonna recommend this one here for most games. For the output resampling, you don't have to use any of these options here if you are increasing the internal resolution and if you're also using anti-aliasing. You can just keep this one on default and move on. For the color correction, you should only use this one if you know what you're doing, and also for post-processing effect as well. This one is just for fun, really, for experimenting. You have a bunch of effects here, and with your game running, you can just select one of these to see how it's gonna look, but this one is just for fun, like I said. Right below that, you can see the widescreen hack option that I talked about before. This is the solution of the emulator to patch the games into widescreen aspect ratio. But like I said, it is much better to use widescreen patches that were made for a specific game. Only if there isn't a specific widescreen patch, you should use the widescreen hack of the emulator if you want to play on the 16:9 aspect ratio. And that's pretty much it for the enhancement settings. Under the hacks tab, you don't have to change anything here unless you know what you're doing. Move on to the advanced tab, and in here the only options we're gonna change is right here under MISC. Go ahead and click on the first option, crop, because this is gonna help when playing games at 16:9 aspect ratio. Even with the widescreen patch, in some games it doesn't actually fill the entire screen. You still see some black bars on top and on the side. So this option is gonna help with that. It's only a minor detail that it has to fix, so there's pretty much no harm in activating this option. Now, next to it, you're gonna click on Enable Progressive Scans. GameCube games look much better if they do have progressive scan support. And with this option on, the emulator will activate the progressive scan on the game if it does support. Now, below the MISC settings, we have the experimental section. And there's only one option here I like to point out. It is the manual texture sampling. This option will fix the vertical lines that some games have on this emulator. But you should only use this option if you have native resolution and also no anisotropic filter. Otherwise, you're gonna have a lot of visual glitches. And that's pretty much it for the graphics configuration. Click on Close. But if you want a more detailed tutorial on the graphics configuration for Dolphin, I'm gonna recommend this video here from another content creator called Warped Polygon. He goes much more into detail on the graphics for Dolphin, and his video is pretty great. The link for his video will be on the description. Next, let's configure the controller. So you're gonna click on this controller's icon. In here, I'm gonna start with the GameCube, and then we're gonna do the Wii remote controller. So right here on top, make sure you select Standard Controller, and then click on Configure. Now this window will show up, and by default this is gonna use your keyboard and mouse, and you can play on this emulator with your keyboard and mouse if you want to, but this emulator also supports pretty much all the controllers out there from PlayStation and Xbox, and even third-party controllers too. So if you're going to use a controller, under device you're gonna click on keyboard and mouse, and you should see your controller listed here twice, but they have different input methods. Whatever it is the case, you should see one that says SDL0 and then the name of your controller. So select this one. Unfortunately, Dolphin does not have an automatic mapping function. You have to map each button individually. I'm putting on the screen right now the control scheme for the GameCube controller, so you can pause the video right now and do your mapping before we move on. And configuring this works pretty much like you press the button you want to configure with your mouse, and then you press that button on your controller or your keyboard if you're playing like that. And you have to do this for every button in here. Now go to this rumble section right here and click on this bar next to motor. This is for activating the vibration on your controller. It's likely you're gonna see these three options in here, but you only have to select the first one that simply says motor. So click on this, select, and if you click on test, and if your controller is working, you should feel the controller vibrating right now. That means everything is working fine. Now just click on OK, and that's pretty much it for the GameCube controller configuration. If you're going to assign a second controller, you just have to do the exact same thing here, but for port 2. Now let's move on to the Wii Remote configuration, and if you do have a Wii Remote controller with you, you can use this option here to use that on your PC. You need Bluetooth for that, and you can just click here on Sync and it will do the configuration for you. But if you're going to use a keyboard or a controller, click on Emulate the Wii's Bluetooth adapter and make sure that you select the emulated Wii Remote here and then click on Configure. Now, once again, you can use your keyboard and mouse if you feel like it, or your controller. I'm gonna pick my controller once again with the SDL0 input, and since there is no automatic mapping function, you're gonna have to map each button individually. I'm also going to put on the screen a photo of a Wii Remote, so you can use that as a reference. Don't forget the rumble option too, same thing as the GameCube. Select motor, select the first one, click on select, click on test to see if it's working as it should be, and click on OK. Now we're gonna move over to motion simulator here. And I'm gonna show you the shake and point configuration because the tilt and swing options are pretty much the same, so you know what to do. First, starting with the shake, what I like to do here is just click on each one, the X, Y, and Z, and I press the left stick on my controller, so that when I press that button, it's gonna emulate the shake function on the Wii Remote, so you can pass through if the game is requiring you to do that, right? But this can be any other button on your controller. Now over here to point, because I'm using a controller, I'm gonna use the right stick of my controller. So up, press up on the analog, down, left, and right. So now I'm in control of the point here. But there is a setting on this emulator because by default, you can see that it's going to point if I'm holding the right stick, right? Like this. But if you click on relative input, now you're gonna see that there is the black dot and the red one. The red is where the controller is pointing at, where the Wii Remote is pointing at, right? And the black one is my right stick. So if I just push this all the way to the top right side like this, it's gonna stay there, unless if I use the stick again and I can just freely control this like this. I prefer using this one for certain games like Mario Galaxy, but that's gonna be up to you. You're gonna have the option to do without the relative input as well, so you can just hold that position. That's gonna be up to you. And also, you have the option to use your mouse for the point controls. If you just click on this one, now my mouse is taking control of that. And this is just for the point controls. You don't have to change it here. You're gonna use your controller for everything else, but the point control is gonna be left to your mouse. But if you try this and don't like it, you just have to remap the controls again back here to your left stick, and they're gonna be as before. Now, since you know how to configure this, you just have to do the same thing for the tilt and swing controls if the game you're playing requires that, and if you want to do it too. Now, all we have to do is go to the extension tab, and we also have to configure the nunchuck options too. So I'm gonna put a photo on the screen so you can use as a reference for the C and Z button, and the configuration is pretty much the same. Just press and hold the buttons and then select them in here. And that's it for the controller setup. Click on close and close this as well. Now we're gonna go through how to add cheats and mods to your game. I'm gonna use Super Mario Sunshine as an example. So you're gonna click on your game with the right button on your mouse, and then you're gonna select properties. this window will show up, and basically there are two places where you can put your cheats or patches: the AR codes and Gecko codes. And pretty much the only difference about them is the format, because the emulator supports both of them. So you might come across a code that's gonna work on the AR tab and also Gecko, but there is one difference between them. If your code has dashes, like this one, then this is a AR code. It has to go into the AR code tab. But if the code has no dashes, like this one, then this code will work both on the AR tab and Gecko code. Now back on the emulator, you can see that there is a bunch of AR codes for Super Mario Sunshine, and these are here by default. I didn't have to download them or anything. And there is also a few codes on the Gecko tab as well. And one way you can grab codes is by clicking here on this download codes option, but this one will not work for every game. For Super Mario Sunshine, if I go here and click on download codes, the emulator will find them and automatically add them here. And it's simple as that. So I have now a bunch of codes for the game, and to activate a Gecko or AR code, you just have to click on the box right next to the name, and the next time you boot up the game, they're gonna work. But in case the download codes option don't work, you're gonna have to do the thing that I showed you on Tomb Raider. In this case, for Mario Sunshine, for example, I'm gonna right click the game once again, and you're gonna have the option to go straight to the wiki page of the game. So you're gonna click in here, and it will take you to the game's page. And this is useful not only for grabbing the codes, but this is also where you can see if there are issues with this game on the emulator and how you can fix them. For Super Mario Sunshine, I already had a bunch of Gecko codes, right? But let's say I want to add this 60 FPS code. This is not on by default. And the first thing you're gonna check here is make sure you're getting the code for the same region of your game. I'm using the North American version of the game, so it is this code right here. Make sure you can see everything on this tab. And so you're gonna press and hold the left button on your mouse, and then just copy all the stuff in here with the exception of this name. Do not copy this one because you're gonna get an error when you try to put that on the emulator. And with everything selected, right click in here and then select copy, or you can press Ctrl V on your keyboard. Now go back to the emulator, right click on your game, select properties, and the one code that I got works for both AR and Geckos. I'm gonna select the Gecko tab here, and you're gonna click on add new code, and this window will pop up, and you're gonna paste that code in here on the code window. So right click on that, press paste, or you can press Ctrl V, and you can also give a name to your code, which is a good idea to do in here. You can also add a creator for that code and also some description too, but that's not needed. Now go ahead and click on save, and now your code should appear on the bottom right here. And this one is already selected, so next time I start up the game, it's gonna work as it should be. On this same properties window, you also have the graphics mod tab, in which you can find more mods in here too. And you can see that I have this message saying graphics mods are currently disabled, and that's how it works by default. So if you want to use any of these graphics mods, you have to click on configure Dolphin, and you're gonna go back to the graphics configuration, and in here, you're gonna click on the advanced tab, look for the utility section, and you're gonna click on enable graphics mods. That way, you can now use the graphics mods in here and also some extra mods you can find. By the way, one place where you can get more mods for Dolphin is on this website right here, gamebanana.com. You can find a bunch of mods for Dolphin here, and I'll put the link on the description of this video. Now I'm gonna show you how to import a save file on your game. The first thing you need to check is if you already have a save folder of your game on Dolphin, and you can create that by simply saving in-game. So if you right click on your game and then select Open GameCube Save Folder, if you don't have a save file, you're gonna get this arrow right here. So you have to play the game up until you get to a save point, and once you save in-game, you can come back here and locate that. I already done that for my game, so I'm gonna right click on Super Mario Sunshine, and then open GameCube save folder, and there you go. That's the save for the game. And one place you can get save files for GameCube games is GameFAQs.com. The link will be on the description as well. So right here on the page for Mario Sunshine, I'm gonna go ahead and click on saves, And when you find your game, make sure you get it here from the section that says USB memory adapter, and of course it has to be on the same region of your game. So I'm gonna get this first one right here, so just click on this download button and download this save to the save folder on Dolphin, of course. Now on the save folder location of this game, I have the save file I created and the one that I got from the internet. And this is the moment to make a backup of your original save, because you should only have one save file in here for your game. I don't care about this one, so I'm just gonna go ahead and delete this. And this is the 100% save file of your game. And you can also rename this, by the way. You don't have to keep the original name. You just have to keep the .gci extension here so that it shows up as a GCI file on type. That's how the Dolphin will read that. And that's pretty much all you have to do for the save file on a GameCube game. Now, for Nintendo Wii games, this one is gonna be a bit different, but it's gonna start the same way. First, you need to have a save file for the game you currently have. So I'm gonna use Super Mario Galaxy here, and then click on Open Wii Save Folder. But because I didn't play the game enough, I don't have one. So go ahead and create a save file for this game. Now, with the save file created, right-click on the game once again, and then select Open Wii Save Folder. And the format for Wii games is a bit different. You have these two .bin files, but the only one that really matters is this one that says Game Data. So now I'm gonna get a save file for this game on GameFAQs. Here on the Super Mario Galaxy page, select Saves, and same as the GameCube, make sure it is the same region as your game where it says Wii Game Save File. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab this one, and just like the GameCube, put this save file on the same folder on the emulator. There you go, this is the 100% save file from the internet. I said to download to the same folder, but actually this one can be anywhere on your PC, because we're gonna have to use the import function on the emulator. It's right here. On the emulator, select Tools, and then click on Import Wii Save. And now you just have to navigate to the location where your new save file is going to be. So this is the one that I got from the internet, and you can just double click on this one, and then you're gonna see this message saying to overwrite the save file, which means that you're gonna lose your original save file. So this is the moment to back up that one as well if you want, and then just click on yes, and in pretty much just an instant, you're gonna have your save file in there. So click on OK, and you're ready to go. Your save files are now in place. Now, another feature of Dolphin is that you can create a Mii character to use on your Wii games. And for that, first you're gonna click on the tools once again, and you're gonna highlight the Perform Online System Update option, and then you're gonna pick the region where you want to create your Mii as. This current region might be disabled for you, but that doesn't matter. You can just go ahead and pick one right here. I'm gonna pick United States, and it's gonna ask you to perform an online update. Click on yes, and it's going to download that. So for now, just wait until this is finished. There you go, the update is completed. So click on OK. Now you're gonna select Tools once again, but this time you're gonna click on Load Wii System menu and the version. So click on this one, and it's gonna boot up the Wii menu. And from here, you're just gonna proceed with your character creation. Give it a name, customize it, and then you can use it as if you were on an actual Wii console. What's up everyone, welcome back to the channel, and in this video I'll show you how to install ReDriver 2, the unofficial PC port of the classic PS1 game. This is the best way to experience the game now, as it brings several quality of life upgrades, stable frame rate, bug fixing, high resolution support, increased draw distance, and more. And it even comes with a debug menu with cheats that you can play with. If you're planning on buying on Amazon, please use my affiliate link below in the description. Any product on the website will count, and you will be directly supporting the channel. So this project is available here on this page of GitHub. I'll drop the link on the description of the video. And right here under releases, you're gonna click on the latest version available for this PC port. It should take you to a page like this one, and you're gonna scroll down under Assets, and the file you're gonna download is this one, ReDriver 2 Win32 release dev.zip. So go ahead and click on this one to download the file. Second, you're gonna need Java runtime. The link will also be on the description, and on this page, click on this download button to get the file on your PC as well. We'll install that later. Lastly, we'll also need Visual C++. Link will also be on the description. Scrolling down a bit here, you see that we have the x86 and 64 options. If your PC has up to 4 GB of RAM memory, you're gonna get the x86 version. If it has more than 4 GB, then download the x64 version. Put this on the same folder as well for later. Okay, so now I have all 3 files with me, and we're gonna start by installing the Java runtime, this one here. Double click on this file. It's gonna bring up this window, so you're gonna go ahead and click on install. Just wait until it's finished, should only take a few seconds or so. And once it's done, you're gonna see this message here. Now click on close. Next, we're gonna install the VC++. So once again, double click on this file. It will bring up to this window. Click here where it says I accept the terms and stuff like that. Click on install, and there you go. If you already have this file here on your PC, the program will tell you. If you played games on your PC before, that is, it's likely that you already have this with you. But regardless if you have that installed previously or not, you're gonna see this window right here. And it's asking you to restart the PC, but you don't really need to do this. So now click on close. And now let's start with the ReDriver 2 files. So this file is a zip one, and you're gonna have to extract this with WinRAR or 7-zip or the extracting tool if you are on Windows 11. I'm gonna personally recommend you to use 7-zip. I'll put the link of that on the description of this video, so download and install that. And once you're done, you're gonna right click on this file. You're gonna select WinRAR or 7-zip depending on what you have, and then you're gonna click on extract here. Should only take a few seconds or so, and there you go. From this point on, you can delete the original zip file and also the VC++ and the Java runtime file as well. We're not gonna need this anymore. Now, at this point, you're gonna need the PlayStation 1 disk files for Driver 2, that is CD1 and 2. I have both discs here on the bin format for the CD1 and 2, but if you have the game on the ISO format, it will work as well. And you're gonna have to find these game files on your own. Now, on the same folder with everything, you're gonna double click here on this launcher application, and this window will show up. From here, you're gonna click on Setup Wizard to bring up this window. Now, right here under CD1 image, this is where the CD1 file of the game will be, of course. So you're gonna click here on this Choose button, and it's gonna open up this window. By default, it's opening the same folder where the files are. And you can already see here the CD1 and 2 for the game. So now, you're gonna locate CD1 and double click on this. So it brings up to this window. Now you're gonna do the exact same thing for CD2. Select Choose on the window, double click on Driver 2 CD2.bin or the ISO depending on what you have. Now make sure these two are enabled, and now you're just gonna click on Install. This window will pop up, select OK, this one as well, select OK, and now you're gonna see this CMD window showing up. It is now doing the conversion of the game to the unofficial PC port, that is. This should only take a minute or so to finish, so now you just have to wait. This would be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. Once it's done, you're gonna see this window, so click on OK, and this part is finished. At this point, you can go ahead and delete the original bin files because the game files are now going to be inside one of these folders here. I think it's this one. But either way, you can delete that if you want. Now let's tweak the settings here that we have for this port. Right here on the same Driver 2 PC window, you're gonna click on Configure to bring up a few of the options you have here. First off, you can play this game on PC now with your keyboard or with a controller. That is a PlayStation or Xbox controller, or even some third-party controllers too. And if you want to change the inputs, you're just gonna click on controller or keyboard, and here you can see the inputs of your game. So if you want to change any button here, you just have to click on the action and then press that respective button on your controller, like this one. Same thing for the keyboard as well. Next, we have some graphical options here. Keep everything enabled, and we can also run the game in full screen whenever you start. If you want to have that on, just click on this window, and we're done here. Now, there are some additional settings that don't show up in here. Instead, they are inside this config file on the driver2 folder. You can just open this by double-clicking on this file. It's gonna open with Notepad, but if for some reason this is not opening up for you, you're gonna right-click this file, select Open With, and then you might see Notepad here. But if it doesn't show up, click on Choose Another App, and you're gonna have to locate it here under More Apps. Either way, inside this config file, like I said, we have the same controller and keyboard options too, but on the bottom, we have some render in game settings too. Even if you choose the Enable Gaming Full Screen option, by default, this is going to run at 720p resolution, so the game will not fill the entire screen if you have a monitor with a higher resolution than this one. For example, in my case, I'm using a 1080p option, so it's 1920 by 1080. If you have one as well, you have to change the values here on screen width and height. And all you gotta do here is just delete the 1280 and replace it with 1920, and on the height you type 1080. That is the 1080p resolution. So if you have a 1440p monitor or even 4K, you just have to type in the resolution here. This unofficial port has support for 4K resolution, so you can change it in here just as fine. We also have the VSync option, which by default is set to 1. This prevents screen tearing, but it can introduce a bit of input latency, but at least on this game, I didn't notice any difference here. But if you want to change this, go ahead and type 0 in here to have that off. And right on game, we have the language settings. By default, this is set to English, right here where it says number 0. So if you want to change the game to, for example, the French language, that is number 3 in here. So you just have to change the respective button as such. Pretty straightforward, right? And then some extra options in here, but a lot of these can be done in game. Once you've done the changes here, don't forget to save. Click on File and then save, or you can press Ctrl S on your keyboard. Also, one thing I noticed on this port is that after you change your settings in here, if you open the launcher again, and if you change any of the settings here and select Save and Close, it will reset the changes you've made on the config file. So just remember that. If you make any changes in here, go back to the config file and make sure that they are in the way that you set them before. That's it for the configuration. To start your game, you can either double click on this ReDriver 2 dev file, or you can double click the launcher and open the game from clicking on Launch Game. That's gonna be up to you. There's no difference to that. I'm gonna open it from here, click on this button, and the game is going to start as such. If you want to enable dev mode, on the game you just have to press start, and you're gonna see the options right here. So you can just play with these cheats the way you want. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to install Cemu on your PC, the Nintendo Wii U emulator. As always, this is a complete guide covering the emulator setup, how to add your games, the graphics and performance mods you can use, the best settings for each game, and how to import save files as well. This is the complete setup video. If you're planning on buying on Amazon, please use my affiliate link below in the description. Any product on the website will count and you will be directly supporting the channel. So the first thing we're gonna do is download the emulator itself. The link will be on the description of this video. And at the moment that I'm recording this video, we are at version 2.5 of the emulator. But regardless of what version it shows up in here for you, on this page, you're gonna click on the assets for the latest version, and then you're gonna click on this file, the Windows 64.zip. This tutorial is for Windows PC. So you're gonna go ahead and click on this name to download the file to your PC. The emulator file is this one right here, and it's on the zip format, which means that you have to extract this, and you can do this with WinRAR or 7-zip or the extracting tool if you are on Windows 11. But I'm gonna personally recommend you to use 7-zip. The link for this file will be on the description as well. And once you download this, all you have to do is double click on the 7-zip file. This window will pop up, and in here, all you gotta do is click on this install button, And in just a few moments, 7-zip will be installed on your PC. Now we can extract the emulator, and it is recommended that you extract this file on places like the desktop of your PC or your downloads folder, for example. Just don't put this in places like the program files directory of your PC, because you don't have the writing permissions there and you're gonna have errors. So now you're gonna click on this file with the right button of your mouse, select 7-zip or WinRAR depending on what you have, and then you're gonna click on extract here. Then you're gonna have the emulator files inside a folder like this one. So now you can just double click on this folder and you're gonna see the emulator files. Now in this folder, before doing anything else, we're gonna create the portable folder in here. And to do that, you're gonna right click anywhere on this folder to bring up these options. And in here, you're gonna put your mouse on top of new and you're gonna select folder. That way you're gonna have this new folder here. So now the name of this folder has to be portable. So you're gonna type this exactly like I do here and then press enter. That way, when we start the emulator, all of the files are gonna be in here, which is better for convenience if you want to move these files later on. So now let's start the emulator. You're just gonna double click on this application file right here, and then you're gonna see this window. The first option, we have to set the game path location for your games. And this can be anywhere on your PC. It doesn't have to be on the same folder on the emulator. But what I'm gonna recommend you to do here is on this folder, once again, you're gonna right click, select new, and then folder, and then you can just name this whatever you want, like games, like I'm doing it here, just so that we can keep everything organized here. Now go back to the emulator, and on game path, you're gonna click on browse, and it should open the emulator folder by default. So now, because I created the games folder, I'm gonna click in here once and then click on select folder here on the bottom. Now, still on this window, we have the option to download and configure graphic packs. This here is very much recommended because this emulator will grab all the graphics mods available for games, which also include things like 60 FPS and performance patches too, so you can customize the game to your liking. And all you have to do is just click on this button. It's gonna check the version of your emulator, and in just a few seconds, it's going to download all the graphics mods for the games that are currently available here. And I'm gonna get into this later on in the video, but it's very straightforward to configure this. You just have to click on the game, and in here, you're gonna select the mods you want. But like I said, I'm gonna show you more about this later. So now on this window, just click on next, and in here, we're gonna configure your controller. And if you don't have your controller plugged in, go ahead and do that right now before clicking on this button. And when you do so, you're now going to click on the configure input option. It's likely you're gonna see this warning window here. Don't worry, that's normal. Click on OK. Now to configure your controller on this window, under emulator controller, which says disable, you're gonna click on this one and select the type of Wii U controller you want to use. I'm gonna recommend you to use the Pro controller right ahead, so just click on this one. Now on this option, controller, you're gonna click in here and this window will pop up. Now you're gonna select API, and right on you can see the keyboard, which means that if you want to play with your keyboard and you don't have a controller, this is the option you're gonna use. But if you're going to use a controller that is a PlayStation or Xbox controllers, and this emulator supports pretty much all of these controllers, even third-party ones, but in here, what you're gonna do is just select SDL controller, because this can work for both Xbox and PlayStation controllers. But if you're having problems and your controller is not showing up later on under controller, what you're gonna do is, if you have a Xbox controller, you're gonna select X input. But if you have a PlayStation controller, you can try with the direct input method. But hopefully you don't have to select anything here that is not SDL controller. And then on the bottom, controller, this is where you're gonna select your controller. So there you go. And then you're just gonna click on this add button, and your inputs are gonna show up in here. This emulator has a automatic mapping function, but if you want to change your inputs, you just have to click on the button you want to change and then press the button you want to use on your controller. Pretty straightforward. And you can also change these settings later on in the emulator too. It doesn't have to be on this window. And also, if you're going to use a second controller, you just have to do the same thing here, but for the controller port 2 connector. And once you're done, you can close this window. And back here, there is a few options you can change, but just make sure you have automatically check for updates enabled. Now click on close and the emulator will start. This would be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. Now to add your games on the emulator, we're gonna drop them on the games folder we created, right? One thing you need to know about this emulator is that there are two types of game formats that you can find out there and that is supported on this emulator, but there is a difference about them. I have here with me Bayonetta 2 and Mario Kart 8, and Bayonetta is on the WUA format and Mario Kart is on the UX format. The WUA is the decrypted format, which means that the emulator can run this game just fine. But if you have your games on the UX format, you're gonna need the keys file for this emulator. And just like the games itself, this keys file is copyright protected, so I'm not gonna show you here on the video how to get them. You're gonna have to find it on your own. But when you have it with you, the place you're gonna drop this file is on the portable folder like this. It is this file here on the text document format. Now with the files in place, if you had your emulator open, you can just restart, close this, and then run the emulator again, and you should see your games in here. There is a way to convert your games on the UX format to the WUA, and the benefit from doing this is that you get a much smaller file size. I'm gonna show you how to do that later on in the video. But to make this conversion, you're gonna need the keys files for your UX games. Now let's head over to the general settings of this emulator, and to get there, you're gonna click on this options and then click on general settings. If you want to do the controller configuration again, this is the option here, input settings. But now let's stick to the general settings by clicking in here. Now here on the general tab, these settings are gonna be up to you. If you want to change the language of the emulator too, and stuff like Discord presence, this is where you're gonna do that. And also, if you want to add another game path location, you can also do it in here too. It does not have to be a single location on where your games, DLC, and patches are gonna be. Now head over to the graphics tab, and in here, for graphics API, make sure that you have Vulkan selected here because this is the one that's gonna give you the best performance. However, if you have a GPU that has under 2 GB of memory, you're gonna select OpenGL. For the graphics device, this is gonna be your GPU, that is your main GPU if you have a dual setup in here. Just make sure you select the best one you have. For VSync, it's best that you keep this on off because then you're gonna get the best input lag on your game. But if you're seeing a lot of screen tearing and you want to get rid of that, you can start by running your games with double buffering and see if the screen tearing is still there. If it's still there, then you can select triple buffering to fix it. But start this with off. Make sure you also have a sync shader compiled too. This is gonna be a big help for the stuttering that can happen on this emulator. And on the upscale and downscale filter, in here, I'm just gonna recommend that you set bicubic to both of them. Your games are going to look just fine if you have these two on, even if you're playing the game at a higher resolution than what your monitor resolution is. That's what these two options here are for. And for full screen scaling, keep this to keep the aspect ratio of your games. Now on the audio tab, you don't have to change anything here unless you know what you're doing. And on the overlay tab, the only thing I'm gonna recommend you to change here is to disable the notifications, especially for the shader compiler here, because this is something that the emulator is going to do almost all the time. So you can just disable everything here by clicking on top left and then select disabled so that they don't show up at all. And for the account and debug tab, you don't have to change anything here. And that's it for the general settings. You can go ahead and click on close for this window. Now I'm gonna show you how to install the graphics and performance mods on this emulator. That is stuff like increased resolution, higher frame rates, that sort of thing. And you're gonna have to do this game by game. I'm gonna show you here Bayonetta 2 for example. So on your game, you're gonna click on that with the right button, and then you're gonna select Edit Graphics Pack. So the options you're gonna see here are gonna be different depending on the game you are playing. But to activate the cheats and mods in here, you just have to click on the box right next to it and it's gonna be on. And in some cases, when you click on the option, you can see extra settings here on the corner. Like for example, this one for Bayonetta 2 allows us to increase the resolution of the game. So it's important to pay attention and always click on the option here so you can see these extra settings. And then after you turn them on, you just have to click on the close button, and the next time you start the game, the mods are gonna be in there. One thing you can do to improve the performance on the emulator and also the stutters as well is to grab the shaders from the internet. As of version 1.25, the way the shaders work on this emulator has changed, and there are no copyrighted content in them anymore. So it's okay to share and grab them on the internet as long as you're doing it from this page here. The link will be on the description of this video. And there are two ways you can go on about this. You can just download the shader for the game you're trying to play, or you can just download all the shaders from this page, which is what I'm gonna recommend you to do, because that way you only have to do this one time and it's gonna cover all the games you might play later on in the emulator. And it is not a big file, it's something like 300 megabytes. So what you're gonna do is just click on this download all option and you're gonna drop the file on the emulator folder. So what I'm gonna do here is double click on this shaders file, and 7-Zip is going to open this on a separate window like this one. Because now the place you're gonna drop the file is on the portable folder right here. So double click on that and you're gonna see we have a folder with the same name. So now you're gonna open that file on 7-Zip, and all you have to do here is just press and hold this file with your mouse and then just drag it here on the folder, then let go of the button and it's going to transfer this file. And now the shader files are in place, so when you start a game, it will automatically detect the file in here and do the work for you. Now, one thing that is very much recommended to do is to check the wiki page of the game you are about to play. And to do that, you're gonna right click the game and select this option here, wiki page, and it will take you there. And on this page, you can find any issues that might be happening on this game on the emulator and what you can do to fix them, and also the performance status on the game as well. So basically, this is one place where you can find the best settings for each game. Now, for installing updates and DLC on the emulator, the good news is that one of the recent updates has made the process of doing this much easier. The way to do this now is to go to your games folder location, and all you have to do is to drop the updates and the DLC folders in here. For example, I have the update and DLC files for Mario Kart 8, and now that they are in place, all you have to do is to restart the emulator if you had it open while doing this, and the next time you start it, it's going to detect the update and also any DLC you have for that game. You just have to make sure that the update or the DLC is for the same region as your game. For importing save files, you're gonna right click the game you want to import and you're gonna click on this option here first, save directory. If this option is grayed out for you, that means you didn't play the game enough to get to the point where the game creates the save file. So you're gonna have to start the game, save in game, and then you're gonna come back here. And just by clicking on this option, it will take you to a folder similar to this one. And you're gonna double click on this user folder, And there should be a folder with a bunch of numbers like this one. And this is the location where the save files of your game are going to be. Then it's just a matter of grabbing a save file from the internet and replace the files you have in here. I'm not aware of a place where you can get save files. I haven't really looked up for the Wii U, but it shouldn't be hard to find. Now, if you're looking to convert your game files to the WUA format and save more space on your hard drive, the whole thing is actually done through the emulator. You're gonna click here on Tools and then select Title Manager. And in this window, you're gonna locate your game. In this case, I'm gonna use my copy of Mario Kart 8. It says here that the format is WUD, but it's actually the WUX format, like I showed you before. So here, you're gonna right-click the game and then just select Convert to Compress Wii U Archive. Now you're gonna see some information about the game, including the update and DLC if you have that with you. So go ahead and select OK. And now you're gonna select the folder where you want your converted game file to go. I'm just gonna pick the same games folder as before. So just gonna go ahead and click on Save. And now you just wait for the conversion to work. When it's done, you're gonna see this message. So click on OK. And if we go to the games folder, you're gonna see your game now on the WUA format. And you can see the difference here on file size. The original was 5.3 gigabytes and the converted one is 4.5 gigabytes. So doing this is absolutely worth if you're looking into saving space on your hard drive. And finally, we are ready to start the game. So just double click on the one you want to play. And this window will open up. And to go full screen, you have to press F11 on your keyboard. I just finished my playthrough of Bloodborne on PC using the Shed PS4 emulator, and I was surprised to see how well this is working now. Performance was stable all the way, and I only had 2 crashes throughout the whole game. So in this video, I'm gonna show you how to set up the emulator and all the patches and mods I've used for achieving this. If you're planning on buying on Amazon, please use my affiliate link below in the description. Any product on the website will count and you will be directly supporting the channel. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is download the emulator itself. The link for this page will be on the description of this video. And this tutorial is for Windows PC, but this emulator is also available on Linux and Mac OS. But if you are on Windows like I am, you're going to look for the one that says Win64QT. This is the nightly build of the emulator that has all the latest updates for it. So on the name, right next to it, you're gonna see a link, and this is the one you're going to download. Click on this link to download the emulator to your PC. So when you download the file, you're gonna notice that this will be on the zip format, which means that you have to extract this file. And you can do this with WinRAR or 7-zip or the extracting tool if you are on Windows 11. I personally like to use 7-zip. I'll put the link of that on the description of the video as well. And once you download it, it will be this file right here. So first, you're gonna double click on 7-zip to bring up this window, and all you gotta do is just click on this install button, and in just a few moments, 7-zip will be installed. Now you can extract Shed PS4. And I put this file on the desktop of my computer, and it's best that you keep this file on places like the desktop or the downloads folder on your computer. Just don't put it in places like the program files of your PC, because then you could get an error because you don't have the writing permissions there. But anyway, here on the desktop, you're gonna right click the Shed PS4 file. It will bring up this window, then you're gonna select 7-zip, and then you're gonna click on Extract to Shed PS4. That way the files will be inside a folder. And there you go, this is the file right here. So you're gonna double click on that to open the folder, and it will look like this for you. So the first thing we're gonna do here is create a game folder. It's optional, but I like doing this way because we can keep things organized. So you're gonna click anywhere on this folder with the right button on your mouse, and then put your mouse on top of New, and you're gonna select Folder. Now the name here can be anything you want. I'm just gonna put mine as Game, so that I know that this is the folder, right? Because when we install the game, the files will go in here. And with that out of the way, we can start the emulator, which is this file, the application of Shed PS4. So double click on this one to open the emulator. Right away, you're gonna see this window, which is asking you where you want the emulator to install the game. In this case, it will be the game folder we just came up with. So you're gonna click on this browse button and it will open the emulator folder by default. So now you're just gonna click on the game folder once and then click on select folder on the bottom. And also you need to set the directory for the DLC, which is going to be the same game folder as well. So click on browse and select the game folder once again. If you're going to use the Game of the Year edition of Bloodborne, you don't really need this one, but I'm just gonna set this one to the same folder in case you get the base game and is planning to get the DLC later. So now just click on OK and the emulator will start. This would be a good time to subscribe to the channel and also leave a like on this video. Now, to install the game on the emulator, first I'm gonna drop the game and the updates file on the same emulator folder, which are these games files right here, the game itself and the 1.09 update. And you're gonna have to find the game and update on your own. They are both on the PKG format, so they are good to go. And to install them, you're gonna go back to the emulator, you're gonna click on File, and then select Install Packages. It should open the emulator folder by default, so now you're going to first install the game and then the DLC. You have the option to install both of them in one go, but do not do this because you're gonna get an error once it's done installing. You have to do the game first and then the update. So start with the game, you just have to double click on the game file, and then it's going to ask you the directory where you want it to go. That is the game folder we came up with. So now you just click on OK, and then you're going to wait for the game to install. When it's done, you should see this message, so click on OK, and now you're gonna see the game in here. Now let's install the update. So just repeat it, click on File, Install Packages, open the folder, and double click on the 1.09 update. This one will be much faster. Click on OK, and it will say it has detected the patch. Click on Yes. In just a few moments, the patch will be there as well. Next, we are going to add the system modules to the emulator. So go back to the emulator folder. There should be this folder here called User for You. Double click on that, and inside there's going to be this sys modules folder. Double click on that, and this is where you're going to drop the modules files. There are a bunch of modules files for PS4 out there, but the ones you're gonna need for Bloodborne is these ones right here. There are 9 files, and the thing is, you actually don't need these modules to play Bloodborne on the emulator. They are not required to play the game, but there has been reports from those who play the game that having them with you actually makes the game run better and even crash less. But there's also people who claim that the game crashes more with the modules, and there is also reports that the modules made no difference to them. When I did my playthrough, I had them enabled, but I also tested the game for about an hour or so without the modules, and it was pretty much the same. So there is no clear answer right now on whether you should or not have them. It could be hardware related, so you need to test it yourself. And just like the game, the modules are copyright protected, so you're gonna have to find them on your own. So now back on the emulator, I'm gonna show you how to enable the cheats and patches. The patches are very much required to play the game right now. So you're gonna click on the game with the right button and select the cheats patches option. This window will pop up, and the first thing you're gonna do here on cheats, on the bottom, you're gonna click on where it says Wolf 2022, and you're gonna change this to Shed PS4. Then you're gonna click on the download cheats option. This window will show up, click on OK, and here you're gonna have the cheats you can use in game. You actually need to start the game before activating these patches. If you click on them right now, the emulator will actually tell you that, so you just need to have the game running before you activate them. Now head over to patches, and you're gonna do the same thing. Click on Gold Hand and change this to Shed PS4 and select Download Patches. The window will pop up again, click on OK, And here we have the emulator patches for this game. And the patches I'm gonna recommend you to use is skip intro, which is self-explanatory, no harm in activating this one. And also the 30 FPS fix. As you know, the original game is 30 FPS on the PS4, but it has some inconsistent frame rate. And this patch right here will lock the frame rate at 30 FPS. Which is also how I would recommend you to play the game right now, because 60 FPS can make the game crash more. We're gonna get into that in a little bit. But this will also introduce some input lag on your game. So if it's something that's bothering you, come back here and turn this off. Also, click on Disable Chromatic Aberration and Disable Motion Blur. Now, with this patch, you can play the game at 60 FPS if your PC can support that. But on this emulator, when the GPU usage is too high, that's when the crashes are more likely to happen. And the only reference that I can give you here is my own, because I play the game at 1080p 30 FPS and I have a RTX 3070 as a GPU. So the usage was about 50 to 70% and I only had 2 crashes, like I said. So at 60 FPS, it crashed a lot more. Just make sure that you turn off the 30 FPS before turning on the 60 FPS one. Now moving on, click on Force Enable the Old Hunters DLC, regardless if you have the Game of the Year edition or the DLC in a separate file, because this is currently the only way to play the DLC right now. Below that, click on Disable VSync. This will help a little bit with the input lag on the emulator, but you should only disable VSync if you have the 30 or the 60 FPS patch enabled. Otherwise, it's gonna speed up your game. Now scroll down to the bottom and you're gonna see the resolution patches for this game. And just like on the PS4, these games run natively at 1080p resolution. So that's why you don't see a full HD option in here. And when I played the game, it was at 1080p resolution. And it works fine as long as you have a decent GPU, like I explained on the 60 FPS patch. So if you have a weaker GPU, then I would recommend that you play the game using the 720p resolution patch. Of course, the game will look a little worse with it, but it will use less GPU, so perhaps you won't get a lot of crashes. Just like if you have a better GPU, then you can try with something like the 1440p resolution, for example, and see how it performs. But for stability purposes, it is best that you play the game at 1080p or bring it down to 720p resolution at least. And when you're done, don't forget to hit the save button, and there you go. Click on OK, and you can close this window. Now I'm gonna show you how to apply the mods on the emulator. So head back to the emulator folder, and we're gonna head over to this place. On your game folder, or the folder you created to place the game, you're gonna double click on that, and you should see a folder with this name, that is the ID of the game, the region of your game that is. Double click on that, then double click on the DVD root PS4 folder, and there you go. This is the place right here. Before dropping the mods themselves, the first file I'm gonna recommend you to get is the generic mod enable for Bloodborne. It is this file right here, and I won't be linking you directly where you can find the mods because they often have copyrighted material in them, so it could get my video striked. But I'm gonna show you the names of each one of them. For the mod enable, it is this file right here. So you can just double click on this file and then it will open on a separate window. So in here, you're gonna double click on this JSGME folder and you're gonna need these files. So you can just select everything here, press and hold the left button on your mouse, and then you're gonna press and hold once again, and you're just gonna drag these files on the folder, and then just let go of the button, and then the files are gonna be in here. You can delete the original zip file now. You're not gonna need this anymore. Make sure you close the window, otherwise you won't be able to delete the file. Now, the mods that I have used are these ones. The SFX fix for all effects, also known as Alpha BB, the no cloth physics, also known as rain spike workaround, and the vertex explosion fix. They can all be found on the same place, and for a couple of them you need to install them separately, But for the vertex explosion fix, we're gonna use the mod loader. And that's the one I'm gonna start with it here. So you're gonna press and hold this mod, and you're gonna drag it to the mods folder we came up with. And then double click on the mods folder and extract this one. Right click on this file, select 7-zip or WinRAR depending on what you have, and then click on extract here. You can delete the original zip file now. So go back to the DVD root folder and you're gonna start the JSGME application, that is the mod loader. This window will show up and you're gonna see your mod showing up in here. So now you're gonna click on it once and then click on this arrow in the middle so that it goes into the activated mods section. And there you go, this mod is working now. So you're gonna close this window. And for the other two mods, I'm gonna start with the Alpha BB, that is the SFX fix for all effects. You're gonna double click on this file to open, and then you're gonna see a DVD root folder, just like the one we are in here. So you're gonna double click on this one, and then you're gonna see the SFX folder. You're gonna drag this folder in the DVD root folder here. So just press and hold the button, bring it to the folder, and then let go. Now you're gonna see this window. Click on replace the files in the destination and just wait until it's finished. There you go. You're gonna do the same thing for the no cloth physics mods. Double click on that, but now you're gonna see a MTD folder. So you just do the same thing. Press and hold, let it go, and then click on replace the file in the destination. And that's it. That's how you get the mods in here. Now let's head back to the emulator because we're pretty much ready to start the game now. And for controller support, this emulator supports pretty much all the PlayStation and Xbox controllers out there, and even third-party ones, but there is currently no keyboard support. Unless you're using a software that allows you to emulate a controller through your keyboard, then there is no way to play the game with a keyboard right now. There's not even settings for controller mapping. That's something that is being worked on. But if you just plug in your controller, you can play the game just fine. Also, make sure that you have the auto update enabled so you get the latest fixes for this emulator. Click here on settings and then select configure. And on this window, you just want to make sure that you have this option marked here so that you get the updates, and also on the nightly channel as well. Click on apply and then save. So now to start the game, you just have to double click on Bloodborne. This window will pop up, and to go full screen, you have to press F11 on your keyboard. And with the game running, this is the moment to activate the cheats if you want. Right click the game, cheats, patches, and you just have to click on each one of them you want to use. And there you go. When you go back to the game, they're gonna be working. I have many emulation tutorial videos like this on the channel, so if you like what you saw, don't forget to check out my other videos, subscribe to the channel, and also leave a like on this video. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon.